Morning, everybody. It's Thursday. Look, it's Pinch and a Punch. Oh, no, sorry, that was the Professor Whitty joke I was going to do a little bit later on this morning. Ha, 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 ha. Anyway, one of the blokes has lost his job already, so that's good news, isn't it? Very good news. He was working as an estate agent. Not anymore, you're not, pal. You know, he said they'd had a few drinks and they're sorry if it caused offence. No, you just came over as a thug, unfortunately, but you've now paid, you know, with your job. I mean, how stupid are you? Must be a complete idiot. But I say, that was the only thing that the estate agency could have done. Because if you work it out, the moment it was announced where he worked, that estate agent would be saying, oh, you're employing a thug and all that. You know, it would just go on. So they had to do the best thing and get rid of him. Who's going to employ him now? God alone knows. One of those things, you know, a moment of sort of hatred and jumping on somebody because they knew he was famous, and you've completely screwed your life up. Cosby walks free after 2 years in jail, acquitted of everything. It's all very odd, that one, isn't it? People not happy. Wayne and Colleen have grabbed another bargain holiday. Yep, they're going to go on a canal barge, apparently. Oh, dear, honestly. They really know how to live, don't they? Apparently they do like camping holidays, which is a little bit like the PE teacher Hugo, who's not being as honest as he could be in the Big Brother house. He said... not the Big Brother house, Love Island. There's hardly any difference, is there? A bunch of deadbeat non-entities. And he told us he was a PE teacher, and he named the school. And the school have said he just did a few little stand-in things, and he certainly won't be coming back. They don't want him back at all, which is good news. And Syra Khan, I mean, she's obviously must be so busy with all the jobs. After she left Loose Women, she told us she had so many offers on the table, from whom I can't imagine. But anyway, she quit Loose Women, apparently, because the show became toxic. And she didn't like anybody she worked with. So, I mean, I'm tempted to say, but I don't know, that they obviously didn't like her either. You know, it's a case of she had a very inflated ego. She was on The Apprentice, and she wasn't much bloody cop at that either. So they got rid of her from Loose Women, or she quit from Loose Women. And then she starts slagging it off, you know, afterwards by going, oh, the atmosphere was toxic and all the rest of it. Yeah, it was, but now you've gone, it's all fine. So that's the way it goes. Diana's birthday today. She would have been 60. I wonder what she'd have made of Meghan Markle. She'd have sorted it out, I tell you. She would have sorted it out, definitely. Is 12 too young to be taught pelvic floor exercises? That's the big question. How old was I when I did pelvic floor exercise? I've never heard of such a thing, actually. But at 12 years old now, and people go, oh, 12, they're just children. Well, they are, but there was a girl who gave birth the other day at 12 years old. And I remember thinking, wow... It's all moved on a pace since I was a young person. Pelvic floor... Yeah. I don't know, we've been mentioning what pelvic floor exercises are, but I don't think anybody I know is indulging in them. Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones hat sells for £270,000. Just a £270,000. I should imagine it was probably worth about $100, if that. Shockers Gap shut-up shops. I mean, we had one in Kingston, and I never saw anybody in it. I would wander in there and just have a look round at all these beige items, beige being a very popular colour in Gap, thinking, oh, right, this is... And then all of a sudden, I don't think they did things in my size. And so I didn't go in it. I would look at the windows as I walked past, but I wouldn't stand there looking at the windows like, you know, girls do. But are there two Gaps? Is there Gap for men and Gap for women? All in the same shop. Oh, right. So they're going to do it online. Sorry? Gap Kids as well. Not anymore. They're doing it online, which is a very good idea, actually, because then you can save all the cost of the rents. And as you heard earlier on, you heard a lady who's got a shop up in Covent Garden, up in Seven Dials by the sound of it. And what they do is the landlords want all these little retailers out. You know why? Because they can rent it to any one of the coffee shops. And so we end up with yet more coffee shops, like we don't want any more coffee shops. I can remember years and years ago that landlords, to get somebody out, they just put the rent up. They just put the rent up, and then they go, well, you know, sorry, because they know that a coffee shop will take it. And the coffee shop makes no difference whether they've got one customer or 300. You know, the tax bills that they allegedly don't pay amount to a huge amount of money. So, of course, it's cheap for them. Why would they have to worry about it? Whereas the little shopkeepers get hammered every which way but. It's very, very difficult, you know, and then you've got people, you know, go, I'm not wearing a mask. Have you seen this? Read this on the internet. It says, you know, you're offending my law. There was some girl, she was stopped on YouTube, and she was, to be honest with you, I mean, I wasn't sure if she'd had a few sherbets, but anyway, she was only youngish, and the police officer said, you know, they pulled her over. She said, what did you pull me over for? And so he said, I pulled you over because you ran a red light. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Have you got your... And they always ask the same thing. The American cops are very, very polite before they pull the gun on you. They sort of say, have you got your driving licence and insurance? And she said, what have I done? And she argued the toss for 10 minutes. She wasn't going to produce her driving licence and things. He said, well, I need to check on whether this car's yours. It's my mother's. You can phone her. He said, I don't want to phone your mother. I want to see your driving licence and your insurance for driving this car. Because quite clearly she didn't have any. In the end, he said, listen, I'll give you one more warning. Otherwise, I'm going to drag you out of the car. Which, of course, you know, if you have to give those details to the police officer. If they stop you and he's told you what you're being stopped for, well, then you have to produce your driving licence and you have to make sure that you've got insurance which is up to date. Anyway, she thought she was being really clever. She was a bit thick and dim, and he dragged her out the car with her screaming all the way out again. And then there was another woman who the police went... She was arrested because she walked into a store, I think a pharmacy, without a mask on. And they said, we're not serving you. This is a private shop. If you come in here, you'll wear a mask because we're telling you to. It's as simple as that. This is my constitutional right. Read this. And I don't want to read it. I'm telling you, we're not serving you. Anyway, the police get called and the woman stands there. She's another thicko. I mean, she is so bloody dim. It's unreal. And she says, I'm not putting a mask on. You have to serve me. And he said, we're not serving you. It's as simple as that. We are not serving you. What is it about the word no you're not understanding, thicko? And so she then lets tie with a torrent of abuse and four-letter words and stuff like that. And so they call the police. And she's going, well, call the police. Call the police. What are they going to do? Well, of course, the police dragged her out, screaming like a little banshee. And then they get outside and the copper goes, didn't we arrest you the other day for a similar thing in another shop in wherever it was? And she went, maybe. And she's obviously one of these particularly stupid, dim people who goes around thinking they're being really clever by saying, this is my constitutional rights, you have to serve me, otherwise I can sue you and you can pay up to $70,000. Yeah, see you in court then, thicko. I thought I had a stalker this morning. I noticed somebody crossed over the road and walked past me, and I looked at them. I thought, slightly overweight. Anyway, they walked past, then they walked back again. They weren't going anywhere. And then they crossed back over. This is the early hours of this morning. And then they walked back, and I remember thinking, strange. So luckily, because we've got CCTV, got some great pictures of them on CCTV, so they'll be given to the police later on. And then he hides behind a pillar, but he's watching me. When he sees me looking out the back of the car, he sort of pulls himself in behind the pillar. But as I say, by that time, it's too late. We've already got the CCTV pictures of him. So if you're listening... Gotcha. He's, I don't know, he could be anywhere between 20 and 30, something like that. Slightly overweight. And he was on the streets in the early hours of the morning. But the trouble is, there's not only our CCTV, of which we have about 20 cameras, but there's... Did you have an autograph book? We didn't get around to that. But also there is the street cameras as well, which you can utilise as well. So I thought, could be your worst day. People have shopped online thinking shops will never shut. Yeah, I mean, I shop online. I do like going out shopping as well. I'm very good at going out shopping, and I'm very good at shopping online, because shopping online is so easy. It's not difficult. You go to Amazon and you go and find something, and then you see something and you think, oh, perhaps I'll buy that as well. Before you know where you are, you bought half your allowance for the month. Steve, there are 3 gaps. One is on the British Rail Mind the Gap, says Keith in Harrogate. Best you stay in Harrogate, I think. Also, Steve, 1st of July is the end of the financial year here. I've got to get my tax done. Oh, I've got a tax bill at the end of this month, like loads of people have. And another one at the end of January, which is exciting. But a lot of people are now shopping online. You know what? You don't need to get dressed up. You don't need to find that impossible parking space. There's never a parking space when you want one. And even then, you know, you look at the size. A friend of mine, we were going down Marylebone High Street the other day. He said, put it there. I said, this car is 17 feet long. I can't get it into these little piddly spaces. Yeah, it's like sort of a stretch limo or a stretch something. And whatever it was, there was no chance. So in the end, we had to sort of go a little bit further. And it didn't really help, actually. It didn't help. Steve, have you seen the video of the old woman being tasered because she thought she was too entitled to not give details, tried to drive off, says Jack. Yeah, I've seen all of them. But tell me, all these people think they know the law. Don't touch me. You touched me. You touched me. And of course, there was one woman, she's trying to stop some poor little person with their dog. They're doing it for a walk. Your dog attacked my dog, she goes, and then it attacked me. It's in New York. This woman is so stupid. I mean, you begin to wonder how they ever sort of make it. And then they had another one. There's a little girl, okay, and it's a hot day in, could have been San Francisco, could have been, it doesn't matter where it was. She's got she's very enterprising. She's only little. She's about 8 years old. She's got a big, like tin bath kind of thing filled with ice and bottles of water. And she's selling bottles of ice cold water for $2. And this woman, who obviously lives near her, apparently complained to the police about her because they said she was shouting to sell her water, which of course was a blatant lie. She wasn't shouting at all. And the mother comes out and this woman goes, listen, you know, she's shouting, I'm trying to do my work. And I said to her, can you please keep your voice down? Oh, and by the way, do you have a license for selling water? She's 8 years old. She's 8 years old. And so anyway, this woman, the mother, takes her camera and films this woman. She said, and you called the police on an 8-year-old girl selling water. The idea was she was selling water so that she could raise some money to go to Disney. So this woman gets trolled. The moment it's been announced who she is, her business collapses. She goes on to, oh, I read death threats and all the rest of it. Somebody said, but you called the police on an 8-year-old girl selling bottles of water for $2 and you're checking whether she's got a licence. These people get their comeuppance. Like the bloke who attacked Professor Whitty, he's lost his job. Good, I hope you're sitting there remonstrating with yourself going, what a foolish person I am. What a foolish person I am, because you deserve to lose your job. I don't know what the other one does, but I hope he loses his job as well. Because any company that employs somebody like that, they're not going to risk it. And especially in this day and age with estate agents, you'd have somebody who's a thug. Who's somebody even the Prime Minister called a thug. You've got to lose your job. You know, that'll teach you the next time when you go out there and you have a few drinks and you can't cope with a few little drinky poos and put your arms around him and all this kind of stuff. He didn't know. He didn't know. You could have had a knife. It could have been anything at all. All right, you didn't, thank God. But you could have done. So you deserve to lose your job, you know. And I think it'll be quite difficult for you to get a job at all because once people know who you are and they've got your name, they'll be going, I don't think so. Because you know what the papers are like? They cling on. They're like limpets. 4:15.
The Global Academy, a unique media school like no other.
Incredibly hands-on, so practical.
Kickstart your career in media. Visit globalacademy.com.
Everyone can now get free rapid COVID-19 tests twice a week. They show your results within 30 minutes. They also show you're doing what you can to protect your loved ones, your friends, your workmates, and that you want to keep life moving again. Around 1 in 3 people who have COVID-19 have no symptoms and are spreading it without knowing. That could be a friend, a relative, a workmate. It could even be you. Rapid tests are easy to get from nhs.uk/get tested. Let's take this next step safely.
And then they all lived happily ever after. The end.
Night, Dad.
ISBN number 0130998634. Cover photograph by...
Like getting your money's worth? Enjoy Agile.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. So happy birthday to Diana, 60 today, and they're going to unveil this this statue of her in her favourite part of the garden. I think at Kensington, isn't it? Kensington Palace, isn't it? Something I can't remember. They've got pictures in the paper, and Harry, who goes out to meet some kids the other day, not self-distancing and not even wearing a mask. Far too dangerous. Somebody who's come from America, definitely. So the event, yes, it's the Kensington Palace redesigned sunken garden. And so on Wednesday he paid a surprise visit. It can't be that much of a surprise. The photographers were out in force and they leaked it to the papers. I think, come on, you know, we're not that stupid. But William and Harry's first appearance since the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. And I don't think they've spoken. I think Harry basically has got absolutely nothing to say. Nothing at all to say. Mind you, I should imagine Meghan's quite worried, because if Harry decides to defect back to the royal family, where does that leave little Megsy? Nowhere. Nowhere at all. What's she going to do? She needs him. She needs him to give her the thing. Otherwise, she'll be milking that Duchess of Sussex thing, and they'll be stopping her doing it. It's as simple as that. Dennis the Menace celebrated on Royal Mail stamps. I never did Dennis the Menace. I never did comics. Weren't allowed them. Bridget Bardot's been found guilty of libel and has been fined. She was very rude about somebody. And Asda offers a 1 hour delivery. 1 hour after you've placed the order. 1 hour. Why wasn't I allowed Common? Yeah, we didn't have comics at all in our family. Yeah, so we were reading the full works of Shakespeare and history of World War I, Crimea, and things like that. We didn't do comics. I think my parents just thought it wasn't our sort of thing. My father read the Telegraph, so what hope? What hope at all? And Mother, I think, used to read the magazines, but only when she was in the hairdressers. We never had magazines at home. I don't remember magazines. Apart from, I think we might have had Radio Times. That would about the... Yeah, so the lady. Oh, my mother would have been apoplectic over the lady. She'd have loved it. Paul in West Sussex says, doesn't your car have the ability to park itself and decide which space is big enough? No, we don't have one of those common cars. I've got a bit of class, I'm afraid. So you sit there and the car goes backwards. It's very clever, but it's a bit lazy driving, isn't it? You might as well just sit it and let the car drive itself. Whoopi Goldberg's using a walking frame at the moment. She's got sciatica, which doesn't sound very pleasant, does it, poor soul? And thousands of pensioners are ready to go to jail. Yeah, we know why. It's got nothing to do with the TV licence. It's to do with the fact they get 3 meals a day, and they get a bit of exercise, and they can sleep in peace and quiet. 230 people have died in this Canadian heat dome. The temperatures have soared through the roof. Really amazing. And Chris Tarrant says Charles Ingram should admit he cheated on Millionaire. You know, the coughing major and that barking mad wife of his. I mean, really, it couldn't have been more obvious than if you tried the blooming thing. Tequin, wasn't it? Was it Tequin? Tequin Whittock. Such a good name, Tequin. I'd never heard of it before. Welsh name, isn't it? Welsh name. Steve and Mike says, can you imagine the boy who took the Chris Whitty selfie going to his mother to say, you know that selfie I got for you, Mum? Got me fired. Yeah. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, he should have realised you cannot go up to somebody, especially not somebody who is as well connected as Professor Whitty is, and so he didn't know what was going to happen. He could have been mugged, could have been anything. He looked very frightened, and they go, oh, we're very sorry. Too late, stupid boy. Really? What an idiot you must be. I bet your parents are so delighted. That's our son. I bet you anything there'll be somebody this morning. I think you're treating him very harshly. No, I'll tell you what. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll send him around your place. See how you like it. You walk down the street. Somebody comes and grabs you from behind. See how you like it, eh? No, he deserved to lose his job. I hope he never finds another job. Not in a state agency, he won't ever, will he? So, what's your name? I'm Idiot Boy. Lovely. Fantastic. Steve. Another one here says, so if I set my 8-year-old grandson up in a building opposite the LBC studio to start a radio station without a broadcasting licence, would you say, that's okay, he's only 8. Let him carry on? Are you stupid? Why do I get the people who drink at this time of the morning? There's always one, isn't there? And here it is. So if I set up my 8-year-old grandson in a building opposite the LBC studio, well, there isn't a building opposite the LBC studio, to start a radio station without a broadcasting licence, would you say, he's only 8, let him carry on? He's 8, dear. You really are thick, aren't you? I find it embarrassing that people like you are even allowed anywhere near a voting station. You know, mustn't go to polling stations. You're a bit too stupid. And mind you, I think it's actually great. It's just a cross, isn't it? That's all you have to do. So you don't have to write your name down. But also, you know, if an 8-year-old is set up... See, the trouble is the person who'd be prosecuted would be you. You'd be the person prosecuted. You know why? Because you've just already said you've committed yourself. If I set my 8-year-old grandson up in a building opposite the LBC studio, how dim are you? You're the one who's paid for it. It's not his problem for working on it. It's your problem for setting it up. You'd be the one going to prison for the few remaining years. That's what happens. Steve, if there's some oddball attempting to stalk you, says Kim, that don't worry, the CCTV... Oh, yeah, we've got absolutely perfect pictures. Our CCTV is brilliant. It's night and day cameras. And I thought he looked a bit peculiar. You know, when you see somebody, you think, oh, yeah. Steve, you're now getting better audience numbers than CNN. It doesn't take much, actually. Mind you, we seem to be wiping the floor with most of these things. Anything that's got the word Dan Wooten written on it, you know, you're on a loser to start with. Poor souls, honestly. So. And Mark in Purley. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, he's downloaded loads of my podcast, which is very nice. He said, did you find out about Dominic Ellis's accent? My girlfriend thinks it's York. No, it's definitely not York. We think it's Sheffield. I'm pretty certain it's Sheffield. I should have asked him the other day, but I completely forgot about it. And yeah, I mean, no, it's definitely not York. It's definitely. Do they have an accent in York? Is that Yorkshire? Have you ever been to York? A up. I've been to York. Oh, nobody ever said A up. A up. That's racist, isn't it? You can't say things like that. I thought they all seemed quite posh in York. Have you ever been? Yeah. Have you been to the Shambles? No, you see, you haven't. No. That's the only thing you go and see if you're in York. The Shambles. It's a row of medieval shops. You know, a complete street full of these shops. You go in, it's all, undercover kind of. I can't remember if it's genuine or if it's sort of made up, but they've got a sweet shop and it's pumping out the smell of Parma violets and all sorts of things, and the bread shop and everything else. It's to give you a flavour of what life would have been shopping in those days. Well, I could tell you, in those days, the streets would have been filled with muck and everything. Boys used to be employed to go in front of ladies with their big dresses and sweep the road clean because it was so filthy. It was, all the horses were going to the toilet on it, dogs. Oh, it was a dreadful place. They used to wear long dresses. Not the men, obviously. Some men did, and that was different. But no, they used to have people, sweeping in front of you so that you could cross the road fairly safely. Because the bottom of your dress must have been absolutely filthy, absolutely dirty. And somebody says, how you been doing on the lottery? All right, thank you very much indeed. How does a bankrupt suddenly manage to afford a pad with a monthly rent of £9,500 a month? Which one's that for? Oh, you talk about, is that the Kerry Coke toner? Is that what she said? Yeah, she's only in there for a little while. I should imagine she could probably pick up 10 grand a month by doing some of the things that she does. Probably for the, you're right, I'm going to sneeze. Dear me. Very ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, soundbite of the night. But yeah, she does this for your eyes only kind of thing where she takes her boobs out and everything else. It's all a bit tacky and cheap. So she could probably afford £9,500 a month. And because she's known, they'll go, yeah, you can have it for 6 months, but they would want the money up front. You wouldn't trust her to pay it. And then because the other house fell through. So, I mean, she doesn't have a job. That's the trouble now. She thinks the job is getting your boobs out. And that's it. But that's not a job. That's not a job. Poor old Harry's hair. I'm looking at Harry's hair now on the television. Poor soul, honestly. It looks like it's going to be dropping out by the time we get to... I mean, crikey, he'll never make it to Christmas. Never make it to Christmas. I mean, even William's hair has sort of gone a bit, but Harry, there's big gaps all over the place. All symptoms of COVID gone, apart from a little fatigue, says Jack. He said... A-up is Hull, North Lincolnshire thing. Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know. He says A-up, and that kind of, he just tells me that's what it is. What about York Minster to visit, Steve? Yeah, every time we went to a different place, my parents used to go up church spires and take pictures. Yeah, I mean, we weren't a particularly religious family, no more religious than anybody else in this country. I can remember them saying to me at school, no, it wasn't. It was a youth club I joined. They went, what religion are you? And I didn't really know that I was C of E. So I said, Catholic. So for the first year in the youth club, I was Catholic. But I didn't really understand. It was a bit of a high church, the Catholic thing. So in the end, we then reverted. I said, we've actually changed. We're now C of E. And I was much happier with C of E. Although, you again, C of E, you get high church, middle church, low church. And we had the swinging incense down the middle of it, which could have killed you had it hit you. And it's, you'd walk out there, you could barely breathe sometimes after being in the churches. So much incense. But I used to go in all the churches in Vienna when I was getting time off after the breakfast show. I just light candles. You could buy the candles for whatever they were, a sort of a shilling or whatever I can't remember what they were, actually. But I would always light about 3 or 4 candles just because I thought it looked nice. People lit them for people who'd passed on, but I didn't. I just lit it because I liked the candle. If I saw they were sort of dying down, I'd light some more. Tea lights were very popular for me. And they'd say there's so much. And it was all done on trust. And so every church had Steve Allen candles in it, whether you liked it or not. Dating show Too Hot to Handle. No, I'd never heard of it either. Has got another shock arrival. Again, it's nobody you've ever heard of, so you don't need to worry about it. What was the other one that I got? Oh, the birthdays we're celebrating today, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on. And the cat killer found guilty. This is a man who's been found guilty of killing or maiming 16 cats. They reckon there are loads more, but he's not been charged for those. But he didn't even bother turning up in court. They've got a picture of him. He's quite clearly got some, let's just call them issues, shall we? I can't imagine why anybody would even or could even do anything like that. I just don't understand it. These people must be sick in the head. He must be so sick. He was, some of these sort of cats turned up on their owners' doorsteps, drenched in blood and everything else. I mean, what sort of pervert is he? I mean, really, I don't know what... Words fail me. It isn't like going to China and you go to a restaurant where they kill cats, because they're cat restaurants and snake restaurants and all sorts of, as I've said to you before, the only thing in a restaurant that's got legs that they don't eat is the table. The rest of it is all edible. I've seen the markets over there firsthand, not just the ones in Wuhan, but really awful. But these attacks took place between 2018 and 2019. This man's called, is it Bouquet or Bucket? No, it's Bouquet, isn't it? Dubbed the Brighton cat killer. He knifed people's beloved pets. 9 of them were killed. Another 7 were injured. And I was looking at a picture of him and I thought, do you know, if you saw him walking down the street, you'd think there's something the matter with him. But I don't know how you could ever do anything like that. I really can't get my head around it. I can get my head around most things. I can get my head around stupid people, thick people, but not people who would go around and mutilate an animal for the sake of mutilating an animal. What do you do with somebody like that? Years ago, we could have shoved them on a ship, sent them away to somewhere far, far away and just dumped them halfway down to whatever. It's like the people you send out of the country on an aeroplane. You get halfway over the Atlantic, open the door, shove them out, close the door again, make them swing. Yeah, the old ejector seat in the cars. The Shambles is a real street in York, says Sue. You're talking about the recreation of a medieval street in the Castle Museum. Plenty to see. You can go to the Jorvik Viking Centre. Right. They were doing a thing on the television the other day. I don't know if you all saw it. And it was looking at Stonehenge. And they thought there were other henges all around that area. And they were trying to work out where they got the stones from and how many people it would take to move them. And they got 30 school children and they could move a 1.5 ton stone by pulling it on a wooden, sledge kind of thing. And these were only 13-year-olds. Obviously a lot stronger than we were in my day. Case closed, my lad. And so they said, these, Stonehenges. I quite like them. We've got a Woodhenge. There's a Woodhenge, which is no, not in Twickenham, somewhere in the country, but it's exactly the same as Stonehenge, only henge was the circular thing, so stone or Woodhenge, made of wood, circle.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh dear, honestly. I'm trying to work out in my mind, and unfortunately I've had some terrible thoughts on this person who killed these cats, who didn't turn up in court, so he's not only a vile piece of perversion, but he's also a scaredy cat as well, for not appearing in court for his sentencing, pardon the pun, because he's been found guilty, and I don't know what the sentence... all they'll do is just be able to send him to prison. That's all you can do with somebody like that. I just don't... I've thought of all sorts of dreadful things that could happen. Does LBC and Steve Allen Show have a dump button? Well, it's not just... Every station has to have it, by law. Every single station. Apart from the BBC, they don't have it. But there again, they don't have everybody phoning them in, apart from the local vicar, just to say, what time's the service on Sunday and what's your favourite smell. So, no, everybody has to have it. It's by law. You have to have it. You have to protect people because of somebody saying something that could be seen as libelous. It's as simple as that. You can't have somebody coming on and saying, I think that so-and-so is whatever. And somebody will go, nope. And also, what you're hearing in delay anyway. What you're hearing at this precise moment, I did 10 seconds ago. It's just that you're only hearing it now. So you never get to hear anything that is actionable because somebody somewhere, either the producer or the AP or myself, will push a little button and you won't hear it. We have 10 seconds after hearing it going, is that? Maybe not. And you can push the little button on it, but you wouldn't know. You'd never hear it. There's no sort of cutting out or any dead air or anything like that. It's terribly clever and automated. Don't even ask me how it works. I've got no idea. But yes, we've always had it. For the past 40 years, we used to call it, though, we didn't call it dump, although they do now. We have dump, cough as well. Isn't it funny? Cough. You actually have a cough button, so you can push it, and if you sort of go like that, they heard it, you didn't hear it. But the dump button, I was trying to explain to somebody years ago how it worked, because they couldn't get their head around the fact that what you were hearing on the radio was recorded 10 seconds ago. Well, not recorded, it was done 10 seconds ago. And it's all to do with the beginning of the programme, and that's all I could tell you. I got no idea how it works. Did you ever interview anybody from the Mamas and the Papas? I don't think so. Mama Cass died years and years ago. And the ham sandwich. She choked on something. I wasn't sure. Divine, I think, choked on his own vomit. I think he was sick in bed at night. But I can't remember what Mama Cass died of. But I liked her. I liked the Mamas and the Papas. I thought they were sort of great. It sounds so old nowadays when people talk about the Mamas and the Papas. But no. On Tuesday, the village of Lytton, British Columbia, had a temperature of 121 degrees Fahrenheit. That was the hottest place on Earth, Steve. 120. See, I wouldn't go out there. They've got pictures of people sitting in the sea, which is lovely. Would you even consider going abroad this year, Steve? I wouldn't, even if you paid me. My mum was going to go to Cyprus and she needed 5 COVID tests. 1 before departure, 2 on the day, and day 8, and 2 when she gets back, says Stella. Oh, no. Not for me, thank you. Listen, there's so many nice places in this country to go to. All right, we might not have the heat wave, but I think we will end up. With a heat wave. And this one here is caused, it's also in Washington and Oregon, thought to have caused dozens of deaths. It's like Rome. If you've been to Rome in the summer, don't go to Rome in the summer. Don't go to Italy in the summer. It is unbearably hot. Vegas, middle of the desert. I mean, people are selling water on the streets. You would be little 8-year-old girls, very popular. And it's just unbelievably. I mean, it really is. It's like a wall of heat that hits you. You don't so much sweat as you never dry out. It's really awful. Prince Andrew would have a field day over there. You know, he wouldn't be sweating at all, would he? But Sergeant Steve Addison of Vancouver Police said Vancouver's never experienced heat like it, and sadly dozens of people are dying because they've had to apologise to people. I mean, 65 sudden death call-outs since the heat wave began. On Friday. It only started Friday, and already they're talking fatalities because the heat can get you. I mean, some people don't feel it. I do. And Steve, how do you fix a broken heart? You don't. You basically have to sort of just give it up, I'm afraid. Would you fly 1,000 miles within the current pandemic just to be told your relationship with the past year is over? Oh, absolutely. Listen, if it was only the past year, I wouldn't worry about it. That's called a one-night stand. That's not a relationship, a year. And, I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't fly anywhere to be told by somebody that the relationship was over. I'd expect them to send me a text or an email or something like that. I wouldn't expect them to actually tell me. An oft-repeated urban legend is that Mama Cass Elliot choked to death on a ham sandwich. The story spread soon after the discovery of her body and was based on speculation in the initial media coverage. A 2014 article in Hertz identified the person who started the false rumour as follows. Unfortunately, the first doctor in London who examined her speculated to the press about the cause of death, and that's the version that stuck. An autopsy hadn't been performed when the physician was quoted, and the Met Police told reporters that a partially eaten sandwich found in her room might have been relevant to the cause of death. When Keith Simpson performed the autopsy, he determined that Elliot had died of heart failure and that no food was present in her windpipe, because she was carrying a lot of weight, Mama Cass, and so there was that possibility. She was very young, 32, very young. I thought she was great. She had one of those voices that was so distinct you knew it was a Mamas and Papas song. It's very good. So she had the heart attack, and it wasn't the ham sandwich. But of course that'll be repeated forever and a day because it's on the internet. But her daughter said, and the physician as well, that no, she just died of a heart attack. It happens. Like that man the other day from Gogglebox, was it Pete, who died? He had bowel cancer, but he'd only been told that he had a few months left to live, and he died the following day. It had spread so far, but he was carrying, again, a huge amount of weight, and there is that terrible danger. Mr. Murray falls victim to the curse of slippery grass. I turned on the television the other day. BBC One, Wimbledon. BBC Two, Wimbledon. How boring, honestly. But it's a good old freebie for the BBC. They like something like that. Okay, how many are in the raffle? Yeah, you're working down there. Yeah. Ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, the woman who caused one of the worst crashes in the Tour de France has been arrested. She went on the run for 4 days. No escaping, darling. You're going straight to prison. Straight to prison. And what was the other one that I caught? Oh, Uri Geller says the Earth has been in contact with aliens for years. Yes, dear. Yes, of course it has. Well, as long as you believe it. I don't know why they're resurrecting his career. It finished years ago. And Faye Winter's blue bikini is selling out because all the people who watch Love Island, of which there are probably a few, go, well, that's the way that you pull somebody wearing a bikini like that. It's not so much a bikini, it's more like a little bit of material that goes over your boobs. And the sort of people who'd be buying it look like, really gross. And they've obviously never heard of this bikini before because, if you're one of these people who follows the, different fashion trends, then you would know about this bikini. To be honest with you, it makes her look a bit trashy, I'm afraid. Valerie is listening in Sydney's northern beaches. It's a place called Bagola. She says, I was born in York and lived there many moons ago. Miss it like mad. Judi Dench was born there as well. Love you and your shows. Same sense of humour. See? And you're that far away, Valerie. Valerie. Actually, they were doing a song the other day. They had somebody Ronson, who's a mixer. Mark Ronson. He was there talking to one of the people from the Rolling Stones who was in the Faces, whose name, the one who looks as though he's about 190, but he turns out to be about Ronnie Wood. And they were talking about Valerie, recorded by the woman who died in Camden, Amy Winehouse. And Mark Ronson said he'd never heard the record before. He said, but by the time we'd recorded it loads of times, he said, I was very familiar with it. And it was lovely. But also the Monkees had a song called Valerie. Yeah. And there's a girl I know on my mind. They call her Oh, yeah, very good song. I can't do it, at the moment. And you haven't paid for having me singing at all. Web sensation Jackie Weaver wants to be a Walking Dead zombie. Isn't that funny, dear? I thought you were. I had no idea that you're still trying to achieve that. Britons are ready for some outdoor fun. Men apparently getting ready to wear Speedos. Oh, dear. It's always the gross ones, isn't it? Don't wear Speedos unless you've really got sort of one of those washboards. So two more boys have gone in. One of them's called... What did they think his name was? Was it Chuck or something? What? Chug. His name's Chug. And he's a business person. They don't tell you what business he's in, so work out it's either a sandwich bar, a coffee bar, or he's got a nail bar. But he's another one of these sort of people, and you think, oh, God. But Chugs Wallace... Ladies and gentlemen, I give you, and please take him, Chugs Wallace. Lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We go through the papers as well. That's what we're famous for. We go through them. I'm quite looking forward to another jab in the autumn for 32 million. Over 50s are going to get it, so I'll have to lie, but it doesn't matter. So Chugs Wallace, he'll be accompanied by newcomer Liam Reardon. Chugs Wallace is from Surrey. He owns his own business. Wait a minute, we were speculating. What does he do? He sells hats. How butch. How very butch. But he's been announced. Viewers are given the opportunity to vote on which female contestant he should go on a date with. This is really a pervy programme, isn't it? We don't need that kind of thing on the television. Prior to entering the villa, Chugs has already named the islanders he's got his eye on. Liberty, Faye and Chloe. Oh, don't worry, dear. They're all eminently available. But mind you actually come from Surrey. You telling me a bloke with a business can't pull anybody in Surrey? No, you're an exhibitionist. That's what you are. That's what you are. You're there because you want to be famous. Because if you can't pull in Surrey looking a bit okay, then there's something definitely the matter with you.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I love the mamas and the papas. I remember hearing the news about Mama Cass, says Shane. Yes, lovely. And somebody says, what happened to social distancing and masks at Wimbledon? Have I missed something? No, they're not bothering. Harry went out to visit some children the other day, and he didn't socially distance or wear a mask. You know, so, don't know. Steve, well done for pronouncing Balgola. Stevie Winwood had a song called Valerie as well, says Simon in Doncaster. And a celebrity psychic. She's not a celebrity psychic. They all say that, don't they? Otherwise, there'd just be another bog standard. Oh, let me just tell you something interesting. She says, we're poised to discover the truth about aliens. I mean, she really is the biggest crackpot you've ever seen, but of course somebody will buy into this rubbish. Deborah Davis, she's on The Real Housewives of Cheshire. She predicted COVID. Did you really, love? Was it called COVID in your magical dream? And Prince Philip's death. No kidding. 100-year-old man dies. Imagine. Fancy predicting that one. You really are. She says, I see more people will come forward to speak about strange lights in their homes. Yeah. She says, we're being visited now more than ever by life forms from other planets. Stop drinking, love. Please stop drinking. This is really bad news. Very bad news. And Uri Geller was invited to a NASA base in 1974. We're still dwelling in the past, of course, in Yuri's case. After CIA officials were wowed by his mind control powers. He's a magician, okay? An Israeli magician. That's what he does. And engineer Werner von Braun showed him a piece of metal kept in a safe. Yuri said, I touched it and told Werner, this is not from our planet. He said, you're right. This is a piece of a UFO that crashed onto Earth. Do you know, there's lies, and delusional liars. Even worse. He said, I cannot reveal any more about what I saw. Oh, you must do, dear. You're way past your sell-by. Way past. He's 74 now, and you're still coming up with this old drivel. But also Defence Minister Baroness Goldie says the UK will not conduct its own investigation into UFOs because in over 50 years, no such reporting indicated the existence of any military threat. Yeah, exactly. But you only get barking mad people like Deborah Davis. Oh, I'm a celebrity psychic. Are you really, darling? Are any of the people that you do celebrities for, unless it's Joe Swash, alive? Or are you still sort of dining out on people who passed on ages ago? And Stella says reality TV is awful. I've never watched Love Island. I couldn't stand Made in Chelsea. No, I mean, it is full of the worst possible people. Worst, with no talent. Not one of them has any talent. It's really embarrassing, really. Very embarrassing. But there you go. Winemakers are selling top plonk in taster cans to help discourage people from drinking too much. How would that stop it? And what else have we got here? Oh, Daily Star Beauty. Shannon Singh. Sorry, love. Off you go. Go on, trundle off. She was dumped by text on last night's episode of the show, dashing viewers' hopes of seeing her romp on telly. Well, don't worry, you can find her on the internet. It's not difficult. Yeah, viewers' hopes. I know. That's how sad and pervy the viewers to that programme must be. The Fife-born Singleton. Yeah, I know. Only goes to prove, dear, even taking all your clothes off, people still aren't interested in you. I mean, how far down the YouTube can you go? But Chloe Burrows, that's the one who had an affair with a businessman. Very sweet. And Paul Ruby, that's not her name really, her name's Shannon. And she was shocked by the eviction. Yeah, it's because people thought you were boring, very dull and very cheap. Okay, summed you up very well actually, but she lasted 2 days in the villa. Hardly worth putting your makeup on, dear. Should have stuck your head in a case full of polyfiller and it might have worked. Brad McClelland is being tipped to win by astrologers. Another load of old hooey. And apparently there is never a dull moment with two Geminis. Oh, for God's sake, honestly, grow up, honestly. The rubbish they come up with, these people, it really is so embarrassing. COVID-19 booster jabs for the most vulnerable and over 50s could start as early as September. I want it, because the next one I'll be having will be the flu jab. I get that because I'm top of the list. Well, I'm not top of the list, but I'm certainly in there. Sandra says, have you seen that one of the yobs who jostled Professor Whitty's sacrament? Listen, the show starts at 4, okay? No good popping in at sort of 7 minutes to 5, coming up with something that we've already done 4 times. Okay? And somebody says, my university rugby team all have hats from him. If he's as good at lying down topless doing nothing for a few weeks as he's making hats, he won't be doing too bad. Oh, so he sells hats. And that's what makes me laugh. So here he is with a hat shop, you know, so he's a milliner. He can't find a girlfriend. Yeah, pull the other one. It's got bells on it. What have we got here? Can't do that show. Can't do that story. Chris Tarrant. Bill Cosby, released from prison after his sexual assault conviction was overturned due to an unfair trial. I mean, doesn't make any sense, does it? The comic, 83, served more than 2 years of a 3 to 10 year sentence after he was found guilty of sexual assault, drugging and molesting a woman at his Philadelphia home. And as I say, people are up in arms. And mind you, people are also up in arms. The judge in the Britney Spears trial has said no, they're not going to remove her father from looking after her and managing it. So she's been denied. I mean, perhaps there's something the matter with the judges in America. Perhaps they're all, you know, listen, she's mad, you know. But one of the lawyers, Jennifer Bonjean, said, we're thrilled to have Mr. Cosby home. He served 3 years of an unjust sentence. He was doing the time was not doing him. Cosby himself later tweeted, I've never changed my stance nor my story. I've always maintained my innocence. But his Hollywood Walk of Fame star is to stay, despite the sexual assault conviction. Amazing, isn't it, really? There'll be those people who were at the end of his taking of tablets to make them feel woozy and drunk and high and all the rest of it. They're absolutely apoplectic. But he served 2 years out of a 3 to 10 year sentence. Roger says reality shows have had their day, but when Big Brother first started 20 years ago, it was intriguing. Yeah, you know why? Because they didn't know about the cameras hiding behind everything, and they were being filmed, so they really were being watched 24 hours a day. Now they all know. That's why you had to axe the programme. Remember Rylan wanted to bring back Celebrity Big Brother and Big Brother? Yeah, right, whatever. I mean, the early contestants were innocent pawns in a game. I mean, relatively normal. Nowadays, you can tell what they are the moment they set foot on television and they open their mouths. That's always the big mistake, I'm afraid, for many of them. Opening your mouth and discovering that they can barely string 2 words together, let alone 3. But in the early days of Big Brother, people didn't know. They didn't know that everything was being watched and everything was being filmed. And then they learned. But by the end of Series 2, they were well versed in it. They knew exactly what the producers were looking at. The first winner was Craig. You know why? And he still appears on television. He appears on some of these selling channels. Because he donated it to charity. He donated the winnings to charity. But again, people were taking their clothes off and all the rest of it. Nowadays, it is a bunch of old mingers on there when it was running. I mean, now it's not running. And they couldn't wait to get their kit off because their agents had obviously said, listen, the quicker you get your clothes off, the quicker we can get you in the newspapers. In the case of poor Shannon Singh, it's a case of, nobody liked you, dear. You should take that as an indicator. Go back to doing what you know best. Wait a minute, what is that you do better than anybody else? Steve, I believe the Zootons wrote Valerie and Amy Winehouse covered it. And also that cat killer, says Tracy, gets as big a sentence as possible. But it won't make any difference, will it? He's quite clearly sick. And if somebody's that sick, and God knows he must be that sick, how could you ever mutilate an animal? I don't know. It's like the people who go out there and shoot big game. They pay... I know you got myself angry then. They pay big bucks to go and shoot lions and tigers and elephants and buffalo. And you think, do you know, it's called trophy hunters. They pay up to $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 to go and do it. Mainly Americans. There are Brits who do it as well. What I want to happen is all of the animals in the jungle or in the game reserves be given 12-bore shotguns. And when these little hunters appear, all the animals go, ready, aim. There's just no reason for it at all. No reason for it at all. These are sick people. You know, people. I mean, there's one here. He's shot dead a lion. You know, it's just, you know, a beautiful animal like that. Also, there's a number of women do it as well. These are sick people. These are very sick people. It depends on how much you've got. I mean, there's one of them here. She shot a giraffe. What for? What sort of sick person? There's one here. There's one particular bloke, big fat bloke he is, and he shoots a lion. Why? Are you really that sick? There's somebody who shot an elephant. You know, people with lions, people with every animal you can possibly think of, they shoot them dead. For what reason? The answer is because they're perverts. That's what they are. These people are sick in the head. And they go out and they're dressed all their camouflage clothes. There was a dentist, do you remember in America? We nearly managed to get that closed down because the public besieged it and were going, you're a pervert, going out there killing it. And he'd been doing it for quite some time. Ghastly people. Steve, regarding the Mamas and the Papas, good to remember John Phillips, the writer of the songs, and Denny Doherty had a fantastic voice. Yes, I agree. John Phillips was great. I just thought they were very nice. They looked like a good, wholesome kind of group of singers, and, the Creek Alley was one of my favourites. And they even said, and everyone's getting fat. No one's getting fat except Mama Cass. Because she was big. Big girl, she was. Big girl. So thousands of pensioners getting ready to go to jail. They're packing little overnight bags even as we speak. They don't want to pay the licence fee. But I know that the reason they're going to prison is because it's 3 meals a day, a bit of exercise, have a shower, perhaps meet up with somebody, hook up with somebody, learn a new trade, safe blowing, lock picking and things like that. Over 75s, yeah. Why not? There was a film, wasn't there, about a group of pensioners who went robbing banks, which I think Nick Knowles made, because we talked to Nick Knowles about it, which was very funny, actually. Listen, I'll take a short break for the news at 5, and then we'll come back with more of your texts and emails. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So one of the attackers, because that's what it was, Professor Whitty, has lost his job as an estate agent. Mind you, we don't hold out too much hope for estate agents. You only have to look through the windows of the estate agent. There they are wearing their cheap suits. Yeah, I've got a great property for you. And, people do that all the time. They love it. It's their sort of... But, how much money they make on it, I've got no idea. I don't know what estate agents earn. Do they make a lot of money, do you think? If they're selling houses, they're in the right estate agent. But this little one we've never heard of, the last thing they need is a thug working for them. Thank you very much indeed. We'd all have been standing outside the window going, like that. But we don't need to, because he's now lying at home trying to explain to his parents why he's an idiot.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Thursday, 1st of July, pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns, white rabbits and all the usual gubbins that we come up with. Steve locked into the spike after watching Blue Collar, 1987, says Waj. Thank you. And Steve, I was watching classic Corrie. It's a treat. Alec Gilroy, Bet Curley and Des Barnes, says Lee in Aberdeen. It was all happy viewing. What's happened now? It's doom and gloom. Well, because apparently doom and gloom sell. Nobody wants happy things on soaps. They're supposed to reflect life. The trouble is all of life is reflected in one programme. There's something going on all over the place. Did you see the most beautiful thing on YouTube? A family of bears cooling off in somebody's swimming pool. Oh, I've said that's old news. That's been running on YouTube for the best part of, I saw it about 4 or 5 days ago. But, I think it's disgusting. The reason being, they're filthy, these creatures. You'd have to have the water drained out of the pool and then refilled again. But obviously, bears wandering about. But the trouble is, bears can swim, climb trees, everything. They're highly dangerous. But it's nice because it's so hot for them and they've got fur coats on, so they must be even hotter. One of them is just sort of basically doggy paddling all over the place. And it encourages you to buy a house with a swimming pool. I think it's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. But even on the beach, you don't want to sit even under an umbrella, you want to be in the water. But the trouble is when you come out of the water, you need to dry yourself off, because otherwise you're in danger of going under, because Canada saw 103 heat records broken on Monday across Alberta, Yukon and the Northwest Territories and British Columbia. 118 degrees Fahrenheit in Lytton. 118 degrees. You can't even imagine what that's like, can you? I'm not surprised the bears are going, where's the water? And they go there and it's probably very lovely, but even the water would heat up. You imagine you go, of course, we've got a heated pool. You go, well, did you intentionally have a heated pool? They went, nope, but it's been 118 degrees, so now we have. Now we have. So what else we got? I still can't work out why she's so bitter and twisted. Poor old Syra Khan. She says the show was toxic. And she doesn't say anything else, but she didn't like anybody she worked with. Mainly because she didn't contribute much. She was the failure on The Apprentice. She never won The Apprentice. They go, oh, she was on The Apprentice and she did... No, she didn't. And she obviously thought... She was the one who used to come up with, some of the stupidest things I've ever read. I thought, you're getting a bit desperate, love. It's making you look a little bit desperate. But now she's had to do an interview. Because I thought she had loads of work lined up. They were sort of, oh, she's left loose women. She was saying, I've got loads of things in the pipeline. So far, nothing. Which is probably just as well. I mean, she was considering offers. It's been taken for ages. Taken for ages. I mean, I could have grown a beard in the time it's taken her. Well, maybe not a whole beard. Bake Off's Candice Brown and her marriage turmoil. Having told us when she won it, I'm not going to be doing the showbiz route.
Morning, everybody.
She can't stop
Putin.
it. She's become a
Vladimir.
horrible addicted person.
Shirt off.
And now
Very,
she's
very
telling
sort
you
of
about her
butch
marriage turmoil.
kind of thing. Claimed he could have sunk a Royal Navy warship.
Play
in
your
the
life
seas
out in
off
the media,
Crimea
love.
with
You get what you pay
impunity
for.
after a
And in your
confrontation
case,
in the
we've
Black
got too
Sea
much of it.
last
So
week.
Shannon's left Casa de
He's
Amor.
accused the UK and America of
because she
staging a
was just-
complex
somebody went to
provocation
kiss her the other day.
after one of
She
his
thought,
patrol
"Mm,
boats
mm,
opened
kiss
fire
her."
near the destroyer
Like that, and I'm
HMS
thinking,
Defender
"Oh,
as
sorry,
it
what do you
sailed
want?
through
You're a
disputed
page 3 girl.
waters.
I still don't
Called
understand
Ruby.
why we bothered going in
but your name's not
disputed
Ruby,
waters.
is it?
Oh, do you think that was the play on
get to-
words?
get to
Ruby,
grips with that at
Murray,
all.
Curry.
Very
Do you think that was a play on
Very
it or something? I never thought about it.
Never mind.
Shannon Singh. You
usually
apparently,
named
the
it.
Daily
He's
Mail
sort
was the
of
only
proud
newspaper
of
aboard
it.
HMS
Please.
Defender for the most dramatic voyage.
Prince
by any
Harry
British
joining Ed
warship
Sheeran
in
for a
recent
surprise
times.
visit to
Why
a
were we
kids'
going
charity into
Yeah,
Russian
so surprising. The
waters?
press were all out in force for it. Boris tried to sort of justify
a tree, dear.
it. And I'm not surprised that Putin's come
England
back
fans,
and
I said at the
"I
beginning
could
of the
have actually
programme,
sunk it."
please
Yeah, you
don't
probably
even
could have
consider
done.
trying to get to
You
Rome
probably could have done
to watch the
but,
football.
you know,
The
Italian
girly
police
threats
are on every
not
border
very
crossing.
nice,
You'll
is
never
it,
get into the
this
country.
day and age?
You know, you can try
We haven't
flying
done the
in different
poem yet.
airports.
No.
They're watching
We'll be doing
everything.
the poem
and they
in
will
a
be
minute,
arresting
actually. It's a
people.
special one today.
You know, it's as simple as that.
Special
You
one.
don't want to spend the next 6 months of your
another one
life
here.
sitting
Roger
in
says, getting
an
back to
Italian
something from
prison,
yesterday,
do you?
don't buy a Rolls-Royce
Definitely not.
Ghost. It's a BMW 7 Series, mechanical.
And also
and a
cats
pretty
that
frock.
sleep in owners'
Yes, I
beds
mean,
could
I've
catch
been told
COVID.
that as well.
The fun
apparently.
thing is,
I suppose
I'm
there
a
must be
looks
a
person. When it comes to
there must
cars,
be a
I go
cat
by
version of
looks.
COVID.
And
that's how
so
it
that's
works?
it. But
I
I've
suppose so,
always wanted a Phantom.
Always.
And then Joe Wicks publishing his first children's
everybody.
book.
I've lost
must
track
have run
of
out
how
of
many
ideas
people
of things
when
to
I've said
flog,
to them, they
mustn't
said,
you?
well, you know, what would be your dream
Since
car?
when did he write
Love to
children's
have a
books?
Phantom.
And they go, no, you wouldn't.
Since he decided to write one, obviously, to make some
and
more
then
money.
so
COVID
now
is very
I've
common in
changed my
pet cats and
allegiance
dogs
to
whose
the
owners have the
Benjamin
disease.
because that's
Lord.
quite a nice wide
6 cats
front,
and 7
it's
dogs
got
returned a
quite nice
positive
lines
PCR
to
result,
it.
while
And it
54
comes in
animals
the same
tested
colour as my
positive with
car,
virus
but it comes in any
antibodies.
colour you want,
That's
actually.
swabs taken
And
from
I'm not sure if I want to
310
change
pets
colour
in
next time.
196
I don't know,
households,
actually, I've got to think
where a
about these
human
things.
infection
Many
had
things
been
to think about, and
detected.
believe you me, I've got enough things to think
I've
about
never even
without
thought
worrying
about
about it.
changing
Wonder
the
what
car, but
effects are
every
of telling
cats
me
and
about
dogs,
the
they're
Phantom
same
and
as
the Wraith
humans,
and
is
the
it?
Ghost. And yet,
They say that
I've never
no
sat in
evidence
the
of
driving
pet
seat
to
of any
owner
of them,
transmission had been recorded
which
to
is,
date,
which is a
but it would be
bit of a
difficult to
shame. I'll get
detect
there
while the
one of these
virus was
days, I
still
shall get
spreading
there.
easily between humans.
What have we got? Diana,
Most infected
last
pets tend to
birthday.
be
This is Richard K.
asymptomatic or display mild COVID
She
symptoms.
called Richard K. She sang happy birthday to me.
cough?
He said on the day she would
I
have
don't
turned
know.
60.
I've heard coughing,
His
actually.
bittersweet memories
I've heard
of her
coughing.
36th. In fact, some friends of mine have got a dog that does cough. And I said, how
I
long
don't
has it
care
been
whether,
coughing
you know,
for?
half the royal family
And I said, oh, a
didn't-
little while. I said, we
didn't
should take
like
it to the
her.
vet, really.
Or
you know,
whether
dogs
or
and
not-
cats that are coughing, that generally means that they've got something like that.
Or whether or not,
Well, I don't know, actually.
you
No,
know, just
she
have
was
laryngitis or
admired
something,
by
mightn't
the
they?
press. All I know is, if
No,
ever you
actually,
put
they
her on
don't
the front
cough like
page of a
that at
national
all.
newspaper in this
Definitely
country,
not.
they would
So we've
sell
all seen the
even
bears
more
cooling
copies
off
than
in
they were
someone's
selling
swimming pool, but
normally.
not a good
So
idea.
She sold. If you don't want to get
Charles
after
on
the
the front
I mean,
page,
the
nobody's
fleas
interested.
and everything else
I
that
don't
they'd
think
be
Harry
carrying.
generates
No,
either.
thank
People have
you.
lost interest. You
No,
know, he used
thank
to be
you.
popular.
Anne Robinson
Not
apparently
anymore,
works
I'm afraid,
out,
after he started dissing
so she
the
can
royal
stay a
family
size
and
10.
being quite rude
Please,
about
you don't
them.
really think you're a
You know,
size
so
10,
in other
do you?
words, you know, when
I looked at
people
a
are
picture
rude
of her the
about
other
him,
day.
better take it on the chin.
She was a size 10.
You know, which is a shame.
And
Joe says,
Deborah
if you weren't a
Davis,
famous
the one
radio
who predicted Prince Philip's
presenter,
death, said
what
we're
would
about
your
to make contact
ideal
with
job
aliens.
be?
I don't think there is an
nothing
ideal
worse
job.
is than another
I think for
balmy
me,
mad
and I'm
so-called
actually really
psychic.
lucky. You know,
Any job I've
predicted
had has been the
COVID.
ideal
Did you
job.
really, love?
I've never.
You're almost like
I've never
Uri Geller,
had a
aren't job
you?
that I've hated
Although
so much.
You're not really at all.
That I've just done it for the
Actually,
money. I've never
when,
had
when
anything. I
Big
haven't
Ben
had that
stopped
many
some years
jobs
ago, he'd then go
at
to the
all.
papers the day after
I've
and
never
goes,
had
I
a
did
bad
that.
job.
You
No.
know, didn't tell you the
No,
day
I
before
mean,
he was going to do it
I'm
because
really
you knew
lucky.
damn well it wouldn't work.
Really
In the
lucky.
same way
I've never
he
had
was
a bad
predicting
job.
was it
I
a
worked
Scottish
in a-
win
in a pub once. I lived
the
in a
football,
pub.
yeah,
And,
yeah, that went really well
and
as well
worked
for
in it,
you.
and I loved
Failure
that.
in
Bit
every
tiring,
department.
but very
Failure in
tiring.
every department.
You know, by the time you'd done the early
Harry,
morning
front
delivery
page of the
from
Daily
Drayton,
Mail, back
7
and bonding
o'clock
with
in the
Wills
morning.
over football. You
Excuse
think
me.
so?
But
Do you
it's a
think
lovely
so?
pub.
Don't want to be proved
all
right
thatch
yet
and
again.
in the
I
middle
like
of
the idea that if you're an
middle of
Asda,
nowhere.
Asda customer,
Yeah, the pub's still there. Yeah,
you'll
it's a
soon be able to have
restaurant
your
now.
weekly
But
shop
I used to-
delivered
I
just
used to do
1 hour
discos in
after
it
you
as well.
order it.
I was working at it. We
Wow.
thought we put in a disco.
They can choose from the supermarket's entire range for rapid
in the middle
home
of nowhere.
delivery
We couldn't
of
offend
up to
anybody.
70 items, although each
And they used to do
order
afters and
costs
stuff like that. Then I
you to
worked
drop
in a
it off.
department store for a few years,
£8.50.
and I went to work in another department store
£8.50. I'd
for
rather
another
get the
few
car
years,
out, thank you
and
very
then I
much indeed.
left.
If you want more items,
And then I
an
came up to
unlimited
London to
basket
seek
can be
my
delivered to your home
fame
within a
and
4-hour
fortune.
window.
And I went.
It's
I
changed.
went for
They've
a
moved the
job.
goalposts already. It started off as an hour.
It was an advert.
Now it could be
in
4 hours. But
Record
they've got
Mirror.
one here. Most
They were
UK
looking for
supermarkets are looking at
DJs.
faster ways to get
And I
groceries
remember
to their
thinking,
customers.
I could be, because I was doing it for a
Tesco's
local
tested
youth
their
club.
1-hour service.
And I thought,
Whoosh
I could do that.
in
I
Wolverhampton,
could do
and
that.
Sainsbury's
So I
operates
went along and I
its
got a
Chop Chop
letter.
service, which expanded to 50
saying,
stores
yes,
in
we'd like to
20
engage
cities.
you, blah blah blah, to work at
So
this
there you go.
facility.
Some
All I had to do
deliver
was supermarkets
supermarkets
are
on Deliveroo, and it comes
for
I
half
just
an hour
turned
to
up.
order,
And Amazon are very quick
and then
as
at the
well.
end
A
of
friend
the
of mine
night,
got
they gave
15
you your
minutes.
£8, and that was it.
He ordered.
I think it went up
He
to
must be
10
near
on
a
a Saturday.
warehouse.
I can't think of any other way of managing
I've never
it.
seen £10,
And
let alone
15
15
minutes.
minutes. We were out. He must be
And I remember
frankly
thinking
on
at the
top
time,
of the
this is a
blooming
nice
thing.
job, isn't it? You know, loads of people. That
Steve, I hear Michael
through
Caine's
that,
on his way to
and
Rome in a
loads of other
coach with
people
5
from the-
minutes.
from the business. And then from
The
from
old
there,
Italian
I
job.
went
4
to
minutes, wasn't
United
it? They didn't have
Biscuits
5
Network,
minutes,
and
or was it
United
3
Biscuits
minutes?
Network after 3 or 4 years came here.
You've never seen the Italian? No, you've never seen the Italian job. Producers
Not
never
exactly
seen
had
it.
many jobs. I mean, some people
Wills
have
and Harry
hundreds of
chat
jobs,
about
they
the
can't
England win. You
settle.
think so?
But
I don't think so. There's no
I
photographs of this one. He
absolutely
thought they'd have wanted that.
loved
But
all my
Haven of
jobs.
Tranquility
I really
at
did. I mean,
Kensington
I
Palace
couldn't
was
think
one of
of
Princess
a
Diana's
better job
favourite
than the
spots
one
for
I've got at the
reflection.
moment. And I'm not
God
saying that
knows
because
she
that's
needed
the
to
one I've had
reflect
for the
on
longest
things.
amount of time.
And
It just
they've got a
seemed to
picture
work
where
out.
the
Some
statue's
people
going to
fall
go.
into a job and you suddenly realise
They've
you
done
can do it.
400
It's not
metres of fine
difficult.
shortcut turf have been laid.
You know, I mean,
and they
I
put
could
in,
hard-
I
mean,
think,
yeah. I mean, I should imagine
more
some
than
people attempting my job. They say,
45,000
okay, you've got 3
plants, I
hours
believe.
to.
4,000
to
flowers
do a
have been
programme.
planted.
Not only to do a
Who's
program,
paying
you've
for that?
got to get an audience.
I bet
It's
we
no
are.
good just doing it for your
I
own
bet we are.
benefit.
There's 100 of
You have
Diana's
to,
favourite forget-me-nots.
you have to sort of get an audience
Tulips
because
are
it
more
all
than
hinges on
500
that.
lavenders.
So
There are more than
for
200
me,
roses, 100
easy
dahlias,
peasy.
and 50 sweet peas.
Not
my
difficult
roses
at all.
have come
I
out.
sometimes sort of
You know,
remonstrate
the one
with
that
myself, thinking,
Chris
this
Humphries,
can't be
my
right,
producer,
can
how can you honestly left the programme?
sitting down,
He left the
chatting
programme.
away,
He bought me
having
this
cups of
beautiful
tea,
rose.
reading
It's
the
a David Austin
newspapers,
rose, and
you know,
one of my
wandering through
neighbours looked
things.
after it.
You know,
I haven't
just
replanted
sort
it
of
or
manage
anything.
it.
And
I
it's
quite
a
like
tall.
it, actually.
COVID
thing,
means
slender
fans
sort of,
can't travel from Britain in time, but at least rivals are
David
restricted
Austin.
too.
It's very nice.
Because there's a Ukrainian hero and his TV
And,
star
I can't
wife.
remember what it's called.
Who
Somebody
live in
told me the other
Cheshire.
day.
I've lost the blooming
This
label
is,
off it.
Captain-
It's all these
is it
beautiful
Zinchenko?
peachy coloured
24.
flowers.
He's the,
And it's got
the
loads
captain.
over it. It was trimmed
And,
back.
he
He lives
watered
in a
it,
multi-million
did
pound
everything
property
else.
in an exclusive Cheshire
And it looks
village.
lovely.
Do you know?
So,
I don't know what they call them in roses.
I would hate to live in Cheshire.
It's not one of those roses.
ghastly Cheshire
Recommended
housewives.
roses. Emily
What a
Bronte,
bunch
Claire
of
Austin.
really
Nice,
awful.
actually.
They don't like
Best
each
for
other.
flowering.
They're all
It's
ghastly.
definitely good for
And,
flowering.
Way
I tell
too
you.
much makeup on, and that's
Definitely
during the
good for
daytime.
flowering.
I thought it was bad
Yeah,
enough
with
with Mike
Made
on
in
that one,
Essex,
but it's
with
really
Chloe
lovely.
Simpson.
It's come up
It's
really
difficult to tell what she
beautifully.
looks like without the
really
makeup
beautifully
on.
this year.
Lydia
with,
Dim
with far more flowers
and all
on
the
than we
other
had
ones
last
on
year.
there.
Dreadful. And it's got lots of these sort of
poem for you
beautifully
this morning.
tinged-
Gonna like this one.
It was lovely.
It's called I Love My Job.
Yeah, they don't last.
It's
a
by
huge amount of
Anonymous,
time,
and I'm not at all
roses.
surprised.
And you have to watch
So
them
this
for
is
aphids
for
and all
my
sorts of other
for
things.
my
So
bosses. Constantly
I
spraying.
think
My
I
life
have
is
to
spray,
but I did water
yes.
and Tomerite
I wish it
yesterday
was
with
mine.
baskets, which are
So
getting
it's to
bigger.
Ashley and to
Shortly,
James and
there
to
will be
Tom,
photographs
to Ollie and to
online,
everybody else.
hopefully in
It's
about
called
the
I Love
next
My Job
couple of weeks.
I
We
love
can
my
show you
job.
just,
I
how
love
well
the
things
pay.
are coming out.
I
All
love
the
it
pots
more
are
and
full of
more
geraniums.
each day.
We've not done.
I love my boss.
anything
He
else
is the
apart from
best.
geraniums,
I
'cause
love
it's
his
easier.
boss and all the rest.
All you got to do is
I
deadhead
love
the
my
blooming
office
things.
and its
That in
location. I
itself
hate
is a
to
labour of
have
love.
to go on
The fashion
vacation.
chain Gap
I love my
closing,
furniture,
all
drab
their
and
shops,
grey and
all
piles
about
of paper that
91,
grow each
I think,
day.
something like that.
I think my
And they're
job
gonna
is
go
swell.
online.
There's nothing else I love so well.
I mean,
I love
online
to work
shopping is
among my
obviously the way
peers.
forward,
I love
but
their
don't-
leers and
with
jeers
clothing,
and
do you not want to
sneers.
actually see the
I
items,
love my
first of all?
computer
Although
and
actually, tell a lie,
software. I hug
I
it
bought
often, although it
shirts
won't care.
online.
I love
Tommy
each
Bahama
program
shirts,
and every
'cause
file.
I
I'd
trust
love them more if they
They're not
worked a
cheap.
while.
I couldn't believe how
I'm
expensive
happy
they
to
were,
be
but
here. I
promise you,
am.
I've
I
got Tommy
am.
Bahama shirts,
I'm the
which are
happiest slave
nigh
of the
on
firm.
15
I am.
years old.
I love
They
this
look
work. I love
as
these
good as
chores.
new.
I
The
love
colours
the
don't
meetings
fade.
with deadly
You're
bores.
paying through the
I
nose
love my
for them.
job. I'll
If
say
you hate
it again.
shopping
I even
online,
love
it's great.
those
You just sit
friendly
there.
men.
You know,
With
friendly
glasses of
men who
Prosecco
come
on one
today
side,
in
you know,
clean white
some
coats
scampi
to
takes
take
in a
me
bowl
away.
on the other side, or some spare
Yeah.
ribs. The
Maybe not
obsession
spare, a
of
little bit messy if you're on the
working
computer.
on the radio.
And you
Actually,
just
that
order.
applied so much to me.
You know, and then and if you can't find where it is, you
Until
go
the
onto
end,
Google
actually,
and you
yes,
put in
people-
a search
people
or
kept- they
whatever,
say,
and
"Poor
it comes
old
back, and
soul,
it's
honestly."
just brilliant.
He kept going
Absolutely
till he was
wonderful.
43.
You know, and
Steve,
then
Steve,
he
Steve.
finally pegged out.
We have the news,
and we had
we-
to put
we-
him.
we
There was a
do
song
not
that came
have
out
the
years
news
ago
just yet, but
by
what we do
Napoleon,
have, because we
whoever
have
it
to
was,
find
called
out,
"They're Coming to
so we
Take
get
Me
to work
Away."
quickly.
Ha, ha,
Oh, actually, I
ho,
must tell you
ho,
yesterday,
hee,
I just
decided.
To a happy
normally
place
I
where-
rush,
oh, yes,
don't I, out
that
of
one.
here at
And I
7.
often
It's
thought,
a
if
race
you went
to see if I can get
completely
to the bus stop
round
to
the
get the bus
barmy,
so I can get to the station. Yesterday,
You know,
I
I wondered
wondered
whether or not,
you
I sort of
be able
just
to carry on working. like that.
The answer is,
I didn't sing.
not really.
Not really.
Although
I
you
know,
wouldn't know,
I
no.
wasn't singing because I had the mask
no
on.
intention of
And
going
I
around
got
things
a
like that.
later train from Waterloo
Steve,
Station.
were there any
Before,
perks for
I could
working
manage
for
to
the
make a
United
28
Biscuits
minute
Network? Did you get
pass.
broken biscuits or
7
samples?
train.
or
That's
to take home in
pushing
the
it
end of
somewhat.
lines? Yes.
I
Yes.
nearly jogged. I
we had a
and then
a
yesterday
staff
I
shop.
thought, you know, there's so many
and,
trains
it
go out
had
my
broken
neck of the
biscuits
woods
and
cheap
that
biscuits.
I might as
or
well just
lines that
leave it
didn't
and
work
so
and
I
things
got
like
a
that.
train at
But
10
this
to
person
8.
says, I hear the
And
workers
I
at
was
Thornton's
much less
chocolates
stressed.
get all the misshapes they can eat. Yeah. Well, if you work on you have to pay for broken biscuits, yes. But they used to sell them in Woolworths years ago. Woolworths, when it used to have a food department and a little cafette at the end, and you could get a sausage roll, hot sausage roll, or a pasty, just next to the cigarette booth where they were selling cigarettes, which is great. And so, yes, we used to get misshapes and stuff like that. Yeah, they would sell all sorts of things. It was lovely. Your perfect job, you could be Katie Price's next boyfriend. Oh, there will be another one, absolutely. The funny thing is that I don't think the current little Boise friend, they're going to get married. And I thought they were rushing it through because her mother's terminally ill. Well, I mean, it's gone for an awful long time. I'm hoping she's got better. She lives in Spain, I believe, the mother. And I thought Katie Price, who went on every television programme to tell us about it, we're going to get married so that Mum can be at the wedding. All she does is spend time going on holiday, you know, and then coming back. So she doesn't actually have a job as such. She's basically unemployable, I'm afraid. Steve, Bentley Mulsanne in black, red interior. Any owners? I'm free weekend, says Sue-Ann. In black, red interior. Red interior. See, I've only ever had cream interiors. Ivory sort of colour. I've never had anything. Red is a little bit tacky, isn't it? I'm not sure about red. I don't know. Would it look right in my car? No. The cream just seems to work with the wood and the chrome and stuff like that. It just seems to work better. Although today I've got to... They sent me a text the other day. I went into complete panic. Because they've sort of said, I've sent you a report. A report on what? I think yes. Your car's very dirty. We're not going to clean it anymore for you. We've had enough of it. And so he's going to send me a report. I don't know why Nigel's sending me a report, because I said just check the air conditioning, which they've sorted out, and they've done the service, and I think they've done so. I don't know what the report is, and he doesn't give any clues, and I hate things like that. If there's one thing that really, really gets me sort of like I can't sleep at night, it would be something like that. So I don't know if I'm going to collect the car today. Yes, it's like when Hillary calls. I get the same, and they all know. They know exactly what I'm like now. I like a very well-ordered life. I like everything to go, ching. It's all in little boxes, all compartmentalised. You know, and then all of a sudden somebody says, oh, can I pencil in a meeting with the boss? And I write back and go, what about? And you don't hear anything for a while because they're all in meetings and everything. They love meetings. And so I go, oh, is it? So I can send 6 or 10 emails and tweets backwards and forwards going until in the end she'll have to write down, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. I just go into a complete panic.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Putin, Vladimir, shirt off, very, very sort of butch kind of thing, claimed he could have sunk a Royal Navy warship in the seas off Crimea with impunity after a confrontation in the Black Sea last week. He's accused the UK and America of staging a complex provocation after one of his patrol boats opened fire near the destroyer HMS Defender as it sailed through disputed waters. I still don't understand why we bothered going in disputed waters. I couldn't really get to grips with that at all. Very embarrassing. But never mind. Apparently the Daily Mail was the only newspaper aboard HMS Defender for the most dramatic voyage by any British warship in recent times. Why were we going into Russian waters? I mean, you know, Boris tried to sort of justify it, and I'm not surprised that Putin's come back and said, I could have actually sunk it. Yeah, you probably could have done. But, you know, don't make girly threats. It's not very nice, is it, this day and age? We haven't done the poem yet, no. We'll be doing the poem in a minute, actually. It's a special one today. Special one. And another one here. Roger says, getting back to something from yesterday, don't buy a Rolls-Royce Ghost. It's a BMW 7 Series, mechanicals in a pretty frock. Yes, I mean, I've been told that as well. The fun thing is, I'm a looks person. When it comes to cars, I go by looks. And so that's it. But I've always wanted a Phantom. Always. And then they said, no. In fact, everybody, I've lost track of how many people have said, when I've said to them, they said, what would be your dream car? And I've said, I'd love to have a Phantom. And they go, no, you wouldn't. You really wouldn't want one. And then so now I've changed my allegiance to the Bentley Mulsanne, because that's quite a nice wide front, and it's got quite nice lines to it, and it comes in the same colour as my car. Well, it comes in any colour you want, actually. And I'm not sure if I want to change colour next time. I don't know, actually. I've got to think about these things. So many things to think about, and believe you me, I've got enough things to think about without worrying about changing the car. But everybody's telling me about the Phantom and the Wraith and the Ghost, and yet I've never sat in the driving seat of any of them, which is a bit of a shame. I'll get there. One of these days I shall get there. What have we got? Diana, last birthday. This is Richard Kay. And she called Richard Kay. She sang happy birthday to me. He said on the day she would have turned 60, his bittersweet memories of her 36th, besieged by flower. Everybody loved her. I don't care whether, half the royal family didn't like her, or whether or not... or whether or not, she was admired by the press. All I know is, if ever you put her on the front page of a national newspaper in this country, they would sell even more copies than they were selling normally. So she sold... If you put Charles on the front page, nobody's interested. And I don't think Harry generates either. People have lost interest. He used to be popular, but not anymore, I'm afraid. Not after he started dissing the royal family and being quite rude about them. So, in other words, when people are rude about him, better take it on the chin. Which is a shame. And Joe says, if you weren't a famous radio presenter, what would your ideal job be? I don't think there is an ideal job. I think for me, and I'm actually really lucky, any job I've had has been the ideal job. I've never had a job that I've hated so much that I've just done it for the money. I've never had anything. I haven't had that many jobs at all. I've never had a bad job. No, never. I mean, I'm really lucky. Really lucky. I've never had a bad job. I worked in a pub once. I lived in a pub and worked in it, and I loved that. Bit tiring, in fact, very tiring. By the time you'd done the early morning deliveries from the draymen, 7 o'clock in the blooming morning, excuse me. But it was a lovely pub, all thatch and in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, the pub's still there. Yeah, it's a restaurant now. But I used to do discos in it as well. I was working in it, and we thought we'd put in a disco and some flashing lights, and that was quite nice. In the middle of nowhere, we couldn't offend anybody. And they used to do afters and stuff like that. Then I worked in a department store for a few years. Then I went to work in another department store for another few years. And then I left. And then I came up to London to seek my fame and fortune. And I went for a job. There was an advert in Record Mirror. And they were looking for DJs. And I remember thinking, I could be... Because I was doing it for a local youth club. And I thought, I could do that. I could do that. And so I went along and I got a letter and saying, yes, we'd like to engage you, blah, 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 to work at this venue. And all you had to do was... there was no... I don't ever remember a contract. I just turned up and then at the end of the night, they gave you your £8 and that was it. I think it went up to 10 on a Saturday. £10. I'd never seen £10, let alone earned it. And I remember thinking at the time, this is a nice job, isn't it? Loads of people that I met Dale through that, and loads of other people from the business. And then from there, I went to United Biscuits Network, and from United Biscuits Network, after 3 or 4 years, came here. Not exactly had many jobs. I mean, some people have hundreds of jobs because they can't settle. But I absolutely loved all of my jobs. I really did. I mean, I couldn't think of a better job than the one I've got at the moment. And I'm not saying that because that's the one I've had for the longest amount of time. It just seems to work out. Some people fall into a job and you suddenly realise you can do it, and it's not difficult. I mean, I could I should imagine some people attempting my job. They say, OK, you've got 3 hours to do a programme. Not only to do a programme, but you've got to get an audience. No good just doing it for your own benefit. You have to sort of get an audience because it all hinges on that. And so for me, easy peasy. Not difficult at all. I sometimes sort of remonstrate with myself thinking, this can't be right, can it? How can you honestly earn money for just sitting down, chatting away, having cups of tea, reading the newspapers, wandering through things, just sort of manage it. I just manage it, and I quite like it, actually. COVID means fans can't travel from Britain in time, but at least rivals are restricted too, because there's a Ukrainian hero and his TV star wife who live in Cheshire. This is Captain, is it Zinchenko, who's 24. He's the captain, and he lives in a multi-million-pound property in an exclusive Cheshire village. Do you know, I'd hate to live in Cheshire. I would hate to live in Cheshire. It's full of those ghastly Cheshire housewives. What a bunch of... really awful. They don't like each other. They're all ghastly. And way too much makeup on. And that's during the daytime. I thought it was bad enough with Made in Essex, where you look at Chloe Sims, and it's difficult to tell what she looks like without the makeup on. Lydia Dim, and all the other ones on there. Dreadful. The poem for you this morning, gonna like this one. It's called I Love My Job. It's by Anonymous, and I'm not at all surprised. So this is for my bosses. I think I have to. Yes, I wish it was mine. So to Ashley and to James and to Tom and to Ollie and to everybody else. It's called I Love My Job. Oh, and Hillary. I love my job. I love the pay. I love it more and more each day. I love my boss. He is the best. I love his boss and all the rest. I love my office and its location. I hate to have to go on vacation. I love my furniture, drab and grey, and piles of paper that grow each day. I think my job is swell. There's nothing else I love so well. I love to work among my peers. I love their leers and jeers and sneers. I love my computer and its software. I hug it often, although it won't care. I love each program and every file. I'd love them more if they worked a while. I'm happy to be here. I am. I'm the happiest slave of the firm. I am. I love this work. I love these chores. I love the meetings with deadly bores. I love my job, I'll say it again. I even love those friendly men who've come today in clean white coats to take me away. There you go. The obsession of working on the radio. Actually, that applied so much to me. Until the end, actually, yes. People kept, they say, poor old soul, honestly. He kept going till he was 43, and then he finally pegged out, and we had to put him... And there was a song that came out years ago by Napoleon, whoever it was, called They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha, ho ho, hee hee, to a happy place where... Oh, yes, that one. And I often thought, if you went completely round the barmy, I wonder whether or not, you would sort of be able to carry on working. And the answer is, not really. Not really. I know, no. I have no intention of going round things like that. Steve, were there any perks for working for the United Biscuits network? Did you get broken biscuits or samples, or to take home any end of lines? Yes. We had a staff shop, and it had broken biscuits and cheap biscuits or lines that didn't work and things like that. But this person says, I hear the workers at Thornton's soul, honestly. He kept going till he was 43, and then he finally pegged out, and we had to put him... And there was a song that came out years ago by Napoleon, whoever it was, called They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha, ho ho, hee hee, to a happy place where... Oh, yes, that one. And I often thought, if you went completely round the barmy, I wonder whether or not, you would sort of be able to carry on working. And the answer is, not really. Not really. I know, no. I have no intention of going round things like that. Steve, were there any perks for working for the United Biscuits network? Did you get broken biscuits or samples, or to take home any end of lines? Yes. We had a staff shop, and it had broken biscuits and cheap biscuits or lines that didn't work and things like that. But this person says, I hear the workers at Thornton's chocolates get all the misshapes they can eat. Yeah, well, if you work on you have to pay for broken biscuits, yes. But they used to sell them in Woolworths years ago. Woolworths, when it used to have a food department and a little cafette at the end, and you could get a sausage roll, hot sausage roll, or a pasty, just next to the cigarette booth where they were selling cigarettes, which is great. And... So, yes, we used to get misshapes and stuff like that. Yeah, they would sell all sorts of things. It was lovely. Your perfect job, you could be Katie Price's next boyfriend. Oh, there will be another one, absolutely. The funny thing is that I don't think the current little boysy friend, they're going to get married. And I thought they were rushing it through because her mother's terminally ill. Well, I mean, it's gone for an awful long time. I'm hoping she's got better. She lives in Spain, I believe, the mother. And I thought Katie Price, who went on every television programme to tell us about it, we're going to get married so that Mum can be at the wedding. All she does is spend time going on holiday, and then coming back. So she doesn't actually have a job. as such, she's basically unemployable, I'm afraid. Steve, Bentley Mulsanne in black, red interior. Any owners? I'm free weekend, says Sue-Ann. In black, red interior. Red interior. See, I've only ever had cream interiors. Ivory sort of colour. I've never had anything... Red is a little bit tacky, isn't it? I'm not sure about red. I don't know. Would it look right in my car? No. No, the cream just seems to work with the wood and the chrome and stuff like that. It just seems to work better. Although today I've got to... They sent me a text the other day. I went into complete panic. Because they've sort of said, I've sent you a report. A report on what? I think yes. Your car's very dirty. We're not going to clean it anymore for you. We've had enough of it, and so he's going to send me a report. I don't know why Nigel's sending me a report, because I said just check the air conditioning, which they've sorted out, and they've done the service, and I think they've done so. I don't know what the report is, and he doesn't give any clues, and I hate things like that. If there's one thing that really, really gets me sort of like I can't sleep at night, it would be something like that. So I don't know if I'm going to collect the car today. Yes, it's like when Hillary calls. I get the same, and they all know. They know exactly what I'm like now. I like a very well-ordered life. I like everything to go, ching. It's all in little boxes, all compartmentalised. You know, and then all of a sudden somebody says, oh, can I pencil in a meeting with the boss? And I write back and go, what about? And you don't hear anything for a while because they're all in meetings and everything else. They love meetings. And so I go, oh, is it? And so I can send 6 or 10 emails and tweets backwards and forwards going until in the end she'll have to write down, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. I just go into a complete panic. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Roger says the car report could be an expensive bill looming. To be honest with you, I mean, it's only because it came up on the dashboard that it said it needed a little service. It hasn't. There's nothing else about it at all, as far as I know, unless they've because they have a thing that they plug in under the steering wheel, which sort of tells them, what's wrong or what could be wrong. But if they've done the service, I mean, I'm assuming it's working. But I don't know if I collect it today or can collect it tomorrow. I've got to you're right. It does sound like an expensive bill looming. And Steve, I took a Bentley in for a service to Jack. They said something needed ordering. After a long conversation, they confessed that the car had crashed into a wall in the workshop. That would be your worst nightmare, wouldn't it, really? But no, I'm going with Roger. It could be an expensive bill looming. It's something that will probably need doing, but it doesn't need doing at this precise moment. Well, I hope not, anyway. Simon in Doncaster have done voiceover work for TV. No. Sue-Ann says, sorry, enough. I worked at United Biscuits. Can't remember you, the radio. I was there for 4 years, together with Dale and together with, loads and loads of people. Loads of people. And Steve, somebody else saying it could be an expensive bill looming. Yeah, it's a case of, listen, this needs doing. And it's going to cost this much money. It doesn't need doing at the moment, but read it first so you can decide if you want it done. I can't think of anything that needs doing. It dries perfectly. In fact, almost too perfectly. Eating lots of oily fish and other foods rich in omega-3 fatty acids helps stop migraine. I've never had migraine. I don't even get headaches. Don't even get everything else, but just not headaches. Sorry? A medical miracle, I wish. Apparently, previous research has suggested omega-3 fatty acids are associated with pain-reducing effects, while omega-6 fatty acids may worsen the pain. Oh, this is from North Carolina. I think it's different over there, isn't it? But, so in other words, researchers found those with persistent headaches felt less pain. The acid is found in foods like salmon, sardines and nuts. Well, I do like nuts, it has to be said. I'm quite a fan of nuts. And I do like salmon as well. I wouldn't eat sardines if you gave them to me for free. I can't bear anything like that. Or pilchards. Ugh, absolutely awful. Anchovies, no, nothing like that. I couldn't eat anything like that at all. I don't know why. It's funny because people keep saying it's really good for you. I thought I'm a bit too long in the tooth to start worrying about what's good for me and what isn't good for me. The Boy Blue, who blew a fortune, the world's most valuable painting, mourned by Britons when it was sold abroad. And here it is. And they've analysed it. You know, the boy, the painter, is Thomas Gainsborough, 1727 to 1788. And this boy's got it's a similar sort of smile like the Mona Lisa. The hues of blue gives a quality of shimmering satin. It's anything but one colour. There must be God knows how many colours on this. You see, I'm always envious of people who can paint. I love any of these sort of things. The illusions of grandeur. You know, you can see lush, rich satin with minimal layering of paint. Also, the background, very plain. Very plain. The landscape that is forever England. And this amazing story. The subject had to sell it when he went bust. Imagine owning a thing like that. I don't even know who it is. Who is the person? But, you know, there's all sorts of pictures over here. What it's worth, I've got no idea. But it's going to be at the National Gallery from January the 25th to May the 15th next year. I think I might have to join the National Gallery so I can get in there and see it a bit. I was a member of the National Gallery, but then, you know, I've been there a few times. I mean, I've let most of them lapse because it's not an expensive thing to do, but I've got other things which are a bit more pressing. But I bet you anything that when this blue... You'll have to pay, I'm quite sure, to go and see. I can't see that they're going to... Because the security alone for it, you know, they're going to have to sort of protect it. But I think people will want to see it. Like, I've been to the National Gallery on numerous occasions, and it's fantastic. But you have to set yourself time to see it all. You would need a week to see all the different galleries. Go to a gallery and spend a lot of time looking in the galleries. The Tudor Gallery, I like. The National Gallery is free entry, is it? Well, even for something like this. Wow. You can imagine the queues will be going round the block for people wanting to see the Blue Boy who blew a fortune. Mainly because we can, when you actually see these things in the flesh, you go, wow. Because I've seen the Laughing Cavalier, I've seen Canalettos. These are the ones in the Wallace collection, which is almost just behind Selfridges. And that's fascinating to look at things like that. Very fascinating. So we'll have to wait and see. Steve, you're very emotional interview about the switching off of UBN. Sounds like it meant a lot. Well, I'd never been in a place where we closed. You know, I'd never been there. I'd had a job. And the funny thing was, I didn't think about what am I going to do because I had a job here. I was already working at LBC when UBN closed down. It's just that we had to do this end bit. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds ghastly, my bit, at all, you know, because I don't know, it just, you know, I could do music, but I wasn't particularly good at it. But it's sort of UBN, I think the time is now, so-and-so, UBN is now closing down. And then it just went quiet. And then it just... so I already had a job here because I'd sent in a tape. So I was already newsreading here. Oh, I was quite canny, actually. Quite canny. Only due to the help of other people. Dominic says, what do your friends say about owning a Rolls-Royce Phantom? I'm thinking about buying a second-hand one. Well, I don't think, Dominic, you could afford a brand new one. They're about 325,000. You can get second-hand ones from 90 grand, 70 grand, something like that, up to about 160. All the people I've spoken to said, don't bother. But then that might just be, you know, I'm quite happy with all the cars I've always had. I've never had a Phantom, but I just, every time I see them out on the road, I think, oh, I didn't like them when I first saw them. I was quite against them. And the more I looked at it, the more I thought, I think I do like it because it reminded me of Thunderbirds and Lady Penelope's car. They're huge. I mean, I looked at two in the garage the other day, and I remember thinking, God, they're really lovely. They just look big. They just look very big. As far as I'm concerned, that's, you know, that looks like a triple the cost of having a normal service to having the... So, yeah, I mean, they do look lovely. Steve 1 I could have on the front of it. But they do look nice. But somebody said you need to sit in the back of it. You need to be driven in it like Simon Cowell. And I thought, I don't know. Steve, the original title of the painting was Portrait of a Young Man. Right. Off to Kingston in a few hours to collect the keys to my new flat today. Happy as a bumblebee. Start of my new life, says Kevin. I'm going to buy a bacon roll from Greggs in your honour. Well, there you go. You enjoy. And somebody says, I used to take my Mercedes to a dealer in Tooting, much cheaper than the main dealers. Yes, I can imagine there will be people now who can probably, do servicing cheaper. I mean, it is quite expensive, generally speaking, to have things done. Alan says, hi, you said you were a DJ at a local youth club. Was it at Withensea? No, down in Berkshire. No, Withensea. We hardly ever went into Withensea. We were out in Hompton. And And it was nice. Steve, relax about your car report. Garages issue reports to give you advice on things like the amount of tread left on the tyres and life left in the brake pads and discs. But could you not just pick up the telephone and call somebody? Yeah, it's got to go in a report. I suppose they say, listen, you are going to need new brake pads. I don't know how much brake pads are, actually. I'm sure I must have had them done. And the amount of tread left on the tyre. I always look at the tyres quite carefully. And what they do, Peter, who used to look after the car, and Steve, they would, if we had a tyre change, they would move all the tyres round to evenly distribute it. They used to take it into the tyre place down the road, and they'd say, right, so they'd take up, because if you've got a machine, like one of these gun things, you go, and it takes the nuts off, then you just move the tyres around the car to get the tread evenly distributed. But I suppose you'd have to tell somebody, because it could cost a few £100 to do that, because a new tyre is about £300, and yet I had a screw in the tyre, and they plugged it. And they can only plug it if it's in the middle. They can't plug it if it's on the outside of the tyre. Well, it's brilliant. Difference in price, £300 for a tyre, £15 for the plug. I mean, really, and it lasts. They wouldn't let the car out on the road if it didn't last. Far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. A lot of people telling me about this painting, the portrait of a young gentleman. I'm going to have to go, aren't I? I'm going to have to go because I like going there because it's nice. But for me, it means coming into town. Do I come in on public transport? Do I drive the car in, or I don't really know actually. I could be driven. I've never let anybody drive my car. Nobody's ever driven my car. They drove one of my other ones, but because I can, on my insurance, I can drive anybody's car. Yeah, but I don't really want to. I'm quite happy just driving mine, actually. I find it an awful lot easier. Steve, I can see you with a Rolls-Royce Wraith. Yes, I mean, possibly. Best car to be driven in is a Maybach, but they look too much like an S-Class Mercedes. I used to rent Mercedes. When I inherited some money years and years and years ago, I started renting Mercedes. And the trouble is, I would book it out for 2 or 3 days, and I'd think, I'll just keep it for the weekend. And before you knew where you are, you'd got it for 2 weeks. It was too irresistible. It really was. You just touched the accelerator. It was an automatic. This thing shot off like a bullet out of a gun. Phenomenal. And I'm not really a speed freak. I'm not one of these people who sort of enjoys bombing down the motorway. But when I got this car I've got at the moment, they did say, watch the speed because you'll be doing 80, 90 before you realise it. This thing goes off like a rocket. And they were quite right. Quite right. 5:45 is the time. Steve, off to Switzerland today to photograph and write a feature on how Toblerone is produced. Spending 2 days in their factory, I may be sick. What a nice idea. What a nice idea. I've never been to Switzerland, but I remember hearing a story of Julie Andrews. She had a place in Switzerland, and when she was rehearsing for, I think, a tour of The Sound of Music or something. Anyway, she was running around the field singing, and a coachload of Japanese tourists stopped, and there she's running around the field singing at the top of her voice. And they obviously thought this is how she was. They didn't think that she was an actress. They thought she really was the character. Just another day in the life of Julie Andrews, which is good. Steve, I watched a bit of Love Island last night, says Cameron in Chelmsford, and how ghastly it really is. Do you know, it isn't so much ghastly as these people have got no morals whatsoever. They will literally do whatever is bid of them to make a television programme. They are so desperate to be something. And that's what I find terribly depressing. It's like, they used to have a thing called The Word on the television, and that was full of a lot of very desperate people as well. You get somebody who'd go, OK, who will put a bikini on and sit in a bath full of baked beans? Me. They would literally fight to do these things. And when you think how many people apply to be on Love Island because they think they're going to be famous, it isn't until you meet them you suddenly realise they've got nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about at all. They don't have any life. They don't know anything. They just think, oh, you're like those 2 boys who attacked the professor. They saw him and they went, he's famous. That's all they saw. They probably didn't even know his name. They just thought, he's famous. So one of them's paid with his job. That'll teach him. Won't do that one again. But people want to be famous now. They ask kids at school, what do you want to be? Famous. Footballers, look at them. Bunch of thick people. I mean, honestly, they can't hold a conversation. All they could talk about is put on a very expensive suit, drive a very flash car, and talk about something as boring as football. Excuse me. But people want to, I don't understand the fame thing. I don't understand it. It's never bothered me in the slightest. You know, the fact you can be well known through being on the radio, the fact you can be well known for doing something and people like the programme or people like what you do or people like what you say is neither here nor there. All I'm in the business of is trying to get an audience for LBC. If I get an audience, that's good. That's good, because my audience then ploughs on into the next programme and the next programme and the next, and so it goes throughout the day. That's what radio is. It's called based on your figures. No figures, no job. You know, the amount of people who go, oh, I mean, I every day I open up the papers and there's other people who have illnesses. You know, sometimes illnesses which have been diagnosed. I mean, one of the blokes who attacked the professor, he's ADHD and slightly autistic, he tells us, and says it's very difficult. And so immediately you have to go, okay, but, you know, the other one wasn't. Why did he not tell you, let's not do this? This is not a good idea. You know, you can't go up and attack somebody on the streets, but you see it all the time. I watched somebody actually losing their temper in America. And what they were doing, they were bumping him off a flight. The reason they were bumping him off a flight is because he's lost his temper at maybe not getting on this flight. And so he's in the face of these women. And she said to him, listen, I can put you on a flight tomorrow morning. If, however, you don't want to be on this flight tomorrow morning, do tell me, and we'll try and work something out. Still in the airport, they wouldn't let him get on because they had to take some staff in the aircraft to get to a destination because they were picking up a plane there, and he wasn't having anything to do with it. So he was cussing and using every word under the sun. And you see these people. There was one bloke, and he wanted compensation because the weather was bad, and he couldn't get to his party. And the woman said, I'm really sorry. You know, how they hold their tempers, I'll never know, but I suppose that's what they're trained to do. And she said, listen, I'm not going to compensate. There is nothing in place. There's nothing in our contract that says I had to compensate you because I cannot control the weather. Get me somebody else. I don't want to talk to you. You know nothing. You know nothing. So they bring on a manager who stands there and starts off the same way. Listen, I'm sorry, there is no compensation. Why not? Why no compensation? Give me the boss's number. That's what they always say. As if they're going to get through to the boss and go, am I going to get compensation? Thank you very much indeed. And in the end, he had to sit down. It made himself look really stupid. He started insulting the staff working for the airline who was saying, listen, we can't get you on the aeroplane. And then one of them was even more brilliant because this person, this woman, had shouted and ranted and raved. I've got 2 children here. I need to get on this flight because I've got people. I cannot get you on this flight. This flight is full. It is over full. We cannot do anything about it. Blah, blah. Anyway, she then started cussing and all the rest of it. And she said, so the woman said, show me your ticket. And then she fiddled about like that for it. She went, there you go. I've cancelled your ticket. Take it to the desk over there. They give you a full refund. Thank you. Next. Because people threaten. You know, I shall never fly this airline ever again. Good. Don't. We don't want you. Bye-bye. There was some bloke, he was taking photographs and he wanted to put his equipment in the overhead locker. And the overhead locker were full. And he said, well, I'm not putting it in the hold. And they went, well, it's not going on the plane. There is nowhere to... I'll put it under the seat. No, you cannot put it under the seat. I mean, you want to say to them, but they can't because they're being representative of their company and they're taught to be nice, which at times it must test the patience of a saint, I should imagine. And this bloke's argued, even up to last week, she said, listen, I can cancel your ticket if you want, but you're not going on the plane today. This is going in the hold, or you're not flying. All the lockers are full. They call them overhead baggages or something. Anyway, and he was having nothing to do with it. And you can see the other ones he's with going, shut up, shut up. You know, it was really embarrassing, but luckily Americans. Which Love Island contestant do you most admire? I have no idea. I don't know any of them, I'm afraid. I don't admire... It's a bit hard to choose between dumb, or dumber. You know, and I can't do anything like that. The Dali exhibition at the Louvre was stunning. Have you seen swans reflecting elephants? No, I haven't, actually. Absolutely correct. Those TV shows should be banned. It gives young people the wrong insight into real life. Hard work and good work ethic is the way forward. Yes. It's like... I can't tell you the story. I can tell you the story. No, I can't tell you the story. I just remembered, actually, I can't tell it. Yes, I can. Anyway, there was somebody from a reality show who went to get a job on a radio station because they hadn't been very successful in sort of completing their career, and they decided. And what they do with people on radio stations is they'll do a dummy program. So you sit in a studio and they'll make up a program for you. You take imaginary calls, but it'll be somebody in the control room talking to you, and then they see if you can go in and out of breaks, because it's a bit more complicated than just sitting down chatting. There are things which we take for granted, but if you were doing it, somebody say, okay, you've got to take your break, and you've got to do this, and you've got to hit this particular out time and everything else. And this particular person, the boss of this particular radio station, happened to be listening and phoned down to the studio and said to the producer in the studio, get rid of them. They cannot do it. It just wasn't working out. And people know. People have always said to me, if I make up an audition tape and send it in, do I stand a good chance of getting a job? And I go, well, it depends what the audition tape is like. If you're sending in an audition tape to work on a music-based station, we don't want to hear the music. We know what the music is. We're listening to somebody's voice. And so people send in 20-minute audition tapes, which have got the entire track on and everything, and they think that that's what it is, but it's not. All somebody wants to hear is your voice. Does your voice sound right? Will it fit into their radio station? And so basically, if they don't like your voice after a minute, no chance, and you will get one of those letters, which is, thank you very much indeed for your recent application. Unfortunately, we have nothing available at the moment. You've got to grab their attention in 30 seconds. Years ago, it used to, in America, it was shock jocks. People who would say something that was so stupid you couldn't believe that they actually thought they were going to get away with it. Because you can't now. Might have been able to years and years ago, when you could sort of get away with things. But there are laws now. There are laws. Somebody could sue if you got something wrong very easily. People are very litigious. You mustn't say that about somebody because that's not true. They're not this, they're not that. And so that's the way it works. Anyway, there you go. This morning's insight. Murray falls victim to the curse of slippery grass, but still battled on to victory. He kept shouting at the crowd. I didn't know what he was shouting at, really, but he was shouting. Amazon launching a smart speaker for children, despite concerns over privacy and data security. This is the Echo Dot Kids. Comes in at 60 quid. Praises children if they ask politely and allows parents to set time limits on its use. Honestly, the amount of technology you can get nowadays for very little money. 60 quid for something like that. Amazing, isn't it? So, Brigitte Bardot found guilty of libel. She called somebody subhuman. I would have thought that was actually libelous, but apparently in France. She's 86. She wrote this particular person was an example of the kind of cowardly subhumans who killed creatures for sport. And anyway, she was ordered to pay £4,200 for a libel and a further $850 in legal costs. The former sex symbol has 5 previous convictions for defamatory comments. She's 86. 86. She probably doesn't know these sort of things exist, but they do. I think it's been announced, says Sarah, that Britney Spears. We've done this. Hello. This programme starts at 4. We've already done it. Okay, we've done the Britney Spears story. Good Lord, honestly, it's ridiculous. Somebody else talking about the bit of Love Island they watched last night, and they'll never watch it ever again. To be honest with you, it's the same old, same old. You know that the blokes are sitting there in their little shorts with their tops off, and you know the girls are sitting there with their boobies resting on the table, and you know that they'll be asked to do something really stupid, and they'll do it. Because otherwise they'll be voted off. Like little Shannon Singh has gone already. Hopefully never to return, with a bit of luck. Go back to where you came from, dear. Which I think is she Yorkshire? I think she might be Yorkshire. Something like that. But literally within 11 minutes of them receiving a picture of her topless, she was signed up by an agency. It's obviously a much sought-after job, isn't it, really? Did you ever read Belly of Pork? I can't remember, actually. I might have done. I don't know. I'm not really a big pork eater, actually. And I was offered it at a barbecue, says Paul, and I said, no, thank you. Oh, I like spare ribs. I do spare ribs. Belly of pork's fatty, isn't it? That's what I thought, actually. Is that where you get crackling from, on belly of pork? Is it? Yeah, I thought so. I like crackling, but you can buy crackling separately.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice Thursday, 1st of July, pinch and a punch, first day of the month, and no returns. And Louis says, don't talk about pork belly. I'm doing a 2-day fast as part of a diet programme. I don't think you should really do fasting on a diet. I really don't. You have to eat something. I think what it is, diets, you know, there are all sorts of diets. What was that one that they did some time ago? It was you did sort of 3 days or +2 or 5 days +1 or something. I can't remember what it was. Whatever it was, I remember talking to somebody and they went, "Oh, I'm not eating today." And I remember thinking, I don't think that's very safe. It's like all these people who come up and they sort of stick them on the television as being the experts on losing weight. And they say, "Oh, you should definitely be doing this thing here. This will be the thing to help you lose weight." And I always think, no, not. Listen, the only way you're going to lose weight is little and often. Little and often, much easier. Much easier. The beginner's diet. Here we go to the 5-2 diet. Intermittent fasting is an eating pattern that involves regular fasting. Currently the most popular. It was popularised by a journalist. It's called the 5-2 diet because 5 days of the week are normal, whilst the other 2 restrict calories to 500 to 600 a day. You see, I mean, over the years, there's been every diet under the sun. The Hay diet, the F-Plan diet, you know, the diet that involves juicing and stuff like that. And it's just, you know, you should never get to that stage where you're starving. You really shouldn't. That can't be the best way to do it, can it? And Steve. A lot of people telling me about diets now, because we spent, actually over the years, I think I must have done every single diet book that was available. And we came to the conclusion that diets don't work because people seem to be permanently on diets. You know, Dale lived permanently on a diet. Permanently on diets, and didn't seem to make any difference. All he was worried about is when a TV programme aired, he'd say, "Do I look fat?" And I go, "No, I just learnt to say no." The idea is little and often. Little and often, or eat less, exercise more. But unfortunately, people don't want to. You know, that's the board they get, so eat less and do some more exercise. I mean, I find walking down to the bus fairly stressful on a daily basis, let alone, I mean, I think there should be travellators at Waterloo Station. I think you should have to stand on it and it takes you to the train, all this walking malarkey. And at the moment, we've got to wait till November till they put our trains back on, you know, platform 17, which is a lot easier to get to, if you ask me. Now we're up to platform 21 and 22. There's only 24 platforms at the station. A 5-2 diet might not be good for you. Fasting for a day may raise the risk of diabetes. And you don't want diabetes, do you? You don't want diabetes. People worry about that. Shane says, I had a pork chop and your favourite Brussels sprout with roast potatoes for lunch. So that sounds quite, even in that heat. See, I don't think if you're in heat you can have that. I mean, I know people say, "Oh, you should eat salads in the heat." And I always think, I don't know, do you think a salad's the best thing? It can't be. An ice lolly is going to cool you down. It doesn't. A cup of tea cools you down. You don't see people sitting in Dubai with an ice lolly. I'm telling you, they have cups of tea. Cups of tea cools you down. Because the idea is, if you have an ice lolly, it dramatically reduces your temperature, which means that your body perspires more. You feel worse. I'm just telling you the facts. You know, I wouldn't tell lies about things like that. I've spent an entire lifetime so far, if this is my life, telling people about, you know, this is bad for you, that's bad for you. And much as though we love a Calippo or an ice lolly from Iceland, where you get a pack of 10 for £1, you know, and you could eat 3 of them sitting waiting for the bus. You know, I sometimes want to offer them to people, but it just looks a bit odd, doesn't it? Would you like an ice lolly in this heat? I do like a slush puppy as well, but you have to be careful about brain freeze and all that's particularly dangerous and particularly bad news as far as I'm concerned. And Steve, the greatest fad diet I ever heard of was the blue sunglasses diet. The colour of the lenses made the wearer look at blue, unappetising food to lose weight. But you see, the trouble is, I think if you're eating the right food, vegetables are supposed to be very good for you. The thing that's wrong with vegetables is when you put sauce on them. And then they go, "Oh, the sauce is the thing that's got all the sugar, just have the vegetables." Now, I can eat vegetables by themselves, I can eat cereal by itself, but you can't have most of the cereals that are available because they've got sugar in, huge amounts of sugar, or dressings on salad. Who doesn't want to shove on salad cream? You know, or anything like that. Well, you shouldn't have that, but it's very difficult to tell people. I mean, the other day I had chili con carne, and it was very nice, but I did squirt some mayonnaise over it, and I don't know why. I'm having a breakdown. Because, I mean, who can be bothered to cook in the heat? You can't really, can you? Steve, Tony's in work. First day back at work after 5 weeks off sick. 5 weeks! Wow. And it's my birthday, 25 in reverse. Yeah, 52. Oh, dear. You never know where to go, do you, really, after 52? And John says, I was told about 4 really good diets. They didn't tell me I should do them all at the same time. Diets don't work. They don't work. Little and often. That's the key to it. And exercise, walking upstairs as opposed to... I mean, I do walk down the stairs here when I'm leaving the building, but when I come in in the lift. Perhaps I should start taking the stairs. But to be honest with you, I'm a failure at things like that. I really am. I'm absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. I get there eventually. Harry Kane has Ukraine in his sights and can't wait to get the Italian job done. Italy fly to Rome for their last 8 Euros clash after toppling Germany. Kane, who we've been mocked up here as a film icon, Michael Caine, says we'll do everything we can to make it a good night. But watch. If you're thinking of trying to sneak in, on your passport, Italian officials plan to introduce checkpoints on roads from neighbouring countries and boost security at airports in a bid to catch crafty England fans sneaking in. So don't risk it, because Italy is among one of the countries hardest hit by the COVID pandemic. Seriously bad. Seriously bad. Somebody says here, the rules are clear and concise. English fans will not be able to travel to Italy. There are currently 5 days of obligatory quarantine on arrival. So unless fans arrive before June the 28th and completed quarantine, there's no point travelling to Rome. Those that do attempt it and are caught will be fined and punished. They're not going to mess around. It's a case of, you stand a very good chance of picking up coronavirus. I mean, there are apparently 250,000 Ukrainian citizens in Italy, around 80% being female cleaners or carers. How odd. Fans from the Ukraine have it worse than those in the UK, as they've got to undergo 10 days of quarantine. So entry into Italy for tourism purposes for Ukrainians is expressly forbidden. Don't risk it. Don't want to spend time in their prisons, do you? So we're on a winning streak. Well, I'd say we're on a winning streak. Only one. Hardly a winning streak. Beckham and Romeo. Honestly, the family that are so obsessed with themselves. Where did Dave get his hair from, I wonder? It's very odd. Is it in a bottle or something? But they photobombed. Whatever that means, I don't know. And so there's Ed Sheeran was there. And Romeo Beckham, the great start in life. Get your picture taken by just about everybody. You don't have to have any talent for it, as Brooklyn has proven. The idea of bumping into Wayne and Colleen on a narrowboat holiday is almost hilarious. And they went to the Bridge Inn. The landlady said they called us, so they underestimated how long it would take them to travel on the barge, so we rebooked it. They have taken camping holidays before. There's no point in sending them to somewhere posh. They don't know about posh, do they? They're not posh people. They're just ordinary and down to earth. So the 2-time former US Defence Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has died at the age of 88. They don't look their age in America, do they? All these people, they say, so-and-so's died at 88, and you look at a picture of them, you think, God, they don't look that at all. The estate agent sacked after his boss saw a video of him grabbing Professor Chris Whitty around the neck. Lewis Hughes and pal Jonathan Chew, both 24, were branded despicable thugs by the Prime Minister for manhandling England's chief medical officer. Last night, boxing enthusiast Hughes apologised through the Sun and said, I paid the price with my job. They'd been on an anti-vax march. They spotted Whitty at about 3 p.m. They filmed the encounter, and the clip sparked outrage. Hughes, who worked for an estate agent and is the brother of reality star Ashley Hughes. Who's that? Never heard of it. Obviously a huge international star, Ashley Hughes, admitted having a couple of drinks. He said, I absolutely apologise. Well, you've lost your job and that's it. It's your own problem, I'm afraid. To be honest, he said, I just wanted a selfie with Chris Whitty to show my mum. Yeah, you grabbed him, though. Yeah, that was the big mistake you made. As opposed to going up to him and being a normal person, but I accept the fact that you probably had quite a few sherbets, but that's your problem. If you can't handle your booze, then you're a bigger idiot than you look. You go up to somebody and say, excuse me, can we have a picture taken? You don't start grabbing somebody and taking selfies, because he looked Mr. Whitty looked frightened out of his life, Professor. And he said, we didn't think we did anything wrong. I know, that's why you're thick. That's why you've lost your job. You don't deserve to have a job. You really don't. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing. Something like that. He didn't know what was going to happen. He had no idea, poor soul. Never mind. Love Island fans reeling when they got off Shannon Singh. Why? Nobody liked her. She was irritating to start with. This is the one who proudly declared in the newspapers that she wanted sex 8 times a day. I mean, what message does that send out to people? I mean, really, really bad. And the first official date of the new series, it's all fake. This is apparently Toby Aram and Kaz. He's a semi-pro footballer. In other words, he's not really. They got a text reading, Toby and Kaz, it's time for your first date. Get ready to leave the villa. She's a fashion blogger, poor soul. The conversation flowed like the bubbly. He says, or she says, my football knowledge is not great. All I know is there's a ref, a keeper and a bench. Wow, that's lovely, isn't it? They do pick the most intelligent people to go on to Love Island. Harry joined Ed Sheeran for a surprise visit to a children's charity. No masks, no self-distancing, nothing at all. In fact, he's bumping into loads of people and not self-distancing, but I'm sure he knows best. I'm sure he knows best. And another one here says, 1 day a week fast works, just water. But if you're diabetic, not ideal. It's absolutely verboten. Absolutely verboten, I think. I'm having my new TV delivered today, says Tudor. It's a 75-inch ultra-high definition model. How lovely. How lovely. And somebody says here, cold natural yoghurt on chili con carne is nice. And that sounds quite nice, but I'm really not faffy around with things like that. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, you've got me addicted to buying Tomorite. My flowers and tomato plants are flourishing, says Paul in Lincolnshire. And somebody lives in Dubai and is doing a diet, which sounds disgusting, but I do love a coffee in the sun. Yeah, I quite like a cup of coffee every so often. Somebody says, I've just driven home from working nights and you revealed who left Love Island. No, I'm not shallow. Watching it is like eating junk food. You know you shouldn't, but... Yeah, no. But the trouble is, of course, I revealed who left Love Island, because it was last night. I'm sorry, I don't cater for people working shifts, thank you very much indeed. I just do it, you know, somebody wrote to me years ago, complained to the management, if you please, that I'd given away a Coronation Street storyline. I said, yeah, it's in all the papers. Well, you've completely ruined it for me. Completely ruined it for me. It's like we had inside information on who'd been kicked out of Strictly. And that I enjoyed. That I enjoyed doing it. And somebody said, you know, and you've revealed it, and I hadn't watched it on catch-up. And then, well, tough for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 1st of July, which means 1st of July, and pinch and a punch, etc., etc. Is this car with wings, is it really going to take off? Apparently it takes normal petrol. It can go 600 miles. The cruising speed is 186 miles an hour. But I can't... You can fill it up at a garage. And it's a Slovakian-based company called Klein Vision. Runs on petrol pump fuel and it's got a BMW engine. It's got a propeller at the rear. Propeller at the rear. I'm trying to see where the propeller... Oh, right, there it is. Where the boot would be. And it can sprout the wings in under 3 minutes. They've had 40 hours of test. Can you imagine once the drink drivers get behind the wheel, they'll be dive bombing Tower Bridge. I've never seen anything like it, and it does actually take off, does it? It's a flying car. It really is chitty chitty bang bang. But I mean, it's how much are these cars to buy? Are they very expensive? So it can fly at 8,200 feet. It's a bit like the George Jetson and the family, and. I mean, I'm sort of looking at it, and you could almost pretend that it was pretend, that it isn't actually a flying car, but it does. So you can drive it on the roads. I mean, where you put the wings when you're not sort of flying, where do they go? Where do you park the blooming thing? I don't know where you park it. It doesn't say. But the wings fold away in 3 minutes. Fold away to where? Oh, they seem to slide down the back. Oh, I've seen where they go now. They seem to slide down the back of the car, down the sides. And so you could sort of drive. It just seems very odd, doesn't it? We're taking the car out, because I've seen the cars that go under the water. Have you seen those ones? The cars that sort of go, and then all of a sudden they can dive down. I mean, whether you can use it as a normal car, I don't know. And also, you can't just... I mean, what do you do? Do you take off on the M25? Or something like that? Do you just sort of... Yeah, well, I mean, because if cars are trying to pass you and you've got your wings out, they're going to knock them off. You can't just you're going to have to sort of wait till the early hours of the morning. I mean, it's slightly disturbing, but nice at the same time. But they haven't told you how much it costs. They say flying cars will be deployed in city by the end of the decade. Can you imagine? You meet... Oh, there we are. Oh, they do fold up. Oh, this car looks terribly expensive. Listen, you're not going to get much change out of 100,000, pound. See, look, that's where the wings. Sorry, I'm watching this and I'm just trying to explain it to you. They literally fold up and then they slide down, and then it's all bits and pieces, and then the back bit comes in, and then you've got a car that you just drive out with everybody looking at it going, what the heck is that? And that's what it is. I mean, you'd never know it was a car that flew. You would know, actually. Yes, you're right, actually. The propeller is on the back of it, and it's got sort of flashing light. Can you imagine? So I suppose you could, in theory, go down... Oh, no, you'd have to have the wings out, wouldn't you, if you're going to start pushing it down a motorway. But if it can do, I think, 35-minute journey, blah, 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 so the propeller's going out. So it can do 186 miles an hour. 186 miles an hour. Not unsimilar to my car, but I've never taken the thing off. It looks very interesting, but I just wonder... I mean, I wouldn't want to be in it if all of a sudden it breaks down, because I think if I was the pilot or the driver sitting in the car, I'd want to make sure I got a parachute on, thank you very much indeed. I'm not going to risk anything like that. I mean, estimated cost of it, what, 1.3 to 1.6 million? It's cheaper to buy a second-hand aircraft, isn't it? 1.3 to 1.6 million. Oh, they'll come down in price. They will come down. Yeah, if you give it 6 months and haven't sold them, it'll come down in price. And then people say, yeah, but where are you going to keep it? Where are you going to take off from? If you take off from an airport, you can't just drive onto an airport and say, I'll be using runway 6. And they go, no, you won't. There's aircraft, look, lining up. You'll have to go and line up. So you've got all these aircraft, and then there's little tiddly you at the end of the line, sitting there with your wings down, waiting to take off. I wonder how noisy it is. Because it's quite a big... It must be fiberglass, the car, mustn't it, for it to I don't know how they all work. But, I mean, it's only got one propeller. If that thing breaks down, you imagine. Do you glide, do you think, down into a farmer's field? I wouldn't even like to think about it. Or if you've got a bird stuck in the propeller. That's their big problem at Heathrow, isn't it? Birds being sucked into the turbines. So they have... there's a man down there with a hawk and people who've got gun-type things that make noises. Like here at Trafalgar Square. I don't know what they're doing in Trafalgar Square. It's all been cordoned off. And it's for the football, is it? Oh, God. When are they going to put something on for us people who just want theatre? Thank you very much indeed. Jean says, a flying car with a BMW engine. Can't see that taking off. I bet the indicators don't work. Well, when you're up there, who cares? What you can do, indicate and then rear off to the left. I don't think so. But it's interesting. Steve, they have confirmed you'd need a pilot's licence to operate the flying car, says David, from Silverstone. Yeah, I mean, well, I can imagine you must... See, the moment they started talking about it, I thought we'd all be able to go out and buy one of these things at 30 to 40,000. But now I've seen it, now I can understand where the price tag comes in. But you're right, you're going to have a private pilot's licence. My friend Will Manning, he'll be all right. See, the only problem for him is he's got the private pilot's licence, but he hasn't got the 1.3 million. And that's what it would cost to actually buy the thing. Amazing, isn't it, really? But so private pilot's licence, you can fly... But I'd rather go in an aircraft... or a helicopter. Although I'm not wild about helicopters. It's just that whirling blade at the top. I don't know. I go a little bit panicky over certain things, but still interesting. Other stories in the papers today. Move aside, Lewis. There's another Capaldi making a bid for musical stardom. So that's very exciting. They're all press releases that go on in most of the columns nowadays, aren't they? Really. Kim Kardashian is still roaming around Italy's tourist trail. Yesterday she visited the Colosseum. What a shame it wasn't hundreds of years ago. That would have been marginally more entertaining for me, I think. Alicia Dixon preparing to take up a seat as a judge on Australia's version of Britain's Got Talent, but her gig down under has been postponed. Part of the country is in lockdown. I think she's flown home. I think they're still being paid, but they've been... Because it's not their fault that they've got... a problem with COVID. And it does seem to have crept up on them fairly quickly, I think. Steve, Kate says you are a breath of fresh air this morning, especially because my partner Keith is having an emergency operation on his thyroid. He can't eat, drink or eat as the swelling is pressing on his windpipe. Oh. See, I've got a thyroid problem, but I just take tablets. I take levothyroxine because my thyroid doesn't work at all. You can either have an underactive thyroid, an overactive thyroid, or mine just collapse completely. It's totally inactive. And basically what it is, your thyroid is like a little thermostat. It controls the body temperature. And so I take levothyroxine in the morning and at lunchtime. I do about 80 tablets a week, I think. It's either 80 or 90. I can't remember what it is, but it's certainly getting me there. But I've been listening since the 70s, says Kate. Good for you. She says, I'm really worried. Listen, they deal with these things all the time. All the time. It's that I also worry about hospitals and operations if it's something I've not had done before, and I have to reassure myself that they do it all the time. It's not a big deal to them. I mean, even heart transplants now, when they first did them with Christian Barnard all those years ago, and we all thought, oh my God, a heart transplant. When you look at what they're connecting up, I mean, phenomenal, and it gave this man extended life. They've now got people who've had heart transplants who live what can be seen as relatively normal lives. And, I've had things when I had my stents done. I remember thinking, oh, God, this is awful, awful. And yet it was done. It was easy peasy for them. You don't feel a thing. Cataracts, easy peasy. You don't feel a thing. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on now that you don't need to worry about. But people do worry about it. Steve. Got the words middled up. Yeah. Speaking of cool cars, I saw pictures of the new Rolls-Royce Boat Tail. That'll be right up your street. Built-in picnic set in the boots with wine chiller, says Ben. Yeah, they've been any of these picnic sets. I mean, that one, I didn't think that was very exciting. They had it in, I think, Dubai. Somebody had it. And to be honest with you, it looks a bit naff. But I suppose once you've actually bought the car, you then think, what can we add to it? And so they go, why don't you add a picnic set to it? You said, don't be so stupid. If you're driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, why do you want to go on picnics? You'd book into hotels, wouldn't you? Spoiler. Yes, the spoiler on the back. Yes, I mean, it had a thing that sort of went down and made a table and you could... whatever it was, it didn't appeal to me at all. Shane says, that 1.3 million, Steve, that leaves me out. I know. And Steve goes without saying that water is the best and most effective way to stay hydrated during the summer. Yeah, see, I like cold... I always keep cold water in the fridge. And somebody said to me, you're supposed to keep, room temperature water. It doesn't taste the same. I lost my bottle of Rose's lime juice the other day. I'm sure I had it. I thought perhaps I threw it away inadvertently, but no, I found it last night. Don't ask where it was in the bedroom, and because I like a Rose's lime juice, but I have it really, really weak because I'm just worried about the sugar content. I do worry about certain things like that, but you're quite right. Actually, water is the best and most effective way to stay hydrated, which is good. A lot of people worrying about these flying cars. Now you know how much they cost. And now you know you need a private pilot's licence. Now you know you're not going to be getting one, so there's nothing for the wife to worry about. Unless you get one for her, which could be quite good. Bradley Walsh now has £20 million more than Holly Willoughby after raking in $12.5 million from TV work. It makes him daytime television's richest star. Yeah, but he's working for it. His production company, Wing It Productions, last year, according to filed accounts, made a profit of £853,000. Which actually, when you consider how often he's on the television, that doesn't seem a lot to me, but there you go. But they also have £12 million worth of assets, including $10.5 million in cash. How lovely. I wonder what that looks like. Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Welcome to Monday. Steve, do you have a common room with a fridge at LBC? Do you have a common room? No, we have kitchens. We have 2 on each floor. 2 kitchens on each floor. There's one just behind me here. And they're all exactly the same. They've all got a fridge and a microwave and all the coffees and teas and everything else. Hot water, cold water, everything. But no, people tend not to pinch things. They're far too polite round here. Goodness sake, honestly. Imagine putting... In fact, I left something in the fridge a while ago. And I went away for a few days, came back, it was still there. Nobody had touched it. Nobody had touched it at all. I think it was some sort of drink. I think it must have been in a bottle. I'd had some of it, and I thought, I'll put it in the fridge here because it gets very cold. Very, very cold. A florist has finally finished stitching a tapestry. Well done to Mary Dakin. She bought this 42 by 30-inch fabric whilst on holiday in France with the family, but life kept getting in the way and it was always being put away. So she's finally finished it. Only took her 42 years. She says it's being so painstaking and takes ages to do a tiny bit. Well, my mum used to do tapestry. She had a frame and she would do tapestry, and we've still got some of the cushions that she made. And she loved it. She'd do it watching television because she could sit down, the frame she would bring right to her, and then she just sort of it looked very tedious to me. But up until a while ago, a few years ago, we still had the frame. Still had it. But anyway, so she said, stitching is so intricate, it feels like one part takes you over. But she has finished it. She said, I spent hours on it every single day. The tapestry is called A Bridge Somewhere in France. My daughter then asked me if I wanted another one for my birthday. The answer was a resounding no. No, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Amazon is bringing out this child-friendly Echo Dot. I think I know what it is. And a drone came within yards of an air ambulance trying to land with a patient at the hospital. This was the remote-controlled craft hovered just below the chopper as it circled, waiting for another helicopter to take off. See, what they should do, they should have some sort of system of bringing these things down. They go, oh, it's a shame, you've wasted your money, haven't you? Wasted your money. Ringo. Do you know the Ringo Starr? You remember we talked about the Ringo, the sex thing the other day? And it's only just made the Sun. We did that about 3 days ago, easily. Today, Princess Diana would have turned 60, and she would have thrown the biggest party ever for her family and friends. Makes you wonder who she'd invite, actually. Who wouldn't be on the list? Who wouldn't be on the list? Would Sarah Ferguson be on the list? Shouldn't think so. Would Camilla be on the list? Absolutely not. Because as she said in the interview with Martin Bashir, she said there were 3 of us in our relationship. And then she gave one of her little half coquettish smiles. There were 3 in our relationship. I thought, yes, there were. Honestly, who'd have thought it? I didn't ever meet her, no. I saw her sitting in a car as I was driving through London. She was crouched between the 2 seats at the back. She was crouched in between. She had a detective in the front and the driver, and she was in that little gap thing. She was sitting there, obviously on the, so she wasn't sitting on the seat. She was sitting on the. It's only because I looked sideways. They were on my right hand side, and I looked sideways. I remember thinking, odd place to sit. Oh my God, it's Diana. And I think I saw her at Sarah Ferguson's wedding, because I covered Sarah Ferguson's wedding. Yeah, I was there. Of course, I was there. Heavens above, I'm Steve Allen. I'm booked up for days in advance. Sometimes page boy. Yeah. Matron of honour, I thought. Matron of honour. Steve, what a striker. This is Andriy Shevchenko, pictured with it. Have you noticed all these Romanian players and other players from other countries, they've all got to go out with models. This is my wife, she's a model. Her name is Kristin Pazik. And she looks like a model, And so, and you have to go out with footballers if you're a model because they've got more money than you have. And that's the only way. Lots of nice pictures of Diana. And this is by the Sun Royal photographer Arthur Edwards, bless his heart. And she visited a housing project in 1995. Cyclist Paul Fay asked her, "Can I give you a kiss?" She said, "Come on then, what are you waiting for?" And so he gave her a kiss. Not like a Matt Hancock sort of kiss. Like, that was a bit icky. But Charles was recovering in 1990 on the Spanish king's yacht off Mallorca from a polo accident, but when Diana stood up eating an apple, it was the only picture to take. And there's a picture of her and the boys, and I think they were on the boat which did the Niagara Falls thing. So you have to put on a raincoat kind of thing because you get a bit wet because of the spray that comes up. That Thorpe Park. No, this is definitely Niagara Falls. Well, that's what it says. I know it might look like Thorpe Park to you, but I promise you, they're all standing on the boat, which was called Maid of the Mist. I mean, unless you know something about Thorpe Park that I don't know, seeing as I used to live in Staines, and that's where it is. So they did go on a log flume, didn't they? Was that at Thorpe Park, do you think? Is that where you got confused about the Maid of the Mist? Yeah, no, and in this one they were 91. They went to Canada. They sailed close to the raging waters, but I mean, it's perfectly safe. Sort of. People have been over Niagara Falls, haven't they? And people now go and sit right at the edge. There's a rock that you could say, oh, you wouldn't catch it. I mean, I felt ill watching it. You sort of paddle out to this rock and you sit on it and the water rages around you and then literally barely a foot, 2 foot in front of you, it's straight down off Niagara Falls. Ugh. Not me, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, there you go. People sit, I mean, it's I've seen them sit, there you go. Oh, no, I've seen people sitting actually look at these people here, bungee jumping off the Victoria Falls Bridge, and there's another rock where you go there, and you think. I mean, I get ill thinking about these sort of things because I'm not very good at. I watch people climbing up the outside of buildings. I mean, not really. I've seen pictures, and then they're hanging on the end of something in Dubai, the tallest building there, with one hand. No parachute, no nothing. And I always think, oh my God, that's about as bad as it gets as far as I'm concerned. TV biz today, Catherine Tate is set to launch a comeback. Oh, right. And EastEnders Jake Wood has told Matt Hancock not to worry after the MP was caught cheating on camera, just like his Albert Square character Max Branning. Love Island's Moore Higgins has just started dating Giovanni Pernici. And here she is. She was filming a new TV show called On Your Bike. It's your bike. I mean, it's not your bike. What are they on about? In West Yorkshire, she's had to dismount and suspiciously was last seen by a bus stop. Oh, right. I mean, to be honest with you, she could be anybody riding a bicycle. Other people here. She's joined by Corrie's Sarah Khan, actor and presenter Barney Walsh. This is Bradley's son. He started getting separate gigs. GMB's Alex Beresford. Isn't he the weather bloke or something? Yeah, I think so. Emmerdale's Rebecca Sarker. Comedian Zoe Lyons. Strictly champ Joe McFadden. And Beyonce's singer and ex-Corrie star Keith Duffy. My God, it's a star-studded stellar lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Duffy. Whee! Like Keith Duffy. Always makes me laugh, actually. I don't know why. There's no logical reason why these people should make me laugh, but they just do. Front page of The Guardian this morning. The Good Life, which was that great programme that we loved on the television, which was fabulous. You can now meet the families living off the land. Fears over mass events after 1,300 travelling Scotland fans get COVID. You don't want it. Admittedly, the deaths are down quite significantly, but you don't want COVID. You really don't. Also, Ronaldo tops the league of Instagram influencers with up to $1.6 million per post. Per post. Kendall Jenner gets 1.5 million. 1.5 million per post. Justin Bieber, 1.1 million. Beyonce, 1.14 million per post. Selena Gomez, 1.46 million. Dwayne Johnson, 1.52 million. Ariana Grande, 1.51 million. That's how much money they get, because that's how they think they're influencing people. I mean, does that work for you? It doesn't work for me, but there again, I quite understand. Devil's Pool is at Victoria Falls, says Kev in Devon. Anthony says they've trained hawks to bring down drones. Have they? Do they not get how do they bring them down then? How do hawks bring them down? Because these things have got blades whirring about on the top, and I've seen some very sophisticated drones. The Sky one I've seen on a couple of occasions, and it's absolutely amazing. He's Ukrainian, not Romanian. Well, Ukrainian, Romanian, they always have these. There you go. Eagles have been trained to bring them down. Good Lord. Mind you, some of these drones are bigger than you imagine, aren't they? I've got a couple of drones. I know. Did I not bring one in for you? Yeah. If I get the car back today, I'll have a look through the boot, see if I can find another one. Oh, tiny. But it works on your hands. So you charge it up on your computer. It's only tiny. I bought it in Costco ages ago. In fact, I bought about 20 in Costco. I got carried away. I was so fascinated by it. So you literally charge it up, you throw it in the air, and it immediately goes up, and then your hands control it. It's got sensors all the way around it. So you can make it go from left to right or up or down. Pretty technical. Yeah, very, very exciting. And I've also got another one, which I've not taken out of the packaging, which has got cameras built into it, which move up and down. So you can sort of take pictures of next door sunbathing naked, if you're or Matt Hancock. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Your thyroid controls your whole body along with your pituitary gland. I take levothyroxine and liothyroxine each morning, and I've done so for 36 years, says Jane. Yeah, I've been taking it a long time. Don't want to be sort of done out of how many times a day you take your tablets. Anyway, Harry's here, and then today's going to be the day you're going to find out whether they're talking to each other, whether it's just polite, because all the body... I mean, I should imagine Judy James is up early this morning. She'll be gearing herself up for this. They'll be saying, oh, Judy, can you watch this for us? And then let us know. What does his body language say? Well, what it basically says is, Basically says he doesn't really want to be here, but he feels he should be because Diana was so adored by everybody. Not everybody, but an awful lot of people. Virginia Blackburn in her column says Meghan would have met her match in Diana. Yes, Andrew Morton, author of Diana, Her True Story, says the late princess would have been intimidated by the Duchess of Sussex. I mean, she took on the entire establishment, a task that would have more than intimidated most of us. But rather, she is far more likely to have clocked that little madam coming and seen her off the premises sharpish. What a tragedy for Harry that the woman with his real interests at heart is no longer here. Yes, I mean, she was there for them, but of course, you know, that's the way it turns out, doesn't it? I'm sure it's destiny. Where does Amanda Holden, says Virginia, get her energy from? Not content with the never-changing wardrobe to grab the nation's attention, she's now come out not with one but two nuggets, namely she likes to sunbathe naked and once attempted to join the Mile High Club with her husband. It's hard to see how she's going to top that one. She said this kind of self-promotion leaves Madonna looking like an amateur. You know, it does, doesn't it, really? I mean, Madonna just looks a bit dated now. She sat there the other day, she was wearing an eye patch over her eye, and I thought, is this a fashion statement? I think it was a fashion statement. I think so, actually. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. This is Nicola. She says, the LBC News mentioned updating COVID symptoms. So true, I've still got it. I've not eaten for 2 weeks, itchy feet, blood spots, no voice, can't wear clothes, too hot. And the second I stand up, I cough until I'm sick or faint. It's very debilitating. Yes. I mean, I can well imagine. I've never heard of the itchy feet. Itchy feet? I just thought it was originally coughing. We thought it was coughing, but over 1 million people have long COVID. They've had it for a long while. They've had it which is quite amazing. Who was it who said the other day? Was it Rod Stewart's wife who said she's not giving up drink to lose weight? Because I didn't realise how fattening drink is. Alcohol it's very fattening, isn't it? Very fattening. And I have started easing myself back into a little bit of Prosecco every so often, just to sort of, cheer myself up. And I've noticed that I've put on a little bit of weight. And yet before I'd lost an awful lot of weight. So I'm going to, when I was off the booze. So in other words, somebody said, stay off the booze for a month or something like that. You'll notice the difference. And I did, because people said to me, my God, you've lost weight. They don't say that to me now. Very disappointing. The official list of coronavirus symptoms should be expanded, as the current one could be leading to missed cases. A high temperature, new or continuous cough and a loss of change or smell are only 3 main symptoms of COVID-19, according to the NHS. Only 3. I mean, according to the latest data, a quarter of people reported muscle aches, 32% said they had a sore throat, 42% of symptomatic people had a cough, 39% suffered a headache, and 38% experienced fatigue. The US Centers for Disease Control lists 14 symptoms, while the WHO counts 12. So 14 official symptoms of COVID. So there you go. So, you have to be careful. Have to be very careful. Stars of All Creatures, Great and Small. We're doing a remake of one of the original series classic episodes. I can't remember if I liked All Creatures, Great and Small. I think I did. It had Christopher Timothy in, and I like Christopher Timothy. And, I love some of the letters. People always write into consumer champions. People need to know what their rights are. And in some cases it's buyer beware, but also it's not of merchantable quality. Jackie King used to be very good at saying it's not of merchantable quality. In other words, that means that if you buy an umbrella and you put it up and the rain comes through, that's not of merchantable quality. That means it's not fit for purpose. If you buy a pair of Wellington boots and they let the water in, not of merchantable quality. But somebody here said that their hairdryer sucked in their hair, ripping large chunks out because there's no filter on the back covering the motor. Can I sue the retailer? And so the reply from their consumer champion in the Daily Express today says, if you're injured by dangerous goods, the Consumer Protection Act 1987 provides that you can sue the producer. In that case, it's any person or company who, by putting their name on the product or using a trademark, has held themselves up to be the producer of the product. So I can remember once there used to be one well-known high street electrical store, and they were really bad at taking things back that had broken. They said, no, you need to take it back to the manufacturer. And Jackie King used to say, no, I bought it from you. I bought it from you. Steve, my wife Charlotte is lying here listening to you whilst feeling very unwell. Oh, if you can find it in your heart to wish her well, I'd be grateful. Well, it depends how ill she is. I don't know, there are various degrees of illness at this time of the morning. Fancy feeling ill at coming up to 7 o'clock in the morning. That's not a good start to the day, is it? Not a good start. Another one says, I ordered and paid for a garden shed. On the day of delivery, the retailer called me for a further $49.99. At no time had I been told I'd be charged for delivery, so I refused to pay. The retailer is now refusing to send the shed. And the reply is, traders cannot impose additional charges after the consumer has bought goods without giving the option to cancel. As you bought online, you have the right to cancel the order. Well, there you go. There you go. It always works, doesn't it? And here's Penny Lancaster with Rod Stewart. When she went on Loose Women the other day, the programme that apparently is toxic, according to Syra Khan, that's what she said in an interview. I bet they'll be sitting there reading that little interview that she's done and going, oh my God, Father, no pleasing Syra Khan, is there? No work either. We were waiting for all the hundreds of offers to come flooding in because she was such a force to be reckoned with on the television. It turned out not to be. Steve, I was admitted to hospital last November, almost died from COVID and sepsis. Had long COVID since. Exhaustion is unbearable. Now being tested for COVID-induced diabetes. Very frustrating after doing everything to avoid diabetes, says Kaylee, as I have a family history of it. God dear, honestly. It's not looking promising, is it? But, you know, we keep our fingers crossed that we're not losing as many people. My friend Collins, says Catherine Brentwood, had COVID at Christmas, very ill, no cough, but couldn't move. Like he was paralysed. It was like the symptoms of polio. So there's all sorts of different things, isn't there? But I wish all of you well with things like that. We seem to be getting better. We seem to be getting a little bit better, but I know how difficult it can be for an awful lot of families and for those people who have to isolate and things like that. I'm still amazed that Harry turns up at a thing with children there. No mask on, no self-isolating. I don't know, can't imagine what... Was he isolated? Yeah, but he should be wearing a mask. If you're going out to meet people you don't know, you know, he's outside, sitting in a tent. Whatever. Let's wait to see what happens today, shall we, with Judy James. Can't wait for that one. On today's Little Bit Extra podcast, it's a fab one today. Shannon's gone from Love Island. Missing you already, dear. William and Harry have their big reunion today, but will they be talking to each other? And find out how Italy are trying to stop stupid England fans travelling to Rome. Don't even risk it. Morning, everybody. Friday, 2nd of July. Can't believe it's the 2nd already. It only seems like yesterday was the 1st. We were doing Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. Perhaps we should do it for the second day of the month as well. But nevertheless, we've made it to the weekend just about, which is going to be nice. The weather's still okay. Don't think it's going to change too much. On the programme this morning, William and Harry putting on that united front as they unveil the statue. And Harry then disappeared really quickly off afterwards. Yes, no hanging around for a cup of tea or anything like that. The Brits are back in the Balearic sunshine. The punter suing the bookies for his winnings. It was quite a lot of money. They so originally gave it to him, and then they said, we need it back again. We've made a mistake. I'd have gone, no, I'm going to keep it. Please find a car crash driver still drinking, which is slightly disturbing. Chris Packham says the UK's relation with food is broken after seeing imported pears, which were coming in from Argentina, but packed in Thailand. And we were buying them. Mad, isn't it? And Linda Robson declares there's no rift between her and Pauline Quirke. So, you know, it's just one of those things. One wanted to go in one particular direction. I think Pauline's got her own academy of drama and stuff like that, whereas we have our own academy of drama right here, don't we? Every morning between 4 and 7. So you're very welcome. But of course, taking place, the nail-biter for Labour is the Batley and Spen by-election. It'll be the first time Batley and Spen have been put on the map, I should imagine. Now, we are told that the result could come through about... Well, originally they said 4 o'clock, but as we know through bitter experience, it changes almost on a minute-by-minute basis. They are counting, and LBC's reporter Vicky Smith is there. Morning, Vicky.
Morning. Yes, all eyes up and down the country are on Batley and Spen, this constituency in the middle of West Yorkshire, a mix of towns and villages. Everyone is watching what is going to happen over the next few hours in this room. For Labour, it's a marginal seat, lots at stake. So in the last general election, they received just over 3,500 votes. And not only are they just desperately trying to cling on to this seat and keep it away from the Tories, but also grappling with a second threat in the form of George Galloway, a former MP standing this time for the Workers' Party. And I have been speaking to George Galloway's campaign manager, who had confidence. He was upbeat, and he was saying that in some parts of the constituency, they have done better than their wildest dreams, according to some internal polling. And so all eyes are on this election, and the votes are just being shuffled around now. No sign of the main candidates yet, though. So it does look like we are looking at 5 a.m. for the result. But I will keep you updated, and if there is any change in that, I will be straight on.
Lovely. It's a ridiculous time in the morning to declare, isn't it? 5 o'clock. They're not going to get a huge amount of coverage.
Well, it seems like the world's media is in Batley and Spen. It's a full media gallery, so it seems like people are very interested in this one.
Interesting. All right, we'll catch up with you a bit later on, Vicky. Thank you. So probably about 5 o'clock, but I mean, it could change, might come in a bit earlier than that. It doesn't make any difference. We're very free and easy on the programme. But I begin to wonder, as they're all biting their nails for Labour, they can't really afford to lose this. But if they do, what happens to Starmer? So we'll look at that one a little bit later on. So all of your texts and emails on the programme this morning, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. It's interesting how, I knew it would happen. You've got various LBC presenters who are talking about the bloke who worked for the estate agent losing his job, and then I think I heard Majid saying, well, you know, he has apologised and all the rest of it. And I thought, well, listen, somebody's got to, I suppose, throw the other sixpenneth in. But most of the people, and on the television yesterday, they were all totally against him and saying, no, he should have lost it. You know, he's 24 years old. He's not a child. He's not a 3-year-old. He knew exactly what he was doing. And if he wanted a selfie, as I pointed out yesterday, all he had to do was go up to Mr. Whitty and go, excuse me, can I have a picture taken? Gloria Hunniford said yesterday on the television, and Janet Street Porter, although I seriously didn't believe it, said that they had people going up to them and they go, oh, can I have a picture taken? And then they went to kiss them. I mean, in Janet Street Porter's case, you'd have to have a lot of Prosecco to get round to that kind of thing, wouldn't you? Goodness sake. But Gloria Hunniford said people take advantage. But all she said, sometimes if they don't ask, I chase them down the street. Which I thought seemed quite a good idea. You know, chase them down the street to get the picture. That's all they had to do was say, excuse me, can we have a picture taken with you so I can show my mum? You know, you put your arms around somebody. You can do that. But not a headlock, I'm afraid. And that's why I think there were quite a few LBC presenters yesterday were completely wrong. I understood where they were coming from. I understood exactly where they were coming from. And of course, the other thing that was very interesting, Stephen Nolan challenged a troll who had been writing things about him on Twitter. And he beat him. He's had to pay, I think it was a 6-figure sum to Stephen Nolan. So as he said yesterday, and I think O'Brien said the same. You know, if you bully somebody, you have to pay for it. And in this particular case, you know, it's so easy to find somebody. But if you're known as a bit of a bully on Twitter and you write something that is offensive or it's untrue, people are going to sue you and they're going to destroy you. It's as simple as that. It doesn't make any difference at all. I never worry about any troll that I get. We don't really get any, apart from somebody who wrote to me the other day. It wasn't really a troll, it was just somebody of limited intelligence, sort of saying, oh, do you have HP on your cars, or do you lease them? You know, and is it easier to get HP at your age? And I was thinking to myself, you're either somebody who's quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic, because I always pay cash. I'm a cash boy. I just do. I go in, see something I like, and I go, OK, you take my car, and how much more do I need to add to get that one? And they tell me, and I just hand over a card. It's as simple as that. So we don't do... I haven't done HP on a car or on anything. It's called hire purchase. It's a finance agreement. They used to call it HP. I haven't done that for about 40 years. I couldn't really be bothered to. It's far too complicated. The only time I did it, I had a job. I just got a new job. As well as LBC, I was working for the B-Sky B, because LBC had the contract to do the news for them. And I auditioned for it. It was really funny, actually. I'd love to see the audition thing. I was filmed in Fleet Street, walking down the alley, and then I got to it, and it was sort of typical, you know, TV thing. I had to take off my glasses and look at the camera. And then we had to do it, and we had to read the news, and unfortunately, not only read the news, you had to write the stuff as well. You had to write it, so that was all very interesting, and I quite liked it. But I got it was like the start of Dragon's Den, a bit like that, And I got the job, and it paid. What was it? It paid. I can't remember. Whatever it was was not bad money. So I had 2 lots of money going at the same time, and I thought I can afford to take out HP on a car. So I bought a brand new car, and I'll tell you what it was, because it haunts me to this day. It was a Fiat Tipo. I'd never even heard of a Fiat Tipo before, but I bought it, and it was in silver, which is a colour that's haunted me throughout my entire driving experience. And then within a year, B-Sky-B had been sold on to somebody else, and they got somebody else in to do a thing. So all of a sudden, I lost the money, and it had to come out my normal money. So I was down about 300 quid a month. Yeah. It was a bit of a disaster. So ever since then, I've thought, no, save up if you want to buy a car. Save up if you want to buy... My parents had that advice to me for years ago. They said the only things that they ever put on HP, firstly because they were so expensive, colour televisions. That's why everybody rented. Nobody bought them. They were like so expensive, but you could buy a package. And the cooker, because without the cooker, you weren't going to eat. So people had HP on the cooker and HP on the television. We had a colour television, and it was a Finlandia, which my mother was ever so impressed with. And the bloke came round, fiddled around with it, and all of a sudden it went into colour, and we all sat there like, never seen colour before. Joe's nan was still renting TV about 10 years ago. Yeah, I know, you can still get them. There are certain parts of the country where they will rent televisions or rent washing machines to you and rent things. We had a washing machine, but it was like a spinner on one side and it was a twin tub, I think they call it. Twin tub, hot point. But lovely, my mother had a big pair of wooden tongs, and she'd lift the soaking wet clothes out of one and put them into the spinner and then push the button, and it would all whiz round and sort of... No, we didn't have a mangle, no. We're not that old. God in heaven, honestly. Like the being back in the 30s and 40s. Jack Sell says, I can never easily read news copy if I haven't written it, speaking as a radio broadcast journalist. Oh, God, you don't tell people you're that, do you? Oh, blimey. And what do you do? I'm a radio broadcast journalist. Like people say, what do you do for a living? I say, well, actually, I don't know. I've never quite analysed it. I never look on it as a job. I've never looked on it as a job. I've always sort of thought it's just sort of, I thought it was a stopgap originally. I don't know what I thought it was going to be. I was hoping that I was going to be a huge international star by the age of about 21. Well, that didn't work at all, so I kind of left it. And then I just thought, just get on with it. That's like, we've said before, the people on Love Island. One of them, Chloe, the one who claims she had the affair with the married man, and all the rest, her family have had to put something up on Twitter. She's had death threats. I mean, seriously, you cannot imagine the mentality of these people who would write something like that. And people threatening to kill themselves because she's still in there and they've got rid of Shannon. I really can't understand. And the family have had to put this thing up saying, have these people learnt nothing through the deaths of 3 people from this show? It just doesn't make any sense to me. The last one being Caroline Faraday. Not Caroline Faraday, Caroline Flack. And Caroline Faraday is very much alive. But in fact, I think she's in America. I don't know why. But it was interesting that people would write death threats. And I think you will be found out, because if the family have got any sense, they'll take all of these to the police. The police will find you and they will prosecute you. And if you've got a job, you'll bloody well lose it. And you deserve to. You absolutely deserve to. Like the bloke who attacked Mr. Whitty. Because that's what it was. He's very lucky, this bloke, not to be charged with an assault. Now we all know who he is. But then, to listen to Majid defending him the other day, much as I adore Majid's programme, I thought, no, you're wrong on this one. If this had been a member of your family, your wife walking down the street, and then somebody had grabbed her from behind, you think that'd be all right, would you? No, of course you wouldn't. Definitely not. So that was the way it sort of came out yesterday. Everybody talking about it, and it sort of went on, and it was quite nice, actually. Quite nice. Boris set to lift almost all the legal restrictions on July the 19th. The rare chance to see Van Gogh's self-portraits. And can we cope without Gap on the high street? Well, quite clearly, yes. That's why we weren't going to it, and that's why it's closed. E-scooter deaths. Up to 6 now. Up to 6. They've only just started legalising these lethal contraptions. Any old Tom, Dick and Harry and drunk can get on one. The scooter doesn't know if you're drunk or if you're sober. And I saw 2 people the other day in Twickenham High Street, early hours of the morning, 2 of them on it. A girl and a boy. And I felt like saying, do you know, I wish I was a policeman. I'd have them in nick so fast. Oh, happy birthday to well-known thieving old bag, Imelda Marcos. Between her and her husband Ferdinand, they systematically robbed the Philippines of everything. In fact, you know, when there was the coup, they were trying to load gold bars onto a plane to get out as quick as possible. For some strange, inexplicable reason, this old baggage got taken in by America. You know, everybody was trying to work out how she could afford to spend this much money when they were earning a pittance as the president and his first lady. Here's the answer: because they were robbing the country. That's what they were doing. I never liked Imelda Marcos. Always thought she was the most ghastly, bloated old person I've ever seen. Michael Ball gets 5 stars for Hairspray, and a pair of old Muppets have sold for £85,000. Which ones are they? I'll tell you after this.
Tog24 clothing is real life ready.
OK, so ready for my stroll to work?
Yep.
Ready for going to the match?
That too.
Walking the dog?
Ready.
A weekend hike?
Yep.
Ready for when I go to the gym?
When you go to the gym. I said real life. Tog24. When it comes to the great British outdoors, you could say we're part of the fabric. For an extra 10% off, use the code podcast10 at checkout.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So who were the pair of old Muppets who stole for £85,000? Waldorf and Statler, who were in the Muppet Show. They sat in the box saying, terrific, terrific, I thought he was rubbish. Thought it was good. They've actually dug up a Roman grave. They found a lot of people in a Roman grave. The unusual thing about them is they're all beheaded. They think it was a big execution. They'd obviously been, perhaps they'd done something awful, like sort of, you know, taking the mickey out of Roman soldiers. Oh, you look so camp, you know. Because let's face it, most of the... What did I go and see? I saw an exhibition on a Roman emperor. It was at the British Museum. Who was gay. Openly gay. You weren't going to be arguing with somebody like that, were you, really? And they, I mean, you know, I suppose when you're surrounded by people wearing sort of the breastplates and the plumes and all the rest of it. But apparently there were about 17 people in this grave, and all of them had been beheaded. So, obviously some sort of gang or something, I should imagine. Stephen Fry says EastEnders is lacking in laughs, but it's not supposed to be funny, is it? It's supposed to represent what goes on in London, but to be honest with you, I didn't think it represented London at all. What it does, it takes the worst bits out and then it sort of puts it in. And of course their audience figures, when you consider what it used to be, they're down to 1.9 million. What are people watching then? If people are not watching things like EastEnders, I mean, Den and Ange, you know, when they got the divorce at Christmas, and she was drinking and all the rest of it, it was really good when you look back at it, almost as good as Bar and Get Out My Pub. But they got 30 million people. 30 million people. Then all of a sudden, you know, everything. You know why? People tuning into radio, certainly tuning into this station, you know, and it's beating it. Yeah, Ian Dale's on. It's beating everything hands down. Hands down. Jane says, I too was surprised at Majid's response. I remember he was brutally attacked outside a London theatre a few years ago. It must have been terrifying. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he was talking about, I'd forgotten about what it was. But, you know, I would, you know, somebody has to lose their job. They have to learn. You have to teach a pathetically individualistic child of the age of 24 that you can't go around. And then somebody said, but will you ever get another job again? And my response was, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. You go up behind... Just imagine if that was your parent or your brother or your sister or your little baby brother or baby sister or cousin or anything like that. You can't have idiots like that going around. They'd been on a march. They'd had a few sherbets and they made a big mistake. Made a big mistake. I mean, there's only one of them who seems to be getting all the coverage, and that's the one who was the estate agent. But if you, as I said yesterday, if you owned the estate agency, you don't want somebody like that working there. It would then become a tourist attraction for all the wrong reasons. And so when you phone them and said, oh, we're from so-and-so agency, they go, oh, is that the place that's got the thug that they employ? Click, the phone would go down immediately. Dangerous for business. For any business. It doesn't matter whether it's an estate agent or whether he worked in Asda stacking shelves, which, to be honest with you, might be about the kind of thing he'd have to go for. Because who's going to touch him? The moment they go, so, why did you leave your last job? You know, Oh, right, OK. We'll let you know, thank you. That would be the end of it. That'd be the end of it. But, you know, he has to realise that you can't make mistakes. But the trouble, you shouldn't have to explain to a 24-year-old. You know, by 24 years old, you're supposed to be reasonably intelligent. Although, to be quite honest with you, I'm not entirely convinced by that. And, Steve, I've just tuned in, says Andrew in Woking. He's really a bit woke. He says, heard you say breastplates and plus. Talking about your weekend plans again? Yeah? What of it? Want to make something of it? Don't worry, pal. I know people. Also, The One Show screws up again. Who's the girl who presents on The One Show? Alex Jones. What a dimbo. What a dimbo. It was the most embarrassing thing to watch on television. She didn't know anything. She was quizzing the Ed Sheeran. She kept getting stuff wrong about how many people went to see it. She didn't know anything at all. I mean, she really was stupid. But there again, every time I've watched her doing an interview, I sit there and cringe thinking, how did you get this job, darling? How did you get it? It was like when you watch Steph's hugely embarrassing lunchtime programme with a cast of way too many irritating people. I mean, you know, Tony Beak. Ugh, ghastly. And who walked off? Joe Lycett. Joe Lycett was being interviewed about plastic and all the rest of it. And he was there, and then he decided, she took the mickey out of him by saying, wait a minute, I thought you were supposed to be saving... So Joe Lycett stood up, took his microphone off and walked off. And then when they went to the break, she came back and she said, oh, he can't be with us now. Yeah, because it was quite serious, yeah. He was apparently really angry that she'd taken the mickey, you know. But there again, I mean, she was never known as being bright at all. Richard in Wapping says, I watch Freeview all the time. Yeah, with the exception of Sky News. Yes, I mean, but even their audience is not very big. Not very big, not compared to LBC. Mark says, why is the idiot who assaulted Mr. Whitty not gone to prison? Because Mr. Whitty has decided not to press charges. He's actually been quite gracious about it, you know, because he could have actually gone for an assault and then it could have carried a prison sentence, I would think. I don't know. I'm not too sure about it. Although somebody said, who is it who said, where did I read it? I've read something about, can somebody be got rid of for an assault that happened outside of the office? Is it possible? And I think under some laws, I've got this feeling in the back of my mind that if somebody is not at work and they do something, they cannot be fired. Or failing that because it didn't happen on the firm's premises. It happened outside of that, and presumably when you're outside of work, that's your own time. But I think there's a clause that says if you bring the company you work for into disrepute, then they're entitled to do that. That's what I'm pretty certain. That's what I was always told. It's a case of, you know, don't bring the company into disrepute because, there you go, employees' activity outside work, including those resulting in criminal offences, are not grounds for dismissal unless they affect the employee's ability to do their job, which could be because they affect relations with their colleagues, suppliers or customers to bring the business in. There you go, into disrepute. That is what it comes down to. So in other words, if I go outside of here and climb Nelson's columns stark naked, spray myself with blue paint, you know, that could be seen as bringing a bit of humour to London. A little bit, although you can't get anywhere near Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square. It's all taken up with this blooming football malarkey. Oh, dear, honestly. I had to ask somebody the other day, I said, what's going on down in Trafalgar Square? They went, football. I went, oh, no. Why do we have to pander to these football people? You know, let's take our shirts off. I don't watch stuff like that. I can't really be bothered. I haven't got enough. There's not enough hours in the day to worry about things like that. There really isn't. But, you know, I looked at the Diana statue. I was a bit disturbed because every pigeon in London's going to be doing its business, isn't it, over it? You just know it's going to be like that. And Harry had a sort of what looked like a very painful little chat. He didn't spend very long talking to William. It was yeah. And then the moment it finished, off he went. And so there's Diana with 3 children. Who they are, God alone knows. Why did they not have Harry and Wills? You know, it would have made it a lot easier. But Harry scooted off afterwards, and I suspect that today, in fact, if not yesterday, he scooted off back to America. Who knows? Who knows? People were sort of saying that they hope, you know, it was one of those sort of things that it means that they can get back together, and the mother would have been pleased. He phoned in sick to attend the anti-vax march, did he? But that's it. See, the trouble is, if you actually got rid of everybody who ever phoned in sick, And, you know, for sort of taking time off for football. You just expect people to take time off for going to football, wouldn't you? They go, I can't make it. I mean, I've never. Well, I mean, seriously, what would be on the television? What would ever stop me coming into work? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Golden Girls. No, nothing. I mean, I can't. I'm not that sort of person. But I know people who would leave work and then go abroad because they've been caught out. Somebody's gone, wait a minute, there they are. You can see them. And so they've then lost their jobs, which quite rightly they should do. But everybody does it because football is a bit addictive for certain Neanderthals. And they enjoy going, England, you know, and it's all very exciting, very exciting. So that was the reason why he's not gone to prison. Like you, Steve, I prefer cash. Everybody prefers cash nowadays. But you don't want to go for a totally cashless society because there'll be a lot of people who don't have cards or anything like that, wouldn't know how to operate. They need cash. I use cash in shops all the time. All the time. I mean, if I'm going to, like yesterday, I was in Marks and Spencer's and I use cash. Use cash. And, sorry? No, although I could use, I got some of the new 50s the other day. I asked for some money because I always take a bit of money out the account and put it in my secret squirrel savings, which is a plastic jug in the bathroom. And I leave it in there for what they call an emergency. So, you know, if it rains, I've got a bit of money sitting in there. Not a lot of money. But it's got the new Alan Turing picture on there. And they're smaller. The notes are smaller than the ones that we've got at the moment. So I did say to the lady in the bank, I said, what do I do with all the old £50 notes? Making it sound like I was Rockefeller. And she said, oh, you can always change them. And I thought, oh, right. I don't like doing that. I remember years ago, I took money into the bank in little bags. I sat at home putting little columns of money, all my savings, little bits and pieces. I took it into the bank, and the first question that she said was, do you bank with us? I thought, that's only money, dear. I'm just changing it up into something else. I mean, no, I don't bank with you. Can't change it. And all they've got to do is put it on a scale and push a little button in the middle, and that tells you if it's accurate. 7 million people say they regularly use cash and would struggle without it. Well, then we'd all struggle without cash. Did you know? I mean, years ago, you used to get paid in cash. You've not used cash for years. Really? How'd you get by? You just... Cards? Oh, right. Oh, dear. Oh, no, I don't use phones or anything like that. No. I mean, I've got an Oyster card for the times when I can't get free transport. And then I've got my Freedom Pass. And I think I've got Apple Pay or something on here. I think so. I couldn't tell you if I have or not. And that's it. I just use cash mainly. And occasionally I'll use a card. If it's something regular, it goes onto my card. Because I've got a card, a debit card and a what's-it card. So I've only got 2. That's all I've got. Whereas I know people who've got loads. Yeah. No, I don't have any shop cards or anything like that at all. Nothing. I refuse to give a perfect stranger my details. Thank you very much indeed. So they go, oh, do you have a Waitrose card? No, I haven't. No. They always ask you though, don't they? For some reason, I feel like saying yes, and then they go, do you have it? Or failing that, have you parked in the car park? No, I came on the bus. It's free. Why would I put petrol in the car? Hopefully, going to get my car back today, which will be very nice. I'll have that back for the weekend with a bit of luck. With a little bit of luck. Turned out to be, very traumatic because I had to nip out the other day. And as I say, I've got this... Oh, the reports said, on the car? Oh, yes, it sort of said, this is normal, tyre's normal. The tyre that I had done, it had a little bulge on it, so we need to change that. And I had a lock on the door, which wasn't always opening on the remote, so I've had to have a new lock thing put in on the passenger's door. And then it had a little service. And that was it. So... It's not too bad, is it, really? You know, everything else looked fine. The battery strength was okay. Can't wait to see what they've done to the inside of the boot. That'll upset me, I should imagine. So, listen, 4:30, we will have the first results of Batley and Spen, the by-election. And as soon as we get word up there from our reporter, we'll play it to you, so you'll hear it first on LBC. You don't need to go anywhere, you see. And also, you don't need to watch it on the television. How utterly boring to watch something like that.
Tog24 clothing is real life ready.
OK, so ready for my stroll to work?
Yep.
Ready for going to the match?
That too.
Walking the dog?
Ready.
A weekend hike?
Yep.
Ready for when I go to the gym?
When you go to the gym. I said real life. Tog24. When it comes to the great British outdoors, you could say we're part of the fabric. For For an extra 10% off, use the code podcast10 at checkout.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I see that the Women's Institute magazine has had its first trans woman on the cover. Never happened before. They really are moving, aren't they? Honestly, you just thought it was Jam and Jerusalem. No. First trans woman on the cover. I mean, it's quite an achievement, I think. It's only taken them about 5,000 blooming years. The world's tallest man is fighting for his life. He's 7'7", and unfortunately, with being very tall, come immense problems. He's Somalian, and he wants to go back to Somalia and then bring his wife back here. But I don't think he's well enough to do this at the moment. He's been ill for the past 5 years. It's like the bloke who was on Gogglebox. I often wonder, actually, all the people on Gogglebox, all the regulars, do they speak to each other? Have they got their own phone numbers and phone up and say, oh, I saw you last night, we're really funny? I don't think they do, until this bloke died, Pete, who was diagnosed with bowel cancer, and they'd said 6 months to live, and he lived literally a few days. But he was carrying an awful lot of weight, as we said the other day, so that can't have helped. But all the other people have said on it, oh, you know, good luck to, I think, Linda, his wife. And they've been quite nice about it, which is good. So second-hand car prices going up. You know, gone are the days where you could buy... Well, I bought my first car for 150 quid. £150. I was offered a Mini, black with glitter all the way through it. A friend of mine had it who went to our youth club, and it was so me. And he was selling it, and he wanted £75. Now, in this day and age, £75 doesn't sound like a lot of money for buying a car. But in those days, I remember thinking, where am I going to get 75 quid from? I had to borrow the 150 to buy the little Ford Popular that I had. But having had so many cars over the years... Daniel in Newcastle says, I can't remember the last time I used physical cash. I just used my card or phone to pay. Yeah, I mean, I just... I don't know, I've always used cash. I've always been one of those sort of people. It's like when, you know, if ever you go on holiday... You know, your parents give you £1 for the holiday. I'd want it in pennies. You know, if you go into an amusement arcade, you don't want to walk around with £1. You walk around with, you know, a shilling, 12 pennies. And you decide very carefully which machine was going to benefit your cash. You know, you didn't want to waste it all. So I had to go on the haunted house and stuff like that, and then a few other little bits and pieces. And if you walked out with extra money, you thought you were doing really well. Happy days when we all went on holiday at the same time. Stella says the 3 children with the Diana statue may have been depicting the time when she worked as a kindergarten nurse. Just guess it. Well, you might be right. You might be right. Jack says, I've just watched the Joe Lycett clip from Steph's packed lunch. Our student house watched the programme to laugh at how bad it is. Can't stand Russell Kane as well. That as unfunny as nothing. Seriously, just dreary. They obviously deliberately put boring people on there. Tony Beaks on there. You know, I'm now known as Anton Dubek. I mean, really, what an irritating little so-and-so he is. Ghastly. And Rogers says, I watched a bit of Love Island last night. Total waste of my time. I should have listened to your account of it instead. I know, you don't have to pay for it. It's much cheaper and much better. You know, I mean, at least if you read it in the newspapers, you have to pay to buy the newspaper to read a review of Love Island, which you can watch, you know, perfectly easily for yourself. And you can listen to my reviews of things. You don't have to, if you don't like them, it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not going, you know, I'm in a studio by myself with a microphone and pale blue walls. It's not going to make any difference if somebody doesn't agree with what I say, because everybody's different. Every single person's different. That's what makes me laugh. Somebody says, oh, you obviously don't like Harry and Meghan. No, and I didn't like you either for writing it, you know. But then obviously you're one of those little trolls. You know, you get a woke troll. Or snowflakes, I think they're called now. Or in America, they're all Karens. I think that's the blokes as well. Adam Woodyat fears EastEnders might not want him to return. Why? He's been a stalwart for ages in EastEnders. He's been there since the year dot. Oh no, definitely. Brilliant. Chris Packham and the UK's relationship with... I'm a bit bored with Chris Packham. Very nice talking about, you know, little flying birds and moles and all this sort of stuff, darling. But, you know, let's leave all the fruit and all the other bits and pieces, thank you. Holiday makers who love visiting places with rude names will be giving a helping hand. They brought out a roadmap. Unfortunately, I can't repeat any of the names on the programme this morning because they're all rude, whichever way you look at it. They're not even double entendres, they're just basically rude names. The e-scooter deaths rising to 6. I think they made a big mistake with e-scooters. I think you're going to be seeing more and more deaths on the road because the speed these things get. With 2 people on them, they must be really out to lunch. You know, not even just sandwiches short of a picnic. I think the lights are on, but nobody's home. We celebrate Dad's Army. The Vicar turns 90. I used to see him in Joe Allen's all the time. He used to go in there with Pamela Cundell, who was also in Dad's Army, and loads of other things as well. And there's a prostate drug which blocks the virus, which is, God knows what it costs, but it sounds like an awful lot of money. And Linda Robson declares no rift between her and Pauline Quirke. The reason being, Pauline has got an academy, so you can send your kids to an academy so they can learn how to be actors. And she'd rather do that than having to... So they didn't do a special, which they were going to do. But she said the amazing thing is that that Pauline looks exactly the same. Her weight fluctuates, I think, up and down, whereas Leslie Joseph doesn't look any different. Seriously, well into her 70s, and she doesn't any... I've had her half naked at the back of my car. Read into that what you want. Yeah. I adjusted the mirror so I could make sure I saw everything. Oh, I'm not stupid. She's only tiny. Only tiny, but very sweet. The TV executive who wasted £100,000 in a web sex fraud. He was going online. He's produced all sorts of really well-known programmes. I'll tell you who he is later. And what was the other one? Oh, the hero who stormed the enemy got his medals, but he's going to sell them because he wants to buy a house. He's going to get about £140,000, which is good. Mo says, I hate it when you go into a shop or a restaurant that only accept cash. I wonder why. Inland Revenue comes to mind. Oh, absolutely. Yes. We have a couple in Twickenham. On rugby days, they go cash only. You know they're fiddling.
Reimagining business possibility with lounge underwear and Afrocentrics, powered by Shopify.
When we switched to Shopify, our sales tripled overnight.
Having Shopify at your fingertips that just allows us to kind of jump in.
Start selling today with Shopify to join the commerce platform powering thousands of businesses across the UK. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.co.uk/setup22. Go to shopify.co.uk/setup22 to start selling online today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Friday, 2nd of July. We're still waiting on Batley and Spen by-election results. I think they're imminent. I'm looking at the moment. There's only the person from the Monster Raving Loony Party who's sitting there. I'd love to know how much they lose. I can't remember how much they have to, they have to put up a deposit. And obviously somebody pays for it. But I wonder, are they very rich or something and they can afford to keep losing these things? Because I know we had Screaming Lord Sutch, didn't we? And there were various other people who've been from the Monster Raving Loony Party. But there's nobody else there. So presumably, the moment they actually get close, and it is fairly £500 deposit, is it? I suppose that's, it's doable to get people who sort of think they might stand a chance. £10,000 for London Mayor. Is it really? 10,000? Good God. What's me out straight away. But it doesn't matter. I have no intention of being London Mayor. Although Nick Ferrari nearly became London Mayor. He was going to. Then he discovered he'd have to take the salary drop, so he didn't bother, which I thought was very good. Yeah, I'm having a look. Look at these lovely places in Batley and Spen that they have. It's like a sports hall, isn't it, kind of thing. Or perhaps it's a cinema. I don't know. It could have been something. It looks like it's missing a lot of chairs. Or it could be a church. Social distancing. Yeah, it could be something. So they're all counting, but they're going to keep a close eye at the moment. So it's getting close. But if it goes against Labour, that then means that Keir Starmer's position might become a little bit precarious, to say the least. Although, strange enough, I've heard no end of LBC presenters saying the same thing about Keir Starmer. Where is he? Where is he? Why have we not seen him? Why have Labour supporters not seen their leader? I mean, we've seen loads of other people, but unfortunately we don't see a lot of Keir Starmer. Perhaps he likes sort of playing it a bit close to his chest. But we'll nip back to there as soon as it's been delayed again. Now, I've had this before. I've sat here for 3 hours before now, and we go, soon, and then they go, somebody's called for a recount on, because if it's close, they might go for a recount. Somebody might go, no, I think we need to count again. And they might get a different result. So we'll have to wait and see. But 4:45, they were saying originally 4, then they pushed it to 5. We have actually gone through an entire programme and it's gone to like 10 to 7. I go, well, hopefully you will get the results of this election. You'll hear them with Nick Ferrari, which is good. Steve, my wife has the NatWest banking app on her phone and she can monitor where I go. She'll moan, I've been to this pub and spent so much. Well, I've had enough. I draw cash out at the beginning of the week and I'm set free, says Rob. Yes, I use cash all the time. I would never, ever, ever go into a pub and use a card. Not in a million years. Because I wouldn't trust them. I had my card once cloned in a garage, and I should have realised that the garage has long since gone. But it was common practice in those days. They had lots of people who flitted between different garages, and they had a machine. And before there was those things, they ran your card through a machine. He ran it through twice. And I remember thinking at the time, that's a bit odd. And I just put some petrol in. But because it was an American Express card, they didn't you don't get the bill till the end of the month. So at the beginning of the month, they were fairly safe in using it. They would test it every morning. When all the pages came through of all the places they'd been to, they lived in Camden, and they were using the supermarket up there to test it. They'd buy some groceries. If it went through, they were off to the booze department, £700 worth of booze, £600 worth of booze. In the end, I think I ended up with a bill at one time, and this is where it all falls flat on your face. And I got a bill for £9,500 one month, my American Express bill. I thought, lovely. So I phoned up because I then went to use the card, and of course they'd blocked it. And she'd said, well, you haven't paid your bill. I said, but it's not my bill. I said, it's with your fraud department. And until they checked every single item on the bill, the card was null and void. So I said to them, listen, I have a good mind to give it back. And all she said was, that is your prerogative, sir. So I did. Told them to stick it. I wouldn't have it ever again. I thought, if that's the way you actually treat it, no, I didn't pay anything back. It wasn't my money. They were buying sports equipment. Hello? I don't think so. But they were going into some of the well-known high street retailers for sportswear and buying trainers, loads of trainers. They obviously had somebody in there who was as bent as they were, because normally every shop has got what they call a floor limit. So in other words, if you spend over £150, could be £20, £30, but it doesn't matter, they will have to phone up and check. But on all of mine, they never checked, which meant to me somebody was bent working in one of the shops, which of course is probably quite an easy thing to do. So we're celebrating Dad's Army. We do like Dad's Army. They're still worth watching. Still lovely. Lawrence says, do you like bagels? Why don't you mind your own business? What got to do with you? Do you like baked beans? Stupid question, honestly. I think you're barred. I've decided I'm bored now. The owner of an all-night Airbnb raid has been fined £10,000. Hired an Airbnb, put on a party for a load of people. So they've been caught out. That was good. I was very pleased about that. What was the other one? The Queen says we have to change the way we do things. I think that's rich from your family, dear. I think if anybody should be examining what they're doing wrong, it would be your family. You know, to have one marriage go adrift, okay, you can understand that. 2, slightly careless. 3, you've got a problem. And 4, don't even bother coming back to us again. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Steve, my dad bought my first car. £135, a red Marina coupe with Starsky Hutch stripe on the side. I'm going to be sick. Sounds ghastly. A Marina coupe. I didn't know there was such a thing. But Roger says there are just 23 Fiat Tipos left on the road in this country. One of them could be your old car. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was okay. It was okay as cars go. The naffest car I've ever had. Fiat Tipo. No, actually, I had a Ford Popular. It only had three gears. First, second, third, and reverse. And the faster you went, the slower your windscreen wipers went, because it was on compression. And I didn't know anything about cars, still don't. And I thought that every time you did a journey, it used up the oil in the sump, so I kept topping up with oil. In the end, I had so much oil in there. I was getting free gifts left, right and centre. Waste paper baskets, plastic flowers, all sorts of great things. And I did it with one of my Rollses years and years ago. And Peter said, we just drained the oil out of your car. He said, how much oil have you put in there? I said, well, I thought it used it up on a long journey. He said, no, it doesn't. You don't need to change it until it sort of goes in for its service. But you're quite right about shops or restaurants only accepting cash, Mo. As I say, in Twickenham, because of the rugby, it'll have a sign on the window, our cash machine is broken. Sorry, our card machine is broken. Cash only. You know they're fiddling. You know, far be it from me to actually... No, they're definitely fiddling. Definitely. Also, what else have we got? Oh, the car crash driver. He's a jockey. He was drinking at the wheel of his car. He crashed into a tree and he's still drinking. And you think to yourself, how is that? Well, I mean, he'd had the bottle next to him on the seat. He was over twice the legal limit. I never know why people... Listen, if people get into cars and they're over the legal limit, they're going to get on scooters when they've had a few drinks. I've seen all the kids on them. I mean, it doesn't take much. Somebody swerves, something runs out in front of you, and it's illegal to have two people on them, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, you're another accident. Now 6 people are dead. 6 people ain't coming back because they went on scooters and they don't know how to... There's nobody standing there to teach you how to use a scooter. And these things are electric. Have you seen the speed they go? Blooming fast. 9 minutes to 5, still waiting on the results from Batley and Spen. I'm going to be sitting here at 7, I'm telling you this morning. If these results come in earlier, I'm going to be very excited. But counting is underway in the crucial Batley. Crucial because, of course, it could signal the end of Keir Starmer, couldn't it? But they're all hanging around, a lot of people wearing their rosettes. And, you know, I would have thought that by now they'd have been interviewing Keir Starmer and all the other people up there, just to keep it going. Because, to be honest with you, watching the talking heads on the television, about the most boring bit of television I've ever seen in my entire life. Here's another so-called expert, you know, he can tell you that the Conservatives, you know, haven't held this seat since so-and-so, and Labour want to hang... And you think, who cares? Just tell us who's won. OK, is it Labour or is it the Conservatives? Because it never really amounts to anything else. Or it could be Galloway. I don't think it's going to be I'm going to put a shilling on the fact that I don't think it's Galloway. Turnout was so-so. I think it's about 47%, actually. I think about 47%, which isn't... 47.6%. Why can't it be 100%? What is it about... Do people not understand? Or do they just go, oh, don't worry, it doesn't make any difference who we actually vote for? In Australia... Oh, in Australia it's illegal not to vote. I wish they'd bring it in here. Oh, wait a minute, look, there's people moving in the hall. This is looking a bit promising. A lot of people walking through. Yeah, look at... might be. No, they're just walking through. They're not actually doing anything at all. They're probably delivering teas and coffees. It's a big hall, though, isn't it? Big hall. Very big hall. I like it. But I mean, but who are they competing? Who was it before? Who was it held by? Tracy Brabin, who's mayor of... She West Yorkshire. Okay. But this is the important test for Keir Starmer. It's been reported could face a challenge from his deputy Angela Rayner if the party lose another Northern English constituency to the Tories. But apparently Sir Keir's team have said he will fight the next general election, and friends of Miss Rayner say she's not planning to oppose her boss. It's such a wicked world, isn't it? Such a wicked world, the world of politics. Oh, do you like them? Yes, I really like them. No, you don't. People are talking about Matt Hancock coming back into the party. But more delays. I told you. You know, more delay. This is gonna run. If this gets to 6 o'clock and we've still got delays, we're going to be looking at after 7. But we'll let you know, because the Batley and Spen boat was called after the previous MP, former Corrie actress Tracy Brabin, became West Yorkshire's first elected mayor in May. She was in Corrie. I knew she was in something. I couldn't remember which one she was in. So William and Harry, I think they were still socially distancing. They weren't wearing masks, and they've got the statue of their mother. It's not the most exciting statue I've ever seen. I have to be honest. I did look at it, and then Harry's going, you could tell it's all a little bit exhausting for him, and so they unveiled the statue, and I'm assuming we can go and see it. I don't know when we can go and see it, but I'm sure we must be able to. And they had a list of the people who were there. There was about 13 people who were meeting Wills and Harry. Also, Harry chatting with Earl Spencer. I wonder what Earl Spencer's got to say. And Diana and Earl Spencer in 1967. And reaching out, Ingrid Steward's done her bit, and Arthur Edwards says Wills and Harry did her proud. They only had to pull a piece of rope. That was all it was. They didn't have to make the bloody thing. You know, the statue was made by somebody else. And she said, we waited a long time, and goodness, it was worth it. Was it? You see, I'm not sure. If you're not a fan of Diana, it's every time I mention Diana, you're always going to get somebody, a little troll or a woke person, going, she manipulated the press and all. And they thought, well, that's how you play the press. I mean, it would have been her 60th yesterday. And she was very good, and the public loved her. Whether you like it or not, whether you think she was manipulative or whether she wanted an affair or something. Charles has been having the affair for years. For years. Why should she have to sit there, do the washing up? Why would you want to do that? That would be absolutely ridiculous. When she went abroad with Charles, they didn't want to see him. They wanted to see her. In fact, they felt very cheated if he walked down one side of the avenue talking to people and she went down the other side. I think he was very resentful because up until then he used to get all the coverage. Here's Charles running into the sea, chasing another woman. And we always go, oh, he's so funny, isn't he? Little realising he was cheating left, right and centre, playing them all off against each other. And so when Diana was walking down, I've seen all the pictures and the footage, she was walking down one side and all the crowd over on Charles's side are going, Diana, Diana. They want to talk to dreary old Charles, the man with the most boring haircut in the entire world. I mean, for God's sake, at least have it spiked. Put a bit of colour in it, mate. Blimey, honestly. And it was a bit disappointing. So I don't know whether or not, Arthur Edwards, who's very good, we like him, when he said Wills and Harry did a proud, they only had to pull a piece of string to unveil the statue. And it looks okay. It looks okay, but I'm not gonna sort of get too excited about the whole thing. Unless, of course, they say you can't see it because it's a private garden. In fact, until they put in something like 40,000 plants, it just looked a bit dreary. They put new... it's got water in front of it, and they've got everything else. You see, I think they've moved Diana's body. I think she's not on the island at Althorp. I don't think so. I think she's actually... I think they've moved her to somewhere else. Where? I've got no idea. I don't know. Steve, and says Alan, Alec and Vicky from Petts Wood. For our anniversary, I took my wife up the Oxo Tower. She loved it. I've never been. I've been to quite a lot of places. And, Steve, the restaurants aren't fiddling. They're choosing not to pay the... No, don't talk absolute rubbish. What a load of old crock of... What's it? Steve, I had a Triumph Herald on a rainy night. I had to choose whether to use the lights or the wipers because it couldn't cope with both. My one, if I went down the motorway in my little Ford Popular and it was raining and I was bombing down at 50 miles an hour, which would have been called top speed, the windscreen wipers went so slowly, it was like... like that. Really, really dull. I'm taking something home today from work, which I had in my locker. And I remember buying this a long time ago. They're ever so expensive. And it's that. Okay. Do you know what that is? What do you think that is, Joe? I'm showing him. It's not a speaker. It looks like a speaker. It's quite heavy, actually, as well. It's a box with an acrylic lid. And you lift up the lid. And you put batteries in the base. I mean, to be honest with you, it's quite a big box for what it is. But what do you think that is? What do you think that is? No, you put your watch in it. If you've got a self-winding watch, when you go away and they do these in 1s, 2s, 3s and 4s, if you go away on holiday, you want to keep the watch ticking over. So you put it in here and that thing will go backwards and forwards for ages, keeping the watch turning. So it doesn't run down, because otherwise you have to sort of... I have self-winding watches, yes. Yes. I have self-winding watches, which is quite nice. And I knew I'd bought one of these ages ago, but I went on Amazon to check the prices of them. It's called a watch winder. And some of them go from about 40 quid up to about £200. Because I can't understand what the hell's in there. It's only a motor. It is big, isn't it? Thank you. And it's very nice. So I'm going to take it home because I've got a nice watch which will have to go in there because I don't wear it all the time. Too worried about wearing it. But there you go. Steve, it did say on television the public will be able to view the statue free of charge. Oh, that's good. Oh, well, I'm going for that one, actually. I'm going for that one. OK, we're still waiting for the results. Still waiting. They keep sort of putting it back. They'll also be going for, can we get it near... I bet you anything, they're getting it nearer to 6 because that's a major news bulletin in terms of the media. 6 would be a good news bulletin. 5 would not be. But we still like it, and that's why we have the news for you now at 5. I'll be back with you in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's Friday. It's the 2nd of July. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's very nice to have your company. Thanks. Very nice to have anybody's company when it was... Yesterday was very miserable when I left, and then all of a sudden the sun popped out. It was good, but I've decided I'm taking it easier. I've decided... Although, strange enough, yesterday, I thought, I'm not in any rush. I'll just meander back to the station, get the train, it'll be fine. I got back to the station in kind of like record time. And so I was able to get the train at 28 minutes past 7, which means you're home for 8 o'clock. Because apparently we have to stop to pick up other passengers. It's very tedious. But no, I was sort of quite excited. I have actually got, about 6 other trains that I can get. In fact, in the course of the hour, there must be about 8 trains that I can get. So I'm very well serviced, even if I want to sort of get the really slow trains. Talking of slow, we're still waiting on the Batley and Spen by-election results. They're still sort of recounting, and they're sort of we'll wait and let you know. But at the moment, it keeps getting put back. 4 o'clock, then 5 o'clock, and then at about 4:45, they were going, could be in a few minutes. They are currently doing a bundle check, because they have to get it right, because otherwise Labour could dispute. If they think it's going to go against Labour or Conservatives, either one of the parties, or George Galloway, could actually make a complaint and go, no, I think we should go for a recount or something, in which case it just drags it out. Why are they cut? Because they do it by hand. They do it by hand in all the elections. We haven't even moved into sort of the age of technology. Why don't they just put them all in a thing, and like in the bank? They don't sit there counting up all their money at the end of the day. They put it in a machine, and the machine counts it for them. Safer by hand. I mean, it's just so... there's so many people involved in doing it. Who are the people who go and count? So they sort of put out an advert for sort of, wanted, bewildered person who can come and sort of go, 1, 2, 3. How are you, Mavis? 1, 2, and so it goes on. Steve, as a child, during wet days on holiday in North Wales, I would wander off with 12 pennies in my pocket. I could make them last for half a day in the local amusement arcade, says Nick. Electric machines were just coming in and were so basic it was easy to work out when they would pay up. I just liked the whole thing, actually. Amusement arcades, little realising when we were children just how addictive they are. You don't see as many. You only get the amusement arcades, really, on the seaside resorts. You don't, on the pier. On Brighton Pier, they've got some of the old machines, which take the old pennies, and they've got the modern machines. But all it is, it's like Vegas. It's just the constant clatter and ringing of bells, because every time a bell rings, not do you just get an angel, but you get a winner. And so that's what spurs people on. They hear the bell ringing, and they go, somebody's won money. I could be the next person. And they've got a giant machine, which is $1 a go and stuff like that. And I've seen people winning, and I've seen a lot more people losing, because you need the losers to pay the winners. And that's how it works. We have an amusement arcade in Twickenham. It must keep going literally on about 5 people who go in there all the time. Whereas, I've been in there probably about 3 times in my entire life. Just got fruit machines. And that's all it is. But it sort of opens up in the morning. And every time I walk past, I think, how are they affording their rent? Their rent must be about 50 grand a year. So, there must be more money in... Perhaps I should get a fruit machine and stick it in our foyer. Maybe just get people to put money in it as they go past. A friend of mine had a fruit machine. Made a fortune out of his wife, because she used to play it all the time. It's very odd, isn't it? Very strange. Very strange. So, what else we got? Britney Spears' pals calling for her to be set free. She wants to look after her own money. And yet the judge has just decided in America that, no, her father carries on looking after it. Something not right there, is it? Something not right. And Linda Robson and Pauline Quirk. There's no rift. She said there's no rift at all. Adam Woodyat says EastEnders might not want him to return. They do. They do want him to return. And they've already said they can't wait for him to go back. But I think you'll find his marriage split. And so he's been living in a camper van or something. And he loves it. He absolutely loves it. Yes, in real life. Yes, in real life. I think he's living in a camper van. I seem to remember reading something about it and thinking, that's quite nice. You can get some of these big Winnebagos. And so Ian Beale has been married 6 times to 5 women in EastEnders, yeah. Yeah, but that's exactly the same for Ken Barlow in Coronation Street. He's slept with nearly every woman in the street over the years. There's not been many he's missed. And one of them went upstairs, I think Valerie Barlow, went upstairs one year, came downstairs the following year, completely different person. And he never noticed the difference. I used to love things like that. Ken Barlow's had 24 girlfriends. That's basically the whole of Coronation Street. The only person who missed out was Minnie Caldwell. He's had three marriages. But that's what it is. It's a soap. It's only supposed to be. It's supposed to be a bit of fun, but people believe it. When people have a horrible storyline, people write to them. They really do. People get all, overexcited about, I think there was a bloke who was in Crossroads and he was accused of beating up his daughter, I think. People were attacking him in the street because they were so stupid they believed it was a real storyline, as opposed to, no, it's a story. That's all it is. I was also a teenager queuing up for a funfair ride, and somebody's mobile fell on them, and it gashed them, and they got a bit of a... And the mother, of course, has gone up in arms. Well, I think it's absolutely outrageous. So the funfair owner has now put a sign up there saying, keep your mobile safe inside your... Don't start using your mobile as you're going round. You'd be a bit stupid. Because the mother of the little boy, the little 14-year-old boy who was drawing blood, said if it was a baby, they would have died. I thought, a little bit dramatic, dear. But also, nowadays, everybody's got telephones. How are the funfair owners supposed to know if somebody's taken their phone out of their pocket? Well, I don't know. Perhaps it was one of those bricks or something like that. Yeah, that was an interesting story. I wasn't sure if they were looking for some sort of compensation. Also, some missing episodes of Doctor Who will be brought out on DVD. These are the Patrick Troughton programmes, which have never seen the light of day. They're going to be coming out on DVD, and I think it could be Patrick Troughton and the Daleks, I think. But there'll be a lot of Doctor Who fans listen to this programme, and so every time we mention anything, they go, oh, that's good. That's definitely good. And Cheryl has lit a candle for her birthday. She turns 38 because, of course, if she lit 38 candles, she'd never get anywhere near the blooming cake, would she? The heat would drive her back. But she still doesn't have a boyfriend. She still isn't in the music business, and she's still not working. So I hope she's made enough money over the years from all those lovely little programmes she did on the television. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says Diana's statue's face looks like a young Robert Redford. Oh, I never thought about that, actually. I think it's Diana in her nursery years. You know, the one where we've seen her standing in a field? Which is, I think, the first picture that Charles ever saw. Pretty little thing. No, they're not. No, it's three children, isn't it? They're three abstract children, aren't they? Representing her times when she was in the nursery. Yeah. I was going to say, unless one of them's had a sex change or something like that, that definitely looks like a little girl there. And the little boy, yes, and they are both bald, aren't they? They are both bald. In fact, Harry's hair has just dropped out. Not surprised, the worry. And Ken Barlow didn't even notice when his daughter Tracy morphed into a completely different person too. I know, they never do. And also, when they have somebody famous who goes into Coronation Street, they don't know who they are. We've had all sorts of people go into Corrie and to EastEnders and Emmerdale and stuff like that, and the people in these places, they don't know who they are. And you think, but you must have known them, they're on the television. How can you not know who they are? It'll be somebody standing in the Rover's Return. And as opposed to going, oh, aren't you so-and-so, so-and-so? I mean, there are lots of celebrities who have made cameos in Coronation Street, including, I think you will find Peter Kay has been in it, Prince Charles, and then, interestingly, they've had other people here. Who's this? Craig Tinker and Gemma Winter, Dolly Rose Campbell, joining Philip and Holly on this morning. Rosie Webster makes a late entrance. I don't know who these people are. And Paddy McGuinness has been in it. I quite like him, can't stand the wife. Cilla Black. Oh, she's in it. How nice. Her dreams come true. Her dreams come true. Starring in a specially written Coronation Street in 2013. She'd been asked some time ago. She always looked smart. She didn't know how to look scruffy. Everything. Her jeans were immaculate. Immaculate. She used to wear jeans occasionally. The crease down there, you could have sliced bread with the crease on her jeans. The same as Angela Rippon. You won't see Angela Rippon ever looking rough. She just doesn't. It's like Gloria Hunniford. No, it's like me. I am lucky. I am the height of perfection. You're listening to somebody who is dressed sartorially. I'm an icon for the older generation. Who's the irritating dancer on Steph's packed lunch, says Margaret. Could be anybody. Could be anybody. Wish they'd given Diana a smile. She didn't do smiling. If you look at Diana's smile, it was a little bit coquettish. It was a little bit like that. It was... Sorry, I just realised it's radio. But they didn't... smiles are a bit more difficult to do. It's like, look at Victoria Beckham. She can smile, but she doesn't do it because it means her face all wrinkles up because she's heading towards 50 now and she's getting on a bit. And people worry about the smiling. Whereas me, I think, laughter lines are features. Steve, I have to laugh at the unwritten rules, the etiquette of the cycle or the walking paths that I have to go on for a walk. The cyclists think they're the bee's knees and look down on the scooterists. In turn, they look down on the walkers. Us walkers are too classy to participate, says Kim, and look down on them all. Yes, I mean, I do see a lot of bikes on pavements. A lot at the moment, and I see a lot of people on scooters on pavements, and those ones I would quite happily sit. They could ring their bell till the cows came home and I still wouldn't be moving. It's as simple as that. Or bikes well, actually, I've got a friend who jumps lights. He said, why would I bother sitting there at a red light when there's nobody crossing? Well, I know they're on the road, I know, but they don't stop there. Very few of them do. There's only a handful that do. But it's these scooters with 2 people on. I mean, just, the stupidest people. 6 people are dead, not coming back. They're dead. And then they were talking the other day on the television. They had, on Loose Women, they were talking about dead and whether or not you want to be buried or cremated. In the case of the Loose Women, I think, to be honest with you, I think just a giant burial, I think, would be good. But it's amazing how many people want to be cremated. They don't want to be buried. And I've only ever been to cremations, apart from one burial. I went for one burial, which was a cousin of mine who died of cancer, very young, very, very young. And I remember walking away from the grave thinking, I don't like that. We've left them there.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Still waiting for the results. They're all wandering about. George Galloway's wandering around. You know it's George Galloway because he always wears that silly hat. Why doesn't he just accept the fact that he's bald? Makes it so much easier. They all used to do it, don't they? I've seen no end of comedians who were... In fact, I was watching, which is very good, actually. It was the Bee Gees in concert. I think in Australia, when we had 3 of them who were alive, there's now only one. There's only Barry left because we lost all the other ones, which is a shame. But they're so good. But Morris always wears a hat. He was the one married to Lulu. Always wears a hat, and he must just get so used to wearing a hat all the time. And George Galloway does exactly the same. He wears this sort of hat. But there's also... I always used to look at George Galloway on the television and think, who was that bloke who went out with one of the cheeky girls? Lembit Opik. There was a failure if ever there was one. He was failure as an MP. Then he tried to be a comedian, a stand-up comedian. Then he tried to be a radio presenter. He couldn't manage actually anything. There were nothing that he could ever do. And the cheeky girls turned up on the television a short while ago. They were obviously looking at Pointless, which kind of summed them up completely. Touch my bum, don't be shy. And they had them on and Jedward. I mean, Lord above, it was all the deadbeats from years ago. And you think, God, they're not still going, are they? I'd love to know how much money all these people make. It's probably not a great deal. So we're still waiting. You will hear it first, I promise you, in Backley and Spen's by-election, where we're waiting. I mean, if it goes the wrong way, somebody... And the only person who's been standing up on the stage throughout the entire thing is the Monster Raving Loony Party. Wait a minute, there's some more people moving through, looking as though they're... going... Well, they seem to be assembling. They must be getting ready imminently for something. They're moving. Wait a minute. They're going up on the stage. Yep, they're going up on the stage by the look of it. Yeah, we'll bring the result when it comes. But as I say, no, don't hold your breath at the moment. Yeah, but they're on the stage. George Galloway's on the stage. Monster Raving Loony Party. Looks like he might not make it till the count. He's clinging on. They're all up there. So they're getting there. I think we might have something. I think we... Are we not? Well, she's getting ready. She's getting ready to speak. I think that they seem to be having everybody up there. We'll let you know. At the no, I think this actually could be. I'm trying to be optimistic and go, yeah, this is definitely going to be it because all the people have assembled in front of them. Is she speaking? No. Though the bundle checks haven't led to any overturning of the result. So they've done that, and apparently George Galloway, it says, is already thinking about challenging the result. We haven't got the result yet, but they're thinking about challenging it. I told you they'll do this as a stopgap. They'll go, somebody puts it into a dispute. We think it's happening. We think it's happening. So let's cross over, shall we, to Backley and Spen by-election.
This is the mayor, I think, who's going to announce the result. So here we go. After much drama, here's the result.
I, Nigel Patrick, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bickerdike Paul, Christian People's Alliance, 102. Davis Michael Francis, commonly known as Davis Mike, Alliance for Green Socialism, 104. Franson Jada, Independent, 50. Galloway George, Workers' Party, 8,264. Gordon Thomas Anthony, Liberal Democrats, 1,254. Hope Allen, commonly known as Hope Howling Lord, the official monster Raving Loony Party, 107. Laird Susan, Heritage Party, 33. Leadbeater Kim Michelle, Labour Party, 13,296. Mukovich Teresi, commonly known as Hurst Teresi, English Democrats, putting England first, 207. Purser Oliver James Nicholas, Social Democrat Party, 66. Robinson Corey James, Yorkshire Party, 816. Smith Andrew Jonathan, Rejoin EU, 75. Stevenson Ryan, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,973. Thompson Jack James, UK Independence Party, in brackets UKIP, 151. Tilt Jonathan Richard, Freedom Alliance, supporting personal freedom, 100. Waters Anna Maria, commonly known as Waters Anne Marie, the For Britain movement, 97. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. A.
Interesting. So George Galloway, 8,000. Labour, 13,000. We were hanging on the Conservatives. Ryan Stevenson, 12,973. So Labour hold Batley and Spen by-election. So very interesting. Let's go back to our reporter on the scene, Vicky Smith. Morning, Vicky.
Hello. Yes, they are still coming in right now.
Right. Is it okay? So, I mean, does it look like it's a clear win for Labour?
It does. Labour has managed to cling on to the seats, and all eyes up and down the country have been watching with bated breath about what could happen here and what it could mean for Labour's leadership. But it looks like Kim Leadbeater, Labour's candidate, has been elected. She is the sister of Joe Cox, who was murdered in this constituency by a right-wing extremist in 2016.
Vicky, hang on a sec, because Kim's just about to speak now, so let's hear from her.
Am I okay to speak? Is it okay? Okay, I'm not going to speak for too long because I think we're all pretty tired. I know I am. It's been a gruelling few weeks, but I want to say a few thank yous. I want to say a massive thank you to Jackie Gedman, the returning officer, and her team for organising this evening, and all the staff that have been involved in doing the count tonight. I want to say a huge thank you to the police, who sadly I have needed more than ever over the last few weeks. And I want to say a huge thank you to the whole Labour Party team for the hours and the time and their commitment they've put in to supporting me and helping me to get to this fantastic result this evening. Well done for keeping up, everybody. There's way too many people to mention by name, but I do want to refer to my family and my friends who, without them, I could have not got through the last 5 years, never mind the last 5 weeks. My amazing parents and my wonderful partner. And I want to give a special shout out to my niece and nephew, who I cannot wait to hug as soon as I see them. The focus now is catching up on a bit of sleep, maybe having a few glasses of fizz, and then there's lots to do. And I think the campaign has highlighted that there's lots to do. But I'm going to crack on with it, and I will do my very best to represent the whole of Batley and Spen as their new MP. I'm absolutely delighted that the people of Batley and Spen have rejected division and they've voted for hope. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Nice. Majority only 323 there. I thought she was going to burst into tears, actually. It must have been. She said it's been very emotional for these last few years, let alone the last few weeks. So Labour hold, and a majority of 323. LBC's reporter Vicky Smith. I should imagine Keir Starmer must be breathing a sigh of relief, Vicky.
Exactly. There were so many questions about what this could mean for Keir Starmer's leadership. But Kim Leadbeater, the Labour's candidate, has held on to this seat. And you heard her speaking there about she can't wait to hug her nieces and nephews, talking about Jo Cox's children there. And at the end saying that she's so glad that people here, in her words, have rejected division and voted for hope. Kim was fighting this by-election with a real focus on her being the only local candidate on the ballot, saying that she was the only one who could really unite the communities here. And there were a lot of points during this by-election when there were a lot of doubts whether Labour would be able to beat the Tories, to also fight the challenge of George Galloway, because the emergence of George Galloway presented some real problems, it seemed, during the campaign. He entered this race with the explicit aim of challenging Keir Starmer, reaching into and eating up Labour's vote share. And when I was out on the streets of Batley and Spen, he did seem to have a lot of support, particularly from the Muslim voters who said that they wanted either change from Labour, or others said that his position on Palestine was the driving force behind their vote. And in the lead up to this count, it has been at times extremely fractious on the campaign trail, at points extremely heated. And Kim Leadbeater actually issued a statement after the polls closed today. She said there have been many highs, but also some unacceptable lows. Saying that the acts of intimidation and violence by some who have come here with the sole aim of sowing division have been deeply upsetting to witness. But now it has been decided that the next MP for Batley and Spen is Kim Leadbeater, and Labour have held onto this seat despite it being thrust into the national spotlight about what it could mean for the future of the party.
Well, we'll let you go to bed now, Vicky. Thank you very much indeed for that. They've been up quite a tiring night for not only the reporters but all the people there. LBC reporters Vicky Smith. So Labour get in. Small majority, but I think that was, everybody in the Labour Party breathing a sigh of relief, especially Keir Starmer, because if it had gone the other way, it would have been we'd have been looking at something completely different to finish off the rest of the programme. But anyway, thank you to Vicky for that. Let's take a short break for the news headlines, shall we?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday, start of the weekend. And if we get some good weather, it's going to be quite a nice weekend. So the result for the Batley and Spen by-election, if you just joined us, went to Labour. Small majority. Went to very small majority. We'll have a chat to, hopefully, Theo Usherwood, who's up there a little bit later on, OK? Steve, I was and am an admirer of Princess Diana. She highlighted many worthwhile causes, and bless her for that, but don't personally think I'm not one of those impressed with the statue. It doesn't bear much resemblance to her, and quite frankly, doesn't do her justice, says Kim. Well, I mean, I suppose I was looking at it because, we know what she could look like and how stunning she could look. And so I think this is taken at the beginning of her career, so to speak. I think it's that sort of picture that we had of her in a field with that diaphanous dress on, and Charles going, "Oh, he looks lovely," and all the rest of it. So that's it. I mean, I shall go and see it. I think definitely I shall make some time out over a weekend in the not too distant future to go and have a little look. Steve, I went clothes shopping yesterday, first time in ages. It was noticeable how many shops had card payments only signs on display. The last time I looked, sterling was our legal currency. Are they actually allowed to refuse cash? Yes. They don't have to serve you. The nominal rationale for the policy was COVID, but I don't think it's ageist, do you? Don't think we should all push back on this? But I always check with people if I go into a place, and I mean, I've got both. I can do cash or something else, unless I'm feeling particularly belligerent about it, in which case I go, oh, right, I shan't bother. Leave it there. And I always say, do you take cash? And they go, yes. Why not? In fact, when I did it the other day in Greg's, I mean, they do take cash and they take card payments. She puts a glove on to take the money from me and then puts the money back in her hand and then gives it to me. So that seems to work quite well, Carey. But a lot of people only use cash. Elderly people would only use cash. I mean, although I've seen more. I can remember years ago when Paul Cooper decided, the greengrocer in Twickenham, to take cards. But it's £5 minimum. Because it's not worth processing the thing. You know, some people go, oh, I'll just have 2 peaches and put it on a card. It's got to be £5 minimum. It encourages you also to eat more vegetables. Probably works exactly the same in Sandy's. I should imagine Sandy's, although I'm missing not looking straight into the shop. They put a plastic curtain at the front of the shop and you can't see through it. It's like the sort of thing you'd find in a big freezer, warehouse or something like that as the trucks would go through. But I like looking in. I can't see in at the moment. I don't know if Stuart's there or not. Suppose he must be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But you have to ask in the shops. Some of them take cash, some of them don't take cash, and it's up to you whether or not you choose to patronise them. We've had a lot of businesses coming up in Twickenham. It's amazing, actually. We seem to be doing a little bit better than Richmond and Kingston, which are our main rivals. There's nothing more you need in Twickenham. We've got the fish and chip shop. We've got coffee shops. You can sit outside. We've got Church Street. We've got fruit and veg shop. Where you can go and pick out the fruit that you want. They've got bags all over the place. You just pick it up and serve yourself, which is what people like. If somebody's doing it for you, unless it's something that's in the back of the shop, in which case they have to go and get it for you. But it would generally be mini cucumbers or broccoli or stuff like that. But the rest of the fruit is at the front, and you just pick out which ones you want. And that way, it's your choice, isn't it? Much appreciated, I think. And also, if you want your fish, you can go and get your fish, which is lovely. Steve, I never knew there were so many mixed couples involved in television adverts. Are there? I've never even noticed it. I just see people on television. I don't think about, are they a mixed couple? It's never crossed my mind. Actually, if I was looking, I'd be going, are they trans? I don't know. I mean, I would never know. It never crosses my mind. I just see people on the television. I expect people in adverts to be good looking. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit sensitive over that. We don't want to see unattractive people. The whole idea of being on television is that you're attractive. That's the whole, except if you're on Love Island, whereby, when you listen to those dreadful voices, and you start thinking, how bad. Well done, Kim and Kieran Labour, somebody says here. And Kim, of course, the sister of Joe Cox, murdered by the far-right extremists yelling Britain first. But, not a huge majority, as we say, 323. But listening to her talking, she said it's been a tough few years, she said, and, an even tougher few weeks, though. But she did it. Doesn't matter how big the majority is, it was a majority. And so I was pleased for her. And I think that, Jo Cox, if she's sitting on a cloud looking down and be going, well done, girl, you did well. And I think that was, as I say, if only for Keir Starmer, who I should imagine has picked up the phone and called her immediately going, well done, thank God, without trying to admit that the whole thing could have been a complete disaster. But there isn't. Steve, you mentioned Jedward and the Cheeky Girls in the same sentence, says Paul. Now there's a match made in heaven. If only it was. If only it was made in heaven. Oh, you mean the nightclub? Oh, of course. Yes, no, I mean the Cheeky Girls. Good God, I can't even believe that they're still around. And Jedward as well, the most irritating couple you've ever seen on the television. Something the matter with them. They're not... I thought by now they'd have girlfriends. Do you not think so? But they appear not to have... I don't even know if they live still at home with... Because they have another brother, I believe. Yes, I believe Jedward have another brother. I think there's either 3 or 4 in that family. I'm pretty certain. I just remember the first time I saw them on the television. Hello, our name's Jedward. And they bounced onto the stage. You could see the look on Simon Cowell's face, which was, what the heck? Of course, he knows these things. It's his programme. There you go, an older brother, and he's a model. And there he is. He's good-looking. But you imagine, they go, so have you got any brothers and sisters? Yeah, I've got a couple of brothers. Okay, what are they called? Jedward. Sorry? Jedward. Right. He's much better looking than they are. Kevin Grimes, his name is. Steve, the reason for card only is you can pass on COVID by touching coins. You can catch it all over the place. Catch it all over the place. Yeah, that's why the masks are so important. So important. Steve, what can the new owner of the VW Ford Escort, once owned by Diana, will do with it? It's going into a museum. It's going to a museum in... it's going abroad. And I didn't know either, but it's going abroad. In fact, it might have already been transmitted abroad. They'll stick it in a container, wrap it up. It's Chile. There you go. I knew it was something unusual. 52,000, says Roger, for a car that can't really be used. It'll just sit there in a museum. It was owned by Diana. It was bought by Charles. And I think they only paid a few thousand for it. And I should imagine Charles negotiated a discount. That's what they do. And so that's why. That is why. What else have we got? What else have we got in the papers? Oh, a picture of the Diana. We miss Mum every day. Everybody misses their mum every day. This is not unique to Diana's children at all. And here's a picture of Lady Gaga. As I said, she's got so many different looks. You would never know if it was Lady Gaga. You really wouldn't. Most of us reckon we'd know how to deal with an alien invasion. Most people would have rushed to buy loo roll. God, do you remember the people who were rushing out and coming out with trolleys piled high with loo roll and everything else? They're probably still going through it, I should imagine. Probably still. So. The warring princes come together in honour of tragic mum. Yeah, I think it's just for the cameras, knowing, of course, that the eyes of the world are beyond them. I don't know what the statue's made of. I really don't. But they've unveiled it. It involved taking off her revolting sort of green colouring or something. But Diana's brother was there. The brothers were forced to mingle in a small group, lucky enough to be invited. Yeah, they didn't have any choice over it. So if they'd been made of bronze, is it? God, I bet that weighs a ton. Weighs a ton. Jonathan and his kids join Gogglebox. This is Jonathan Ross and his family. His son, Harvey Kirby, is going to be on. Daughter, Honey Kinney, and Honey's boyfriend, Zane Saz. Poor old Jonathan, honestly. They're going to feature in 2 episodes, including the one about Matt Hancock resigning as health secretary. I feel a bit sorry for him because he's got no sense of fashion whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. He wears the most peculiar clothes. Most peculiar clothes. Here we go. This is a childhood sweetheart, a devoted mum and a dedicated PE teacher behind the rise of England's #1, Jordan Pickford. I don't know who he is. He's obviously a footballer. He's a goalkeeper. Oh, right, he's a goalkeeper. Because they don't do a lot, do they? They just sort of stand there making tea, buffing their fingernails up, waiting for the ball to sometimes end up. And here is a picture of him. He wed his childhood sweetheart, who's called Megan. The best thing about her is that she can paint a black line in down the middle of her hair. It's obviously not all her hair. And he just looks like sort of... He can't be very old, can he? He's not a very old person at all. He must be in his... He's 27. Good Lord, he doesn't look 27. But anyway, Megan looks the type of girl who would go out with footballers. It's as simple as that, you know. He's a good-looking boy, isn't he? A lot of people say I look like him. A lot of people who go to Specsavers say I look a bit like him. And then you've got the people who go to Wimbledon. You know, they don't play tennis. They're just going there because they're either on a freebie or something else. And they sort of dress so that people go, oh, is that somebody famous? Because nobody dresses to go to Wimbledon unless you're a complete so-and-so. So they had a special environment day the other day. Stylish stars, including Ella Eyre and Ashley Roberts. Ashley Roberts is another one. I mean, where in God's name did you get that dress from, love? Take it back and get one that fits. Really, it's awful. And there's a picture of Rochelle and Marvin Humes. And again, I don't know what Rochelle's wearing. There must be an outfit. Must be from her collection. Can't think of any other reason. Andy Murray has joined the Mirror's fight to get nurses a proper pay hike, which is good. Michael McIntyre said he found salvation in lockdown by writing a book about his TV flops. Can't be a very big book. He hasn't had many TV flops at all, has he? He was on Britain's Got Talent in 2011, the Michael McIntyre chat show. Most comedians hate him. You know why? He's successful. They absolutely hate him. And very rich. I think in 1 year he made 27 million. £27 million, and that's why the comedians hate him. They go, oh, but he's not good. He's brilliant. He can enter. He's very good. Of course, he used to be an LBC presenter, so I can tell you that. Oh, they've all been on LBC. I don't think there's anybody who's not been on LBC. It's one of those. The Queen yesterday declared it's time to step up the battle against climate change. And thousands of car workers and their families was celebrating after Nissan unveiled a £1 billion North East boost yesterday. So that's good news. I mean, that is vital to a long-term vision to revitalise the North East, as you know. The puppet heads belonging to hecklers Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets have sold for $85,000, double their estimate. The pair were estimated to sell for $42,800. They think that Waldorf's head could have been operated by Jim Henson. Could have been. That's what they said, but it doesn't really matter, actually. Carrie Fisher's annotated Empire Strikes Back script sold for $45,000, and that was the same auction that the Indiana Jones fedora fetched $270,000, plus Luke Picard's flute from Star Trek made $171,000. People love this movie memorabilia. And how many more... Oh, I've got to take a break. But coming back to Susan Calman's Grand Week by the Sea. What a naff idea of a programme. Somebody going around the country telling us something we've known about for donkey's years.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, the Muppets, the two old curmudgeons. Big chins always made me laugh, says Lawrence. I know. And they only bought the heads. I don't know what happened to the rest of the body, but they only bought that. Perhaps they didn't have the rest of the body. Denise says, not everybody loves or misses their mother. Mine left me when I was 4. And my sisters. The trouble is, at 4, you wouldn't know, would you? You don't really understand at 4, I shouldn't imagine. But no, it's true. I mean, some people... I knew somebody who hated their mother completely. And when they died, I said, oh, you'll be having a funeral. He said, no, I couldn't care less what happens. They really didn't like their mother at all. They have these programmes on the... I think Davina McCall does a programme, doesn't she, where she reunites people with people who've dumped them years and years ago. They say, actually, we've found your mother. And you think, oh, God, here we go. We've got a poem for you a little bit later than usual. It's by Cedric McClester, that well-known poet. Voting is a mission. There we go, we like to be topical. To achieve your ambition, stop hoping and wishing. Voting is a mission. It's like going fishing. No fish will find you if you don't cast your line, so drop your remote and go out and vote. Your candidate might not win the debate, but let me clearly state, if you don't participate, then you abdicate. By not voting your choice, you lose your voice and can never rejoice. Democracy demands having all hands, both critics and fans, despite their brands being involved to get their problems solved. Things tend to revolve, so we'll be absolved. Voting is a right we could lose overnight, unless we unite. Stop being uptight and stay engaged in the fight, for which people died, paid in blood or their hide, to not be denied. Thank you, Cedric McClester. Voting is a mission, which is lovely. Steve, just sent you a clip of Michael McIntyre of Bees and Wasps, says Becky. When I first saw it, I nearly wet myself laughing. I've heard of that before, actually. Michael McIntyre has done some fantastic routines, which I can't even repeat on air because they were too rude. There was one about, I won't tell you it, but you'll probably remember it if I tell you that he was talking about going out around the country and staying in hotels. And there was a very funny line about staying in a hotel with a receptionist there. And I can't even do it on the programme, which I can't even read this morning because people might be offended. All these rude towns names that we have in this country, they are officially names. They do feature on maps and everything else. And for those people who want to, we've been to so-and-so or so. I seriously can't repeat any of them. They're all rude. Labour's Kim Leadbeater has pulled off that surprise victory. Tory challenger Ryan Stevenson, it was close, but mind you, during this one, throughout this campaign, you will remember, rival parties accused their opponents and supporters of dirty tricks, homophobia, dog whistle racism, fake leaflets, assaults, prompting calls for the police and election officials to intervene. But she did win by 323 votes. She said, I'm delighted. This is Miss Leadbeater, that the people of Batley and Spen have rejected division and they voted for hope. She said the campaign was a gruelling few weeks and she thanked her family and friends. Turnout was just 47.6%. But everybody relieved, I should imagine, in the Labour Party going, that would have been a bit embarrassing if they'd lost that, because then that would make Keir Starmer's position untenable. But now it's all lovely. So at the moment they obviously couldn't think of anything for Susan Calman to do. They gave her a quiz show on the television, which she wasn't very good at, because quiz shows are very difficult things to do on television. And so now they've got her Grand Week by the Sea, and Ian Hyland talking about it. And he says, a word of warning, if you're planning a visit to the Rock Shop in Great Yarmouth, those plates of fish and chips and bacon and eggs are not really fish and chips and bacon and eggs. He says, I guess what I'm saying is don't be fooled by the rocks that they've got. So she just went to different seaside resorts. Well, I'm sorry, we're British. We've been to seaside resorts. They haven't just sort of sprung up, places like Great Yarmouth and things like that. She enjoyed a visit to the Hippodrome, which is apparently one of the 7 wonders of the English seaside. And, it ends tonight in Blackpool. Hopefully next time, Channel 5 might remember to include Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Just thought I'd mention it. Seeing as it was slightly racist, they didn't seem to bother about anybody else's beaches at all. And she's not exactly the best presenter. She's sort of rotund and funny, and that's it. But, it's about beaches. Who do you think she's preaching to? If you haven't been to Blackpool, you're in for an absolute treat on that one. My God, there's the dump of the north, if ever there was one. It really is. It's car crash. It's dreadful. You can't even go by train into the centre of Blackpool. You either do North Blackpool or South Blackpool, I think. Yeah, there's no train that goes into the middle of Blackpool. They're that embarrassed on the railways. That embarrassed. So you have to go to North Blackpool and get a taxi or a tram or something. And Ian Hyland says the news that EastEnders this week recorded its lowest ever ratings. Surely, he says, it's only a matter of time before the BBC tell the soap to get out of my pub. Yes, it needs a kick. It really needs a kick. But then most of I've lost track of where we are in storylines. But I reckon that if you watch one of the soaps about 2 or 3 times, you'll pick up on the storylines, of which there aren't any. It's sort of, somebody's doing this, and then there's... Emmerdale has still only got 1 pub. Still no fish and chip shop in the middle of Emmerdale, and no competition to the pub. You thought they'd have a wine bar by now. But it's just a pub and a post office. And, they've got a garage. There's a garage, but you never see anybody putting petrol in because it's only a garage that repairs your cars, which is lovely. And then we had all these people on the television the other day who've got big dogs. It was called Big Dog Britain. People who've got enormous dogs, like Pyrenean mountain dogs, but they don't just have one. They've got about 6. And they always live in pokey little houses. Nobody's ever got huge gardens. And there's one bloke there, and he went, we walked down the street. He said, everybody looks at us. I thought, of course they do. They're looking at that plank over there with all those stupid dogs. Ridiculous, honestly. In many ways, Anne Robinson turned out to be the perfect host for Countdown. For a start on Monday, it looked like she'd been nudged awake in time for the show to begin. So she already had something in common with many of the viewers. She only really perked up when Susie Dent told her she wanted to talk about ablute reduplication. Sadly for Anne, it turned out to be a linguistics term, not the name of some fancy new cosmetic procedure. But she'd settled in nicely. She doesn't make the show all about herself. She hasn't been overly rude to the contestants yet. And she's striking up a nice line in banter with Rachel Riley. So, it's nice. But then they always start off, when they do the first show, it's always a bit lacklustre. By the time they get to the second, the third and the fourth, they finally found their feet. Or in her case, probably the rest of her body. Because she does do exercises, so she could be a size 10. I haven't seen any of it. No. I've seen little sort of clips or anything else. It's the voice which gives away how old she is. That's the only problem. She doesn't sound as sort of chirpy, 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 which we would want. That was one of my favourite songs, Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep. Do you ever remember that? See, out of all the songs from the 60s, the one you remember is Where's Your Mama Gone? Where's Your Mama Gone? Little baby, far, far away. And we used to dance to that in discos. How we danced to it, God alone knows. God alone knows. Bacteria from dead cows' stomachs may break down plastics. That'll be interesting. This has come from the Graz University of Technology in Austria. Lovely. Liquid from a slaughterhouse broke down 3 types of plastic. Riveting. And golfer David Sullivan has real drive and is hitting a ball 1,200 miles all the way from John O'Groats to Land's End. I got on the train the other day and there's a bloke gets on with his golf case, with all his golfing thing. I suddenly realised then, and they always look embarrassed. He can't even afford a car, so he has to go by train to the golf course. And I thought, you poor soul. Yeah, but I do like the golf buggies. I did an event once for somebody. And they said, you can have a golf buggy, Steve, to get you from 8... Brilliant. Brilliant. That was the most... Beep, 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 beep. Again, people out the way. Yeah, I love it. There was somebody the other day, it was another one of those great YouTube videos. This time it was on a gated estate, and it was a black delivery driver delivering parcels, like Amazon or whatever else. And he stopped by this, let's just call him an interfering old soul, who was the president of this particular road. He said, this is private, what are you doing here? And the driver goes, I'm not telling you. He said, what are you doing here? And so he said, I don't need to tell you that. Which house have you been to? He said, I don't need to tell you. And so he said, listen, this is private property. He said, yes, it's a gated estate, isn't it? And the president, who was a bit dim, had to... You know the reason he was picking on him? Because he was black. He wasn't doing it for any other reason. What are you doing here? I'm delivering parcels. To who? Mind your own business. And eventually he had to say to him, listen, if I've got into this property here, I know the code on the gate, OK? What are you doing here? I'm not telling you. Which house did you go to? I'm not telling you. In the end, they found the house he went to, and the president had to apologise because he was thick and stupid. This is all private road here. And the bloke sitting there with his uniform on, seats next to him piled high with parcels. What do you think he's doing? Cake baking? God, blimey, they're so dreadful. So dreadful. There's a man here who's won $286,000 on a horse race, only to see most of it taken back as a mistake 2 days later. Not so good. More on Batley and Spen from our political editor Theo Usherwood next. Might as well catch him before he nods off, I should imagine. And Roger says, I think Richard Whiteley was the best host of Countdown. Yes, I liked him, especially when he was bitten by that mink. Do you remember he had a mink on a chat? No, just me again. News at 6.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Still to come, who are all the boozy girls in the country? Who are all the boozy girls? Which particular area are they in? Are they in? Well, anyway, should we nip back to Batley and Spen? For those people who've just joined us, it's nice to have your company this morning. And we were there, we were waiting. I had this horrible feeling that it was going to drag on till 7 o'clock in the morning, because I've had that happen before. But the Batley and Spen by-election, surprise win for Labour's Kim Leadbeater. So let's join our political editor, Theo Usherwood. Morning, Theo.
Good morning, Steve. Yes, it was a win against all of the predictions. The fear from Labour was that George Galloway was going to split their vote and allow the Tories in via the back door. In the end, George Galloway secured just over 8,000 votes, but it wasn't quite enough to prevent Labour's Kim Leadbeater from winning. She scraped home by a majority of just over 300, significantly down on where the vote was previously. However, Labour have held on to the seat, and that has a massive impact for Keir Starmer, the Labour leader. There'd been talk that had Labour lost, there was going to be a leadership challenge potentially mounted by his deputy, Angela Rayner. Diane Abbott had said that the bar for Keir Starmer was to win in Batley and Spen, and Labour, with a ground campaign, has just managed to do that. And for the Labour leader now and his closest colleagues, they'll be hoping that talk of a challenge from Angela Rayner, potentially Lisa Nandy, will now simply slip away.
If it had gone the other way and Labour would have lost, I appreciate it was only a small majority, would that have meant the end or the demise of Keir Starmer?
Yes, there was a very good chance that had Labour lost this seat, and it wouldn't have been George Galloway who would have won it, it would have been Ryan Stevenson, the Conservative candidate, who would have come home and taken the seat, that Keir Starmer would have faced a challenge. Labour MPs would have needed to have secured, if they wanted to be on the ballot paper to challenge Keir Starmer, would needed to have secured at least 20% of the parliamentary Labour Party, the MPs vote, in order to challenge Keir Starmer. You'll remember from back in the day when Jeremy Corbyn was challenged by Owen Smith, Keir Starmer would have a right to be on the ballot paper in any leadership contest, but there was a fear that, given what happened in Hartlepool in May, at the beginning of May, when Labour lost that seat, fears that Keir Starmer just isn't cutting through with the voters, with the public, and not making the inroads that would be expected at this time in the electoral cycle, that actually it might have been, and this was the view from that was starting to move, not just within the hard left of the Labour Party who supported Jeremy Corbyn and then Rebecca Long-Bailey's challenge to be leader of the Labour Party, but there was a start. That feeling was the danger for Keir Starmer, was that feeling was starting to creep into other known as the soft left of the Labour Party, and that actually they might come to the view that it would be better to have somebody who was more dynamic, somebody who was more appealing to voters, and somebody who would really sock it to Boris Johnson in television interviews or across the dispatch box in the House of Commons at PMQs, rather than somebody who tried to pick their fights carefully or try to find nuance or legal arguments, because of course Keir Starmer is a former barrister, and there was a feeling that Keir Starmer, by taking a more considered approach, wasn't landing the punches on the Conservatives that needed to be landed. Now, of course, this result will this result runs against the view that Keir Starmer cannot win by-elections, that he cannot, when the moment of pressure arrives, actually stand up to it and secure a win, and it's massive for his leadership.
The interesting thing is that this has been an odd campaign because of the rival parties accusing their opponents and their supporters of dirty tricks. People complaining about fake leaflets, dog whistle, racism, homophobia. I mean, it developed into something that was quite challenging, which is something that was talked about by Kim. She said, it's been bad for 5 years, but the last few weeks have been, quite over the top. In fact, I think even at one time, George Galloway threatened legal action against Kirklees Council, which is overseeing the by-election, after it took down his posters.
So you'll remember, of course, that Kim Leadbeater is the sister of Joe Cox, who was the Labour MP here, who was tragically murdered in the days before the referendum. This has been a Labour seat since, and of course Tracy Brabin, who was the MP here, stood down to take up a mayoralty, and she couldn't, because that job took in the role of being a police and crime commissioner. She couldn't continue as an MP. Therefore, there was a by-election, and you mentioned, of course, George Galloway, and he was accused of running a divisive campaign, attacking Labour, particularly on issues to do with the Middle East. And Keir Starmer's supporters said, well, because he'd been strong on standing up to anti-Semitism, this was somehow being used against him by George Galloway, that he wasn't strong enough when it came to issues like Kashmir and the conflict here between Israel and Gaza. Now, this is hugely contentious, and it's been a very, very tortuous and difficult campaign for Labour, given how George Galloway is so toxic, and that is something that today Labour is very pleased that they've managed to stand up to, and they've managed to prevail and win this and hold on to this seat when the predictions were looking particularly grim that George Galloway was going to be successful in peeling off a section of the vote here in Batley and Spen, and that would, by taking a chunk out of the Labour vote, automatically hand this seat to the Conservative Party. And had that happened, then of course, as we were discussing, Steve, it would have had massive implications for Keir Starmer's leadership, because MPs and the fear from Keir Starmer's point of view was that it wouldn't just be the usual suspect, would turn around and say, well, we need you to be doing much better. We need a Labour leader to be doing much better. We potentially got a general election in 2 or 3 years' time, and you need to be securing big wins to show that as a party we are making progress and cutting through on the doorstep in a way that previously Jeremy Corbyn didn't manage to cut through on the doorstep. Having said that, of course, Jeremy Corbyn's supporters would point to the fact that when he was leader, they managed to continue to hold on to this seat. But yeah, for Keir Starmer, his team have already said that they're absolutely delighted, and they're expecting the Labour leader to be here later today to celebrate with Kim Leadbeater.
Excellent. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Theo, very much indeed. LBC's political editor, Theo Usherwood. These people, honestly, you sometimes think that all the journalists up and down the country for the television and for the radio and everything else, they have to sit there sometimes twiddling their thumbs for ages, and then it happens fairly quickly. And we were waiting desperately for the result to come through. So a surprise win for Labour's Kim Leadbeater. And only by 323 votes, but it was 323 votes that pushed her through. I was happy for her because she looked very happy. And as I say, I think that Jo Cox, her sister, who was murdered tragically all those years ago, would be very pleased, very, very pleased for it indeed. Full coverage and reaction throughout the day here on LBC. Thank you for your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Yeah, Richard Whiteley was bitten by a ferret. It was a ferret, and it was hanging on his fingers. Of course, we all laughed, actually. We shouldn't have laughed, because I can imagine. We had a hamster once. Not quite as bad as
You're
ferrets,
listening to a podcast from
it was a
LBC.
hamster, and it did bite me once. I remember thinking, God, they've got sharp teeth. Very sharp teeth. You'd never know. That's why you have to. If you have hamsters, you have to handle them every day so they get used to being handled, because otherwise you're picking up something which can literally do you some serious damage if it bites through your finger. Definitely. Steve, here's an interesting one. Now, you have to play with the words on this one. I wonder what the Love Island contestants would make of a by-election. Okay? You know, because that's a little bit of a play on words there. If, of course, you've never seen Love Island, that won't make any difference at all to your life. You're still going to survive. We're still going to get through Christmas. We're still going to get through to our next bank holiday, which is, I think, end of August. Is the next one. I'm just looking for. Somebody said to me the other day. They said, "Well, do you think the weather's going to get better? Because I'm going to Cornwall for a few days." And I said, "Well, the forecast for July is good. It's supposed to be. I don't know, too hot, but anything that's sort of okay hot, I can cope with. I can just about cope with." We've got more from the papers. And as I say, all of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But the time coming up to just nearly 6:15, give or take.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Alan says, if you don't like the heat, come to Norwich. Right now it's freezing, only about 14 centigrade. Yeah, the place that's suffering at the moment is Canada. What did we say yesterday? 121 degrees. 121 degrees, which sounds, for me, absolutely, I would give up completely on that, actually. Susan Calman, says Paul, has already done a series of grand tours in Scotland, though it should be renamed Making Faces at the Camera in different locations. Yes. Weather today, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. Saturday, oh, blimey, you got it all tomorrow. You've got thunder and lightning. It doesn't say rain. It says thunder and lightning and sunshine and cloudy, 21 degrees. Thundery showers, gentle breeze. Oh, thundery showers. Oh, dear. Sunday is rain, overcast, bit of sunshine, 19 degrees. Monday, 19 degrees, rain. Tuesday, rain, 19 degrees. Wednesday, rain, 20 degrees. Good blimey, it's rain all through the week, isn't it? Thursday, rain. Friday, cloudy and sunshine, 24 degrees. And on Saturday, 24 degrees, cloudy and sunshine. So basically, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, rubbish. Don't bother going out. Stay in. So much easier. Other stories which are in the papers, they're all concentrating on William and Harry uniting to pay an emotional tribute. I'm led to believe after the ceremony, he disappeared off. I think that what happened yesterday was just purely done for the benefit of the cameras. I think what they'll be doing is his body language is very awkward. And so that they'll say that it was being done under duress. So they've come together in a... See, I don't know why they were warring in the first place. I bet nobody can remember. Nobody can remember. It's a case of the relationship may be strained. Why would the relationship be strained? What has William and Kate ever said to Harry that's upset the poor little soul? I can't think of anything. I mean, it's just, William and Harry were 15 and 12 when Diana died. And they followed different paths. And apparently, Harry, on the birth certificate of the latest, is HRH. She's not down as anything. She's not down as Duchess of Sussex, which, of course, she isn't. You can't... These sort of... the Americans like the titles. Oh, I'm the Duchess of Sussex. Yes, of course you are, dear. No, you're not. William and Harry looked up in awe at the image of their mother towering over them, as though they were children again. Well, I mean, I don't know why they say that. Because they have done documentaries on the television about their mother passing. They have done... they must have memorabilia from her. They must have, they certainly got money, out of it, and they must have loads of items that were their mother's. So, you know, looking up in awe at the image of their mother, they have lived with this for their entire lives. And Kensington Palace said the work aimed to reflect the impact she had as an ambassador for humanitarian causes. Was Prince Charles there? I don't think so. You'd think he would have been there for his ex-wife, wouldn't you? I mean, I only chuck that into the burning cauldron for people to go, oh, you know, she was married to Charles. All right, so it finished. But you thought he would have gone there to support his sons. But I don't think they work like that in the royal family. So Charles wasn't there. There were other people there, but not Charles. They say it's the first step of healing. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. And here we go. This is 2 jabs will be the holiday liberator. I'm looking forward to the 3rd jab, which apparently could happen in the autumn. That'd be good, wouldn't it? In fact, we probably find every year we just get another jab, which is very nice. Steel bosses are welcome to shake-up of trade rules aimed at protecting the industry from cheap foreign imports. We've always had that. We've always had cheap foreign imports. And closing the gap. All 80... This is yesterday's story. Why are the Daily Mirror only doing this today? Gap closing. 81 stores, all shut within 3 months. Because when they were asked how many people will lose their job, they said, well, I actually haven't worked that out yet. You know, but I mean, millions are going to get this COVID booster jab from September to keep the virus at bay. Can't wait. Can't wait. Yes, please. Yes, please. Not one of these people. Seems like the whole of Waterloo Station. I've never known a station with so many people who are not wearing masks or socially distancing or anything. Perhaps they're all asthmatic, ladies and gentlemen. Is Kate HRH, says Michael? I've got no idea. I try not to worry about things like that, but I would have thought she would have been. Joel says, my nana, Jean, has got a birthday on Sunday. She's going to be 75. Wow. Actually, 75 now is nothing, is it? I mean, really nothing. You sort of look at somebody of 75 and you go, but wait a minute, the vicar out of Dad's army is 90. He's 90. I wonder what I'm going to be like at 90. Very miserable, I should imagine. Very miserable, very caustic and bitter. Yeah, still here, which will be very nice. And Ian Highland says here, I'm not saying Channel 5's Kate, our Queen in Waiting, felt like an hour-long campaign video for the Duchess of Cambridge, but I did get the feeling the producers really wanted us to know how careful Kate is to respect royal tradition. Honestly, the subtext was so obvious they might as well have flashed up, unlike that witch Meghan. But more on Love Island and Chloe, who's now getting, according to her family, death threats. You know, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And you begin to wonder, if this programme is attracting people as dim as that, it needs to be taken off the air as quick as possible. It really is quite worrying, isn't it? Also, I quite like this idea. You'll like this story. Not a lot, but a little bit. The remaining Queen members rake in how much a day in sales from their continued success of the film Bohemian Rhapsody. Go on, just take a wild guess. £10,000 would be a very good guess. So, 35,000. Well, you're nearest. 100,000 a day. Well, that's what they rake in. Latest accounts from the main company Queen Productions reported turnover of £42 million in a year. £42 million and a profit before tax of £19.1 million. A dividend payout of £20.17 million was split between Brian May, Roger Taylor and John Deacon, and the estate of Freddie Mercury for the accounts ending. So, wow, makes 100,000 a day, 10 million each. I could live. That's just the film. And I like the idea that that Freddie Mercury has got an estate. I don't know who it's been left to. Was it Mary? I can't remember who actually looks after the estate of Freddie Mercury, because Mary was his, I think she got the house, and I think she got loads of things. And she's about the only one who knows where he was scattered. I thought it was Switzerland. That's what I thought. So he left his money to, there you go, his one-time girlfriend. I don't think she really was a girlfriend. Don't want to sort of spoil the illusion. He also left some to his partner Jim Hutton and some of his friends. Mary Austin got 50% of his estate. His recording royalties in his home in Kensington. So that's what it was. And that was about 10 million. And then you get the recording royalties in his home. So every time you hear a song from Freddie Mercury, she'll be getting the royalties. And she's got the house, which is near Earl's Court. I've seen there. Queen's greatest hits is the biggest selling album of all time. Is it really? Because they've had so many, didn't they? Fat-bottomed girls, you know. I'd forgotten as well, Montserrat Caballé, she died. I don't know why that came into my mind, because he did do a song with her, Barcelona, which I thought was ghastly. Didn't like it at all. But second biggest selling album, is it? What's the top? ABBA Gold. My friend Uncle Rob would be very thrilled by that. ABBA Gold. He knows every single ABBA. For a heterosexual man, it's quite disturbing that people, you know, would actually know all the songs from all the words. Seriously, Simon says, I hate the heat of the British summer. It's the worst day of the year. Yeah, it probably is, actually. What else have we got? Somebody else saying, you know, if you don't like the heat, you won't like what's coming. Well, don't listen, for the next week or so, we've got rain, which is not very exciting, is it? Not very exciting. So 100,000 a day from the Bohemian Rhapsody movie hit. I've never even seen it. But I think I do have it. As you know, I tend to buy these films, and then they sort of sit there, and I get a bit confused. You fell asleep during it, did you? Well, at least you saw it. Well, sort of saw it, which is good. Also, row escalates over a road being used as what they call a rat run. This is a school rat run, and so the residents called out and they blocked the road with wheelie bins. They weren't happy at all. Access to the Holton Place in Cleethorpes has been used to implement a one-way system during the pandemic, and they've said they will continue to use the route to keep kids safe, but residents say they've had enough of it. Parents parking across driveways during school rush hours. One who's lived there for 23 years says, we understand the emergency access gate for the school had to be used during the pandemic to keep everybody safe. Now they want it open, so they've filled up the road with wheelie bins. There you go. What are the police going to do about it? Nothing, I don't think. One parent of a child with special needs says it was chaos. They were out of order doing that. There's a pandemic on. Yeah, but they don't want you blocking their road up and parking across their drive. Get real. Get real. And then somebody else says, we can't understand why residents who bought properties near a school are surprised when children arrive and leave by walking on the pavement. Oh, little Miss Mary Crumpet. We'd like to thank the local police for their swift response in supporting the academy. Oh, dear. I'll tell you what, let's come and park outside the teachers' houses. See how they like it. They don't, of course. Anna, who's this? Anna Friel has begun therapy. Is there anybody in the business who's not done therapy at the moment? I mean, I get quite worried about this. She landed her first role aged 13, said she wanted a reset after years of being driven by work. See, I think if ever you get to that stage, and let's face it, it's not exactly difficult being an actress, is it? OK, we need you now, Anna. Can you just come and just say, get out my pub? OK, we'll film that bit. Get out my pub. Oh, that'll do. We'll leave that in. OK, nobody knows. Because they don't have time for retakes in EastEnders. You just come on, you read your lines. If you screw it up, 9 out of 10 times they're going to leave it in. Because they're already moving on to the next scene. They don't have time for rehearsals and stuff like that. On the other hand, I mean, most of them in these soaps, they're playing themselves. They're not actually any different. I mean, I've met so many of the cast of Coronation Street. Lovely though they all are, they are themselves. There's no difference between the character on screen and the actual person, apart from the words that they're saying. Just thought I'd mention that, you know, just because I am in touch with things like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. And Steve, with over 7,500 episodes recorded and Anne Robinson taking over as the show's 7th host, it must be said, Countdown has stood the test of time, if nothing else. Well, that was the thing, Mike. It's a fairly cheap show to do. And it always used to have Countdown, an audience of pensioners. They would sit there because, A, it was a show that I think they used to do 3 or 5 in a day. I can't remember. Probably 3, I should imagine. And that was nice. And they would sit there with a pen and a piece of paper and they would write down. So they'd be playing the game along with everybody else. Mike also liked Going for Gold, hosted by Henry. Oh, I thought it was rubbish. I hated Going for Gold. Do you know why? They had different countries competing, but yet the host was sort of reading all the questions in English. So unless your first language was English, I mean, you could get lost in it. But he did have a slot on LBC, Henry Kelly, as he used to do Weekend Breakfast. I remember it very well indeed, very well. Monica says, Steve, just wait till Harry gets home and the vitriolic comments and whining from their PR staff start. I know. You can guarantee it's going to be it. Even in the Daily Star, they've got him, but they've put one of those black bars across his eyes. So he's a publicity-shy man, standing loud and proud with Prince William yesterday. I mean, I don't know how they make these statues. I mean, I suppose it looks quite nice. Declan Donnelly, how much do you think he's got in the bank after a profitable year? How much has he got in the bank? He's got, I mean, compared to most of us, he's got a bit more than all of us. 27.5 million. That's what he's got in the bank. He can usually be seen alongside his mate, Ant McPartland, both 45. He added £1 million to his firm's bottom line last year. D Court Limited's exact balance is £27,523,787. That's according to the financial 2020 report, an improvement on its £26,700,421 in 2019. A total of £16 million worth of investment purchases returned a profit of £112,000. He set up the group in 2006 and banked £458,901 in the first year. Accounts reveal the company generates its income from services provided by the director as a television presenter. Wow. And Good Morning Britain viewers were left in stitches after Kate Garraway admitted she twerks every time she sits down. Blimey. That's something to admit. Well, I mean, I do it, but that's different. I don't talk about it. I try and keep it very, very quiet. Steve, I miss the old days when I used to get paid every Friday with my wages in a small brown envelope. You see, I had the same, but it was a large brown envelope. That's the difference. Small brown envelope, which also used to have holes in it, so you could see a note in there. I don't know why they were called wages envelopes, and they would come round and go, Stephen, and oh, thank you. And you sort of open it up and there'd be some coinage in there and all sorts of things. £5.19 and 6 a week. God, blimey, honestly. Don't know what to do with it. Steve says, Gay, I was not looking forward to waking up this morning and finding myself to have reached the ripe old age of 70. Oh, my Lord above, not 70. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? She says, I've been with you for nigh on half these years too, but the sun's shining, I've got your uplifting voice to cheer me up, and a lot of newly planted roses that need spraying early. What's not to like? Oh, I agree. Spray the roses. Now is a very good time to spray the roses, just before you get all the green fly out there, sort of eating everything you've got and ruining everything. Just go and I've got rose clear and all sorts of things. In fact, I spend most of I've got bottles of everything, fountain clear, rose clear, moss clearing, ants. Ants, I tell you and me, don't get on at all well. And I discovered the other day where it came from. I got no idea. A snail. A snail. In amongst one of my plants. A snail. We're way up in the air. We're like, unless it's parachuted in, I don't know where it's come from. Unless a bird picked it up and then dropped it as it was sort of flying over. We do get a lot of flying birds around our way, which is very nice. What? Flying birds. Quite unusual. Most of them take the bus. The pigeons are so fat round our way, they haven't got the strength. You can see them, and they try to take off, and then they just fall flat on their faces. So they wait for the bus to come along, the 281, and then they just hop on the back of it, and then and it's full up, and it won't take. It says on the front of the bus, no school children, no pigeons. But it's people who keep feeding the blasted things. Why do people keep feeding pigeons? They're never going to starve. Pigeons eat everything. They are the human dustbins of the airwaves. Flying rats. Flying rats. Not good at all. You never see a skinny pigeon. You certainly don't round our way. As I say, that's why they do try and fly. What they have to do is try and glide. So they throw themselves off the top of a lamppost and hope that they don't land with a thud on the pavement. Otherwise, the place could be filled with plummeting pigeons. You don't want that, do you? Although the council have gone completely round the Barmy at the moment. That's not the Barmy Arms, which we have down by the river, but the Barmy Bonkers. They're replacing all our lampposts with other ones. They've obviously got a surplus of money and decided to waste it. So all the lampposts are being taken down and they're putting up another lamppost. I mean, I'm assuming I think it's more, we'll just change the bulb. If you want to be more energy efficient, I mean, goodness sake. They don't even bother taking down the Christmas lights now. They just leave them up all year round. We don't have them on, but I have Christmas lights on all year. Yeah. Yes, I love stuff like that. And Sue Ann said, Steve, I'm 70. Excuse me, I swim 3 to 4 times a week. Life is fab. Yeah, but exactly, 70 is nothing, is it? 70 is absolutely nothing. I mean, heavens above, I'm quite near 70. I am. I'm only 3 years away from. It's not possible, is it? Honestly, you listen to a young, youthful Adonis. Yeah, 39. And Steve, Enjoy your weekend. I'm off to the shops tomorrow via Greg's for a chicken and bacon baguette. Sunday off to an actual pub for a wee drinky poo, then back to mine. Back to mine for I've lost it now. Then back to mine for a bite to eat. Thank you, Kim, very much indeed. Yeah, I'm liking the chicken and bacon baguettes. I bought 2 the other day. One I had yesterday and one I brought in today and had it this morning when I came in. I'm sure I'm not supposed to have things like that, but it was very nice. I mean, it really was very nice. I feel healthy because it's got tomato in it. Just half a tomato. They put about 3 slices of tomato in. Roast chicken and bacon baguette. I mean, it is particularly delicious. It's got roast chicken breast in mayonnaise, sweet cure bacon, juicy sliced tomato and fresh salad leaves. Fresh salad leaves, I ask you. It's a bit of manky lettuce. Not fresh salad leaves at all. It's manky lettuce, which actually, if you leave it overnight... I bought some strawberries in today, and I had some of those, because there's a glut of strawberries everywhere. There really is. I mean, everywhere you go, British strawberries, because we've had just the right sort of weather, rubbish, and so everybody loves the strawberries out there, and they're not too expensive. You can go to farmers markets and probably get two punnets for 3 or 4 quid, something like that. I don't know what you expect. I can only eat strawberries if they've got the stalk left on there, so you've got something to hold. If you haven't got anything to hold, how are you supposed to eat a strawberry? And I did buy some cream the other day. Some fresh double cream. There you go. As Wimbledon begin, experts warn British strawberries alongside apples and carrots risk extinction due to dwindling bee populations. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. There's loads of strawberries out there. There's not exactly a shortage of carrots, not that I've noticed. Joy says, I've tried all sorts for ants. I found the best is boiling water. Doesn't seem to stop them. It does immediately, but there's so many of them. There are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of ants, and they're in your pots, they're everywhere. Mine, 3 years ago, they were coming from next door, under her patio, and they walked, I could watch them, all the way along the wall, climbed up the wall, along the chain and into the hanging baskets. Little devils, honestly. I put a stop to that. I did a chalk mark on the ground. They won't cross it. They don't know what it is. You just do it, get a piece of chalk, handy little hint here, and you just draw a line on, because the ants will also follow it. So you get all the ants going in one direction, and then you get ants coming in the other direction, who've been there, and they've passed, and it's like traffic lights. And then you get sort of ants who are directing the traffic of ants and getting them all back where they came from. And they go into the baskets and they eat the roots. So sometimes I've had things go all floppy very quickly. You know, the 1 minute the basket is looking really good, the next minute it all sort of collapses on me. So, yeah, do a chalk line. What's moving outside? Is that somebody climbing up the scaffolding? What are they doing? We've got scaffolding at the back of our building here. This is the first time I've actually seen somebody on it, and it's only because I can see the reflection. Is he cleaning the windows? You can't see him. Well, right behind you, that's where it was appearing. So I didn't quite know what they were doing. It's just a rope. Right. We'll find out after. I tell you, hanging on the edge of your seat for this, aren't you, to find out what the dickens is going on. Perhaps you're sure he's not cleaning the windows. I love the way you can't see anything and I can see this. And you're right next to the window.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7. If you've just woken up, you're very late. Steve, they're replacing the lampposts with new ones that have charges for electric cars. Really? I didn't think we had any electric cars around Twickenham Way. I was tempted to have one of those flying... What are you doing? Have one of those flying cars till we realised the cost of them, which was like 1.3 million. So, news, and just in case you've woken up, Labour's Kim Leadbeater has narrowly won the Batley and Spen by-election with a majority of just 323. So Miss Leadbeater, who took the seat with 13,296 votes, said voters had rejected division and voted for hope. The result was welcomed by Sir Keir Starmer after recent by-election and local election defeats for the party. The campaign in Yorkshire, West Yorkshire, was marred by acrimony, personal abuse and allegations of dirty tricks. Sir Keir welcomed the fantastic result, adding that Miss Leadbeater ran a positive campaign of hope in the face of division. The by-election campaigners were egged and kicked. I mean, it really got completely out of hand. George Galloway threw in a legal threat after the election poster fonts. Now, the result means Miss Leadbeater now represents the seat previously held by her sister, Jo Cox, who was murdered in 2016. Turnout 47.6%, with some 37,786 verified ballots cast out of a total electorate of 79,373. 16 candidates. In fact, the list went on forever and a day. Ran in the by-election, including the former Labour and Respect MP George Galloway. And we'll have more details on that on LBC throughout the day. And you'll hear it all first on LBC. Professor Robert Dingwall's in the papers today. He says letting kids catch COVID may be better than exposing them to the risk of vaccines. Didn't quite get that. He's a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. He believes children may be better protected by a natural immunity generated through infection rather than asking them to take the possible risk of a vaccine. Because apparently naughty school children are using lemon juice to fake positive COVID-19 tests and get the whole class sent home. Have you heard of this? I'd never even heard of that before. Apparently truants are watching an app TikTok to get ideas about tricking the at-home test kits. Heavens above. What, just to get out of school? Oh dear, another nation of dimwits coming up. That doesn't sound good, does it? Apparently, hundreds of thousands of pupils in bubbles are already being forced to miss school, and they've got using these fake COVID tests. And, some of them have had more. One of them has been viewed more than 6.5 million times. Because you know that if one person goes down with it in the class, the whole class goes. So, independent fact-checking organisation Full Fact has previously explained that fizzy drinks and acidic fruits can appear to break the test into displaying what looks like a positive result, clarifying that rapid tests rarely return false positive results when used on humans as intended. And they've got all sorts of things. Some of the suggestions are users. Apple sauce? Good Lord above. Coca-Cola, vinegar, hand sanitizer and kiwi fruits. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. If they catch you out, you're going to be in such trouble. It's too dangerous. It really is. Steve, I saw Bohemian Rhapsody at the Pictures. It was brilliant, but saw it on Amazon Prime and they edited it. They have to do things like that, don't they? Steve, they recently replaced the lampposts around my area. Gone are the old ones that flooded the bedroom with dingy orange light. Now we've got crisp white lights that are targeted, says Daniel Hendon. I've noticed an improvement in my mood. I watched the, was it One Foot in the Grave with Victor? A car had smashed into one of the lights outside his home and the street light was in the bedroom. They had this huge light. They couldn't get to sleep. It was hilarious. They were still good. But they're not re-showing them, are they? There's some reason, I can't remember what it was. Top Gun pilots are in the paper today in dogfights with aliens over France. Good, last night stay there. Les sauceurs libérés. Some of the UFOs even managed to disable the weapons and autopilot systems. What a load of old rubbish. What a load of rubbish. Let's not even bother. Two new hunky fellas have arrived on Love Island. I say hunky. One looks like he shaves his chest and the other one sells hats. And apparently his name is Chugs Wallace, and he's got his own hat business. He's also looking to make up for lost time because he's had girlfriends before, as you can well imagine. He's got a business. No point going out with somebody who's... the other one is a builder. He lays bricks, but he's a bit too pretty boy to be a builder. Really, not the kind of thing. But Chloe Burrows has had hundreds of death threats. After just 3 days in the villa. This is the Financial Services Marketing Executive. I never know what that means. It sounds a little bit overinflated kind of job thing. But she's been targeted after coupling up with Aaron Francis. Chloe's family and friends have said on Instagram, we all have thick skin, but the amount of trolling she's been receiving is absolutely disgusting. But did they not tell you about this when she went onto the programme? Did they not say? Because this is where it falls down. You're going to get trolled because there are certain people of limited intelligence in the country who are going to write to anybody on the television or somebody they see, or it doesn't matter who it is. You could see somebody and they just write these things. But she's had hundreds of death threats. Well, at the risk of sort of making the police actually work for a change, you go and report it to the police if you've got these people's email addresses and things like that, and you prosecute. She said, this morning we woke up to yet another DM encouraging Chloe to kill herself. There have been hundreds. Well, then you have to go to the police. Or failing that, what are the programme doing about it? Surely they must have said, we know that they've been testing them to find out if any of the contestants have taken substances before and what medication they're on. I mean, ITV said they are providing support. Her family have had to put something up on Instagram saying this is what's happening at the moment, and so far we're waiting for something to come back from ITV. You can't have something like that, but there is this danger where you get this sort of programme that's going to attract those sort of people of limited intelligence. They are a bit Neanderthal, their brain is not properly formed, and they will send things to people because they don't like them on the television. Probably works the same on the radio, but I know we never see any of those sort of things. We have such a brilliant system that's in place. I mean, also, it's called delete, delete, delete. That's all you have to do. In fact, block actually is. But my favourite one is mute, because they don't know they've been blocked. As far as they're actually concerned, it's still going through. Whereas in fact, they're just writing basically to nobody. But they're generally, as we've said before, these are woke trolls. They're very sad, lonely people. They don't have anything to look forward to. So they write things to people on, they've seen on the television. The thing to do is do what George Michael did. He stopped using social media because it attracted too many stupid people, which is the problem. 84850, Steve at LBC. People talking about this replacing of the lampposts. I'd never heard of this before. But they're doing it all over the place. God knows what it's costing us. But I thought the last lampposts were very good. But but you're right. They actually could be lampposts that have got different lights in them. Because we changed all our lights at home. They used to be orange. Now we've changed them for much better lighting. Sort of more cost efficient. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, what day is it? Tuesday. Hundreds of thousands of students will wake up today for their don't be so ridiculous. They're still out. They're still out. They haven't even bothered going to bed. They get their A-level results. God knows, we're all so grateful we don't have to go through that palaver again, don't we? I mean, it's great they're going to get where are they going to work? Can somebody explain to me where they think they're going now? Do you need qualifications to get a job? It didn't make any difference to me. I didn't get any qualifications at all. I left school at 15, one of the last people who was able to do... Well, I mean, obviously not the only person who was able to do it, but it made an awful lot of difference. I didn't have to sort of worry about finding a job, because when I was around looking for my first job, you could walk out of a job on a Friday into a new one on Saturday. There were loads of jobs available. Now people go, if you want to be, this or a chemist or a banker, mind you, even banking's looking a bit ropey, isn't it, after yesterday's programme. Morning! I'm feeling in a very good mood, actually, this morning, mainly because it wasn't raining when I came out. I'm sick to death of this rain. I've had enough of it now, thank you very much indeed. It's all very nice. It's all very nice, and it's lovely, and people go, we're always complaining in this country we don't get enough water. Well, over the last few days, we've had more than enough water. Thank you very much indeed. We don't want any more of it. Water butts are filled up everywhere. People are going, shall I cut the grass? No, because it's still soaking wet. So the alpaca thing was a bit of a... sort of died a little bit yesterday, didn't it? Because I thought they were going to have this big march through London. That's what we were told. 90,000 people had signed this petition to save Geronimo, which it just sounded so... Fancy naming an alpaca. Do you think it knows? I don't know. And a handful of people turned out. I mean, you seriously could have got them on the upper deck of a bus. It was that bad. There were no alpacas there. I was a bit disappointed. Maybe there are rules about, you're not allowed to walk down Whitehall with an alpaca on a lead, just in case, I think, the thing gets spooked by traffic and people going, beep, 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 get out the bloody way. People need to get to work. We don't have enough time in London for people to start demonstrating. Over the years over the years that I've been working in London, we've had demonstrations for things that are happening in other countries. Absolutely nothing to do with us. Nothing, but we have to put up with it. We have to put up with it, and they go, oh, we're going to have a demonstration and we're going to march for it. Well, don't. Go and do it in a field in Enfield or something. Don't come round here. We don't want it. I didn't want people with alpacas. I was looking forward to the pictures. So you can imagine my immense disappointment when I looked at a handful of people and I thought, oh, that was it, was it? And I think Boris has said, no, the alpaca goes. It's had not two COVID tests, it's these bovine tuberculosis. And they've said it's going to be put down whatever happens. And then they had a little group of people standing at the farm with the alpaca, luckily safely nobody comes down. I mean, can humans catch this thing? I don't know. I'm a bit worried by it. But anyway, an even more motley collection of people. There was less than 10 of them at the farm. They said, oh, we're going to form a human cordon. Well, you won't. Because what will happen is the people from DEFRA will call out the police. The police will go there to make sure there's no trouble. They will separate the people protesting and they will just do the business. I mean, frankly, it seems that, as I was telling you the story the other day of this programme about Spain, where this lady looked after horses and somebody had abused this poor horse so much it had to be put down. And it was such a shame because it had everything to live for. It's just that they'd let its feet get infected. They hadn't bothered to call the vet out to cut their hooves or anything. And it was just... And she was in bits. And I was watching as well, and I was in bits thinking it's just so unfair. Why are people so bloody cruel about animals? You know, one minute you get a load of people protesting about saving an alpaca that's got bovine tuberculosis. Then the next minute you get people who sort of dump dead dogs in fields and stuff like that. And you know, all this crap that they give you about we're a nation of animal lovers, we're quite clearly not. You know, you see people all the time, sort of the rough end of society, and they treat their animals really badly. Really, really badly. So, you know, there's no such thing as a badly behaved dog. It's the owners. I'm going to sneeze again. I did this yesterday morning. Ridiculous. Honestly. Thank goodness I'm by myself in here. Oh, dear. But anyway, so yesterday was a very good day. It was very nice indeed. I sort of pootled about and did all sorts of little things. And my friend Henry, bless his heart, honestly, said, do you know, I was thinking to myself the other day, actually, if he lost weight, he could be quite attractive. And he works in this building. And he said, I've been to the Wong Key. Now, this is the restaurant just over the road from here. It's 5 floors. It's known as the rudest restaurant in London. You know, can we sit here? You sit there. It's open till late, but it's cheap as chips. But anyway, obviously Henry is obviously trying to score with somebody who works in there. Has been there for the last 2 weekends. He says, I'm happy to report the noodle soup is as good as ever, and the staff are still as rude as ever. It had a reputation. It's owned by, I believe, 5 families. Each family's got a floor in the building. It's cash only. Cash only. They don't do credit cards, and you sit where they tell you to sit. Could we have the table? You sit there, and you go for it. And the reason you go there is because the food's good. It's full of Chinese people, and if they eat there, it's got to be okay. And it costs you like peanuts. It really is cheap. And of course, Henry, now he's discovered a place that does noodle soup and it's cheap. He's there. He's there. He will trek in from outer Mongolia to go to the Wong Key. And it used to be a theatrical costumier. As you stand outside the Wong Key, look up, it's got a big clock with Perlman or something like that, but it's a theatrical costumier. Clock on Wong Key Restaurant. I can't remember what the name of the theatrical place was, but they used to do theatrical costumes. Seems a bit of a joke in this day and age, doesn't it, really? But he's been there, and it's cheap and cheerful. It's in Chinatown. It's really nice. It's really nice. I've never eaten there. I don't want to be shouted at in a restaurant. I haven't got any pictures on my screen. I've got a completely blank screen, which is slightly peculiar. No, now it's gone completely dark. Oh, there it is. There you go, the Wong Key. I love it with all the lanterns. There you go, one of the world's rudest restaurants. That's what they've got it down as. And there's the clock. There you go, Costumier Perruquier. Or anyway, something. Very nice. And it's in Wardour Street. If you've never been... It's not going to cost you very much at all to go there. I went to another place. In Paddington, I went to an Indian restaurant years and years ago. And that was another cheap as chips place. Really cheap as chips. And it was something like, for 10 of us, it was about £10 a head. So I paid, which is quite nice. Wong Key, once known for the rudeness, you know, go upstairs and all that. So they insult the diners who ask for a knife and fork. And chase those. But anyway, it's got friendlier waiters. But there was an issue with it. But listen, it's got a reputation of having rude staff. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It's just funny. But you go there because it's cheap, and it's lovely. So there you go. There's the place to go to. Owned by Willie Clarkson, a theatrical wig maker and costumier. There you go. I can hear buzzing in my ear. I don't know why. What am I listening to? I'm hearing buzzing, which is very strange. Perhaps it's the phone. Perhaps the phone's having one of its days. Can you hear it? I can hear it as well. If you can hear it... no, please don't write it if you can hear it. It doesn't make any difference, actually. It's just I was listening to it thinking, hello, tinnitus again. Something very odd, and I don't know where it's coming from. I'm looking at the the thing. No, I'm checking. It's all right, I'm trying to be technical. I don't know. It could be the aircon. I never thought about that. Is it? Don't know. Very strange. Yeah, so it could be a fan, actually. And Henry says, you should have seen the look I got when I asked to swap my chopsticks for a fork. The funny thing is, because I didn't grow up, but I spent 2 years in Hong Kong, we did use chopsticks. And so I got used to it, and I could never understand why because people go, oh, I can't pick a pea up. You're not supposed to pick a pea up with chopsticks. The nose is dribbling as well now. Honestly, I feel like I've got some dreadful habit. But the Chinese use the chopsticks for picking up bits of fish, bits of meat, stuff like that. The rice you hold in your bowl and you scoop it into your mouth. You don't pick rice up with chopsticks. The amount of people I've seen in Chinese restaurants trying to pick up, a fork and fallen off the fork again. And you think, no, you hold the bowl up and you scoop the rice in, and then you pick up the meat and the bits and pieces and put it in there. Did you not know that? Honestly, what this programme is an education. Really? I mean, yes, it's for not very bright people. A bit like watching, sniffy. And it's a little bit like watching Love Island, only much better. But I noticed that foul-mouthed Faye had to apologise. Unfortunately, she's shown her true colours. She is a foul-mouthed, disgusting little nobody. And I hope that she disappears completely when she comes out of there, because she'll go on there and go, oh, I just lost my temper. No, I reckon you lose your temper a lot, love, listening to the way you laid into this poor bloke. And then she went off with somebody else. I mean, seriously, we've got names for people like you, love. But with the foul mouth that goes with it, out the bloody window as quick as possible. Jeremy Vine. Bit drippy on the programme, isn't it? I like Matthew Wright doing it better. But anyway, he sparked fury by telling cyclists to flout the highway code. I mean, not exactly the most intelligent thing you could ever do to people. I believe the girl who works on the programme, the Scottish one, I don't know, they seem to have two presenters on that show, and she got knocked off her bicycle by a motorist because it's dangerous. She was cycling back from the programme the other day. It's not as good as it was. It's not as good, but sort of Jeremy's a cyclist, which actually I don't have a problem with. If somebody wants to cycle, I wouldn't do it in London. Fart? So a lot of it is on tape. Is it? No, really? That's like Lorraine Kelly. Some of her shows are pre-recorded. I would never do a pre-record. I can't think of anything more stupid than doing a pre-recorded show when you're sitting here. What would be the point of that? I don't understand why, people go, is your show all live? Well, of course it is. I start at 4 a.m. and I finish at 7. That's what it is. Why would I do anything and sit here twiddling my thumbs or doing a bit of knitting or something? How stupid. Anybody who thinks that must be about the thickest person in the world. I always love it, though, when people think that they know about radio. I used to work with a guy years ago, a radio presenter, and he could do pre-records for his programme in real time. So he would set the clock for when he started, so he could give time checks on his pre-recorded bits, which I thought was quite good. But what was the point of doing... I've never understood the point of having a pre-record... Let's do that bit again. I never see the idea of doing... that old trick. I never see the idea of doing pre-recorded things when I'm sitting here. Why would I want to sit here listening back to myself when I can do the programme? It's not like we're linking up with the moon, but I've got a great thing. They found something in the ice. 28,000 years old. To be honest with you, I thought it was dug up yesterday. Do you remember the story that we had on the programme a few years back? They'd found a woolly mammoth in the permafrost. And they showed you, and I remember thinking, wow. And then I saw a picture of it. I thought, it's a bit disappointing. I was expecting to see a huge elephant covered in... But it wasn't like that at all. But this thing I've got... You're going to be as excited as Margarita Taylor in her kitchen. Seriously. Or even Phil Vickery heading in to do a bit of cooking and stuff like that. Pre-record. I mean, everything's so stupid. Why would you... I mean, I did know somebody, actually, who pre-recorded the first bit of their programme so that it could arrive in later. But I've got to go through the papers, so I'm always on time. You never find me ever being late for a programme. In 42 years, never been late for a programme. Mind you, yesterday I was having one of my odd moments, so I watched The Sound of Music again with Julie. Honestly, I need to get help. Seriously. How to avoid the breakfast cereal offenders. Dragon's Den's Sarah Davies, the sixth name for Strictly. She's only been on the programme about 5 seconds, and already she's doing it, but they sort of call her the Dragon's Den star. None of them are stars. They're just a bit tight with the money. Also, Tower Bridge got wedged open the other day. I don't see how it can go wrong. Honestly, it's been running for ages and ages. Want a picture with Mel Gibson? £1,000. They're having like an audience with kind of programme. You can have dinner and all sorts of little bits and pieces. And another one of these stupid restaurants which has gone, oh, we're selling the biggest breakfast, 17,000 calories. It's basically 5 breakfasts just put onto one plate. It's about as thick. I mean, you know, if they're that desperate for publicity, well, then it's worked for them because they've gone, oh, it's the biggest breakfast ever. You might as well just go out with a family of 12 of you, shove it all onto one plate and go, look, it's the biggest breakfast in the entire world. It's got 20,000 calories. It's the stupidest thing. They go, it's got 5 sausages, 5 eggs, 5 hash browns, 5 bacon. Yeah, it's 5 breakfasts on one plate. Really is ridiculous. Also, tourists warned to stay away from seals after some people were pictured taking selfies. I mean... seriously, people are so thick. People are so thick. What you really want to happen, I know it's this is going to sound, this is only a joke, quite clearly, is, you know, have you seen some of these elephant seals? They tower about 10, 13 feet tall. They could pick you up, drag you into the sea and have done with you. It's as simple as that. It's just very dangerous. It's like watching, if you look at the elephants, I mean, they are enormous, and they're dribbling saliva and, ghastly. And when they fight, they rip each other to pieces. They're really good. And people go, ooh, let's go and take a picture with them. Perhaps they think you can pet them or something. These things could kill you. In fact, actually, a lot of baby seals get killed anyway because these things roll over on them and they can't get out again. I mean, there's one here in Chile. It was rescued, one of them, an elephant seal, after flopping through a seaside town, because that's what they do. They sort of flop. And people are taking pictures of seals and everything else without realising they've got teeth. It's like, you know, you always find the dim people, don't you? All of a sudden you get bad weather in Blackpool and the water from the sea is cascading and there's somebody standing there with a pram. You know, that's how thick some people are. Thank God we've done away with the Jeremy Kyle show. That just seemed to encourage bad behaviour. Hello, love, you all right? Yeah. Goes some toothless old hag who's been having an affair with the next-door neighbour who's got more tattoos than she has. It's bad. Steve, watch out for the buzzing noise. Could be a wasp. Says Joe in Cornwall. No, it's definitely not a wasp. We don't know. It couldn't be a wasp in here. It couldn't be a wasp. There's no way that any wasp, you know, with half a brain cell is going to come in here. It's not. In fact, it can't. I don't have any windows. I've got a big picture window in front of me so I can see the producer. I'm having that changed. And a door with a little window. But there's no way that wasps could get in here at all unless they come through the air conditioning. But I think it's highly unlikely, in which case I'll be out the door very fast. Or bees or something like that. Especially if it's a queen bee, because then it's going to be followed by about 40,000 friends. Don't want that, do we? There was some poor woman, it's on YouTube, I think, standing at a bus stop somewhere. And the queen bee lands on her. The next thing, she's engulfed by bees. She only got stung about 3 times. Queen bee... No, they look like everybody else. They don't seem to look... I was watching a programme the other day with Matt Baker, and somebody else thought of this one. Actually, there's two programmes, which remind me of thing. And they've managed to get a television company to make a programme about his parents' farm, so they can get all this work done for free. That's all it is. It's a case of, my mother couldn't bring in the sheep because she got attacked by them or fell on her or something. Anyway, whatever it was. And I remember thinking, why don't you just pay for it like normal people? No, let's make a TV programme about it. So that's what they've done, but that's okay. I mean, I like farming programmes. And the other one, they have the restoration shop, or whatever they call it. It's in a barn. Repair shop. Now, there's another programme, which is a woman who's very nice, and she goes round to the council dumps. People are throwing all their old tat away. She picks it up, says, can I have that? And they go, yes. She takes it back. She's either got experts or she does it herself. And then they sell it and they make money. Well, the bloke from the repair shop is ripped off the idea completely. He's doing exactly the same show. Jay, he's doing exactly the same show, but on another channel. I thought, you rip off. Rip off, mate. Rip off. Goes out there, says to somebody, can I have that? And then I'll take it. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, this girl Sarah does this, and she does it better. Much better, because the next thing is you're going to be bored witless with the bloke from the repair shop. They've already got one of them who's appearing on Strictly. Or is he doing whatever it is, they seem to sort of invent people. They've got some bloke who's an actor and apparently a CBeebies presenter. I'd never even heard of him. Never even seen him. He's going to be doing Strictly, so it's another bunch of no-hopers. Really is. But the good news is there'll be a gay couple dancing. You know, just in case you were worried about it, there is a gay couple dancing. So, I mean, the one who's going to do the best is going to be Robert Webb. Definitely. I mean, Sarah David, who is she? She's on Dragon's Den, the business entrepreneur and TV personality. I've seen her. She's not a personality at all. She's just on television. Reece Stevenson. I'm sorry, pal. Never heard of you. My mam and dad are going to be so excited. My mam and dad. Where are you from, dear? My mam and dad. That's what the woman from Strictly. There you go. CBeebies star. He's not a star. He's just a children's presenter. Hello. Here's a balloon. Look. Woo, balloon. The gay one from the chef John Waite is swapping the kitchen. He said, "I'm very grateful and excited. I know I'm bored already." It's going to be another gay coupling. AJ Adudu, no idea. Job, TV presenter, not very often, dear. Robert Webb's going to do very well. He's down as a comedian. You'll know him from Peep Show, but that was a long time ago. Tom Fletcher, he's going to be boring, isn't he? You know he can't dance. Musician and author. Oh, God. And then rumoured, Tilly Ramsey, for about the umpteenth time. She was rumoured to be for everything. Josephine Joubert from Death in Paradise. Never heard of her. Taj Miles. No, not a clue, darling. He's on Death in Paradise. Is that a British programme? Oh, is it? I've never even heard of it. Christine Quinn. She's from Selling Sunset. She's an estate agent in America. That's how crap she is. Nicola Adams. Oh, not again, dear. You can't do Strictly. You've done it before. Oh, she got COVID. Well, I mean, you've been on it. You know, just leave it alone. Louise Minchin. Well, she's looking for work, isn't she? That's the one who announced some time ago, "I'm leaving." And then I thought, oh, good, she'll be gone by the weekend. No, still there till later in the year. Tamsin Outhwaite. Nice. Good. Eddie the Eagle. He's actually quite sweet, but I mean, you know, he's done The Masked Dancer. Holly Willoughby, she won't do it. Of course she won't. Rio Ferdinand. Oh, God, I hope he doesn't drag the dreary wife along. That'll be so boring, because she loves the thing. Tina Barrett. Go on. I'll give you £1 million if you can guess who she is. She was in, apparently, a little popsicle group some years ago called S Club 7, who are now down to about S Club 3, including a racist, somebody who abused Shilpa Shetty, and a few other people. She would love to be considered for Strictly. I should imagine she'd love to be considered for just about anything. So much so, she's openly asked to take part. Can I have a job? Reach for the stars, climb up. I mean, honestly, I ask you. Speaking to The Sun, she says, "I love Strictly and I'd like to do it. I haven't been asked to, so if anybody at Strictly is reading, let me go on." That's sealed your fate, hasn't it? No chance. No chance. That's like Joe Swash. Joe Swash, there's a talent and a half with Hairspray. So Strictly boss it. I mean, nobody knows who she is. Her star burnt out. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I mean, S Club 7 finished years ago. Years ago. I mean, you know, most of them are sort of grown up now. And well, obviously. And which is lovely. Bernadette's in London. Lovely. Elizabeth is in Finchley. And Steve, I missed you. Yes, you're back finally. I know, honestly, I love the way people make it sound like a few years or something. Reggie says, "Here's a balloon," made me laugh. That's just, if you're a children's TV presenter, do you remember the group Aha? Take on me, take it. Morton Harkett, who was very good, and they had to pretend that they didn't drink alcohol because they were on children's television, and so they had to pretend they just drank milk. He said, "We were pissed," you know. Sorry. I think we could say that. But the trouble is, most children's TV presenters used to drink. Of course they did. It was only when they got to Blue Peter and Michael Sundin, who was gay, had taught. And of course they were furious. I mean, they had enough trouble with old Richard Bacon and the cocaine problem, where they had to go on and apologise about, "Oh, sorry about this," you know, thinking that young people nowadays don't know anything about drugs or alcohol. And all. You know, look at the parents. Look at the parents. And so the Richard Bacon thing threw them somewhat. Mind you, this was the programme that brought you the first presenter who was not married but yet had a baby. Had a baby. I mean, honestly, I ask you, Blue Peter went from sort of, you know, up there to way down there. Now, more people working on the show that watch it. And have you seen it? It's got 3 presenters, and they're all trying to be very funny. And we're going to... Come on, here we go. It's like, have you watched Milkshake? Me, more milkshake. They've got this Irish guy on there, and he's all bubbly, and it's all great. And we've got to put a picture up of somebody, and look, and this is little Barry, and it's Barry's birthday, and Barry is 7, and there's a picture of Barry, with sick coming out of his mouth and all the rest of it. And then they go on to, and then they go on to, what's that? Peppa Pig. Have you ever seen Peppa Pig? Honestly, I tell you, it's like being on an alcoholic trip. So to be a children's television presenter, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult, because you basically have to suspend belief of the adult world. You have to take yourself down to little people. It's like talking to babies. Hello, hello, and the baby's looking at you going, who the hell are you? Hello, hello, and oh, sod off.
This is where we come to get away, to think, to feel, to breathe, where we can be together or be alone, just us, our thoughts, and the trees, standing tall, always there. Will you be there for them? Join the Woodland Trust for £4 a month to help protect and restore our woodland havens and create new ones too, for our well-being, for our wildlife. Join today at woodlandtrust.org.uk.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, Nice. Isaac says Tom Fletcher's the only one who'll be good and one that will win Strictly and is far from boring. Don't be so stupid, Isaac. You can't dance for toffee. 2 left feet, mate. He's already admitted it. Can't dance. Did you ever see him in McFly? Dull and boring. So there you go. And another one here says, apparently Peter Purves was getting it on with Valerie Singleton. And then they've said, oh, don't read that one out loud. Well, no, she's already admitted that. What's the matter? People get so peculiar about things, don't they? Everybody knew about that on Blue Peter. It was like Rod, Jane and Freddie. We all knew what was going on. Well, people in the business did. Josh says, have you ever considered Strictly? Absolutely. What for? Which one would I go on? I mean, I'm not a celebrity. I'm on the radio, but I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a radio personality, you better believe it. Look at the audience figures. Thank you very much indeed. And it wouldn't interest me. What would I want it for? I can't think of any reason for going on there. Roger says, must be very hard these days to be a funny person and PC correct. Well, that's exactly what Graham Norton said. He said the art of the chat show is going down the drain. He said because people complain every 5 minutes. Oh, can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. Oh, can't say that. Somebody will burst into tears. Can't say that. And you think to yourself, no, you're telling the truth. The truth is you have to tell people the truth. I was always told, tell the truth. Tell lies about somebody, that's completely different. But, no, Tom Fletcher, I'm afraid, Isaac, I mean, you're obviously in another little dream world, dear. You on a little planet somewhere? Very odd, very odd. No, it definitely, he's already admitted to having 2 left feet. 2 left feet. So he can't dance. He's in a little Boise band. He doesn't have to be able to dance. He's just doing it because obviously they need the money, because I don't think they've been touring. Because there was McFly and then they were McBusted or something. Yeah, now they're McFly again. I mean, they must be getting a bit on, aren't they now? Aren't they sort of pushing it? 36. Mind you, I spoke to a friend of mine the other day who I thought was 36 and then proudly told me he was 55. So I've crossed him off the Christmas card list. There's no chance of him making it at all, is it? Steve, I listened to your show on Catch Up yesterday whilst sewing, says Jilly. I'd prefer it if you'd said knitting. Because I'm telling you, that lovely thing that Tom Daly knitted, somebody's going to take that up and they're going to produce it commercially because it was so nice. I mean, that's cool. That was very cool. I usually watch Eamon and Ruth, but I once saw that you were back where I wanted to be. How's the puppy? Doing very well. They're on holiday, actually, at the moment. I've just got 2 Chihuahua puppies. I've forgotten the joys of house training. House training. Yes. That's like when you're little, isn't it? Potty training. I suppose I must have done it, but I can't remember. Yeah. Ready now. Need to go. Come on, quick. Over here. It's funny, and you have to do it to sort of doggies as well. And which if you have a puppy is a little bit difficult. You have to be prepared to have lots of kitchen roll all over the place so that you can mop up very quickly. One of those sort of things. What else we got? Oh, there's a salon, a nail salon. They've created Greg's Nail Art. You can actually have Greg's. I mean, who in God's name is going to have that? Who is going to have something like that? I understand Greg's. They do a very nice roll Sorry, a baguette. And I like it, actually. And it's got salad in and a bit of chicken with like a sort of a salad dressing over the top. It's really quite delicious. Ages ago. It's a baguette, yeah. It's sort of chicken, roast chicken and bacon club baguette. It's really nice. Woo! Look at Henry. Henry just arrived in. I noticed as he walked past the door, he held his stomach in. I can tell when people do that. I used to do it myself if I was in the shower. And I used to be able to hold my stomach in so much. And then you get to that stage where you can't hold your stomach in anymore. All of a sudden, you sort of go, and you say, oh, look, pretty cool, pretty good. But unfortunately, you can't actually breathe and you do die, wandering around running. And I used to be able to hold my stomach in and then you could see everything. And then I suddenly realised there's no point in looking down on the unemployed. So I didn't bother. I just thought, no, let it all hang out. Who cares? Nobody's going to worry. No, the roast chicken and bacon club baguette is very nice. I wish I'd not mentioned it because now I'll go into my local Greggs and they'll go, oh, we sold out of those ones. Would you like a bacon baguette? No, I don't. But the roast chicken and bacon is very nice. Big Andy is good. Ronnie says, great to have you back. Thank you. And another one, Stephen and Louise from Birkenhead. I love that, actually. I think that's great, actually. Don't you think there's something really exciting about the fact that this programme, like many other programmes, but this one in particular, is heard across the whole country? It doesn't matter whether you're the world! The world! Can you believe that we've got... We're global. We are global. What am I talking about? We're global. And people listen to it all over the world. We've got people living in Australia, people living in Thailand who listen to the programme, people in America, people in, yesterday, Nairobi. Nairobi, goodness sake, honestly, we could take over the world. Take over the world. Jack says, I was on holiday. Came back and what a lovely surprise. He says, amazing to hear your voice again, even if you sneeze. I've done that 2 days. 2 days running, I've sneezed, and there's no explanation for it. Really? No explanation. Sometimes you have to be careful when you sneeze, don't you? I'm a little bit sort of achoo, and I have a peculiar sneeze, I really do. And somebody says, I'm on a 12-hour shift, finish at 6 a.m, and you've had me in fit, says Richie. Cool, that's like the NHS nurses. 8 in the morning to 8:15 at night. For that amount of money, stick it. How people ever survive as nurses, I've got no idea. I've every admiration for anybody who wants to go into that profession. NHS or private, it makes no difference. They work their little socks off and they get treated, mainly in the NHS, I'm afraid, absolutely awfully. They really do. People have no respect for them whatsoever, and you think, for that amount of money, it's really not worth it. And then the government insult them with a little paltry, we're going to give you a little pay rise. And you think to yourself, they deserve so much better. So much better. I hate to sort of put it along the same tag. If all the nurses went on strike, which they wouldn't do because they have a vacation, and it's a case of, there's that, and if they all went on strike, we'd give them everything they wanted because they're worth it. During the pandemic, what they've had to put up with, the abuse and things like that from people who just, luckily... With the pandemic, people are bedbound. They can't go anywhere. I've seen firsthand people who abuse nurses and literally swear at them and threaten all sorts of things, and it's just unnecessary. Unnecessary. And then you get the people with the alpaca. I was seriously thinking about this Geronimo, and I honestly, between you, me and the gatepost, I couldn't care less either way. It makes no difference to me. It's not my alpaca. Ever since we discovered they spit. Don't like that idea. I was always told that was very common. And I look at the amount of people who descended on Downing Street. You could fit them just at the top of a bus. There's hardly anybody there. But Boris, his spokesman, has said the order will not be reversed. They've had a look. It's guaranteed. It's no good people saying, he didn't fail the validator. Yes, he did. Twice. Why are people so thick? It really annoys me, and I understand animal lovers, because I'm an animal lover. I could never hurt an animal. I'd never understand I could do serious damage to anybody who hurt animals. But if something is carrying bovine tuberculosis, I'm afraid for the full protection. Why do you think we were, killing all these cows years and years ago? We had farms whose entire herd was decimated. This is an alpaca. There's no doubt in my mind that they're going to carry this out if they have to surround the farm with police to keep people away. They will do it. And then, what'll happen? I guarantee it now. There'll be a picture in one of the papers of an alpaca dead on the ground, and they'll put it in all the papers, and then in 3 weeks' time, people will completely forget about it. That's how fickle people are in the country. It's dreadful. Dreadful. My friend Graham, he said, heard across the world, indeed. Your voice is again ringing round my garden in Thailand. Because Graham and I used to go walking every day. He had a business just very, very near me in Twickenham. And then he sold up and he went to live in Thailand. And he's got the weather. He's got the booze over there. He's got a lovely garden. It's all, and he enjoys it over there. So he's very good. I seem to be only talking about people at the moment who are retiring. Everybody talk about retiring, and Joe was saying to me, if I win the lottery, I thought, in your dreams. And I thought, even if I won 80 million on the lottery tonight, please God, it wouldn't change me. I'd still be the same vindictive bitch that you've been hearing for the past 42 years. No, why would you want to change anything? By the time you've bought, a house, a bigger house, and you've had it furnished beautifully, the interior designers have come in and sort of thrown up bits and pieces, and a lot of in my place, the brief would be Versailles. It would be Versailles. Mirrors, gold, red, velvet, Chinese rugs, little bit campy poos, but it doesn't matter, because that suits me. And by the time you bought the house and you changed the car, and I can't get really much better in the car department. And what do you do then? Do you sit there and twiddle your thumbs, phone up friends going, oh, hi, do you want a mirror for coffee? And they're going to go, I'm working, Steve. And I'm going to go, OK, meet you after work. And they're going to expect you to pay for it because you've got 80 million and they've got nothing. Nothing at all. And so that was it. So I'd have to come into, who would I tell about it? I'd have to come in and tell you stories about, just been to an auction at Sotheby's, just bought some Chinese paintings or something like that. I was on the yacht. No, I wouldn't buy a boat. That's the one thing I wouldn't buy is a boat. They always say the best thing about boats is when you buy it. Second best thing is when you sell it. Because you're never going to use it every day. Whereas a car you would use every day. So I'd probably change the car, probably get a Wraith or something like that. Or a Rolls-Royce Wraith. They're actually quite a little bit bigger than mine. A little bit bigger than mine because I've got the... Well, anyway. And then, the Fiat Panda. The last time I took the car in, what did they give me? Was it Cinquecento or something? I can't remember. It was something very embarrassing. I had to wear dark glasses. I didn't want people to know it was me. I took a picture of it in a car park. I went into a home base and I took a picture in the car park and then I posted it online and people went, oh, how sad. You've fallen on hard times. But Nigel will look after it. I've got to get an MOT. Got to get an MOT for the car, but I've got to get it in quickly. It'll be the cheapest bill I ever get in the garage. Seriously, it'll be the cheapest bill. But the good news is there's no more room in the boot. I've filled up the boot of the car with what? I have no idea. It's like an Aladdin's cave. If I drop dead tomorrow... put it this way, if I had an accident, God forbid I won't have an accident, it's going to take the fire brigade about 3 hours to empty the boot. I've got everything in there. You could live in the boot if there weren't... so much stuff in there. Somewhere buried underneath is going to be CDs and face masks and chocolates and... just everything. Seriously, it is an extension. I'm just obsessed. Well, obviously not an extension, but it keeps everything in there. I can only... It took me ages to find the sat-nav the other day. I've got a built-in sat-nav in the car, but I don't know how to operate it. It's too complicated. It's you push this button and that button and everything. I've only just discovered... about 6 months ago that I can check the tyre pressure without getting out the car. You just push a little button and up comes the screen with your tyre seriously, honestly. All it needs now is a chauffeur and I'll be quite happy because there's more room in the back of the car than there is in the front of it. And I've got a thing, you push a button and a screen comes up on the back window. I'm discovering things all the time. Every day I go out in it, I think, oh, look, the accelerator. And that's very... Yeah, what does this button do? Push this one here and this one there. It's all very nice. It takes me ages with a car to discover everything it does, apart from get to A to B. Look, I'm late again, you see? You made me late now. I've discovered the older you get, the faster time moves. Seriously, it is quite amazing how quickly we seem to be whizzing through. It'll be Christmas soon. And you'll all be very excited, because I know how much we all enjoy Christmas. Mr. Neil says, you wanted a chauffeur? I'm not sure about the shorts, Neil. You know me and shorts. Like Kevin the milkman. My postman in Twickenham, Darren, he wears shorts all year round. Come rain, I don't think I've ever seen him in a pair of trousers. I think he only lives in shorts. And Mr. Neil, definitely. Hope everything's good. He said, I was trying to think of a new event we could enter as a team. He said, I put our names down for the 3-legged race in the egg and spoon. God. I tell you what, when we were at school, we did used to do all these things, didn't we? I can remember doing the sack race. And that was quite funny, because I learned to put a foot in each corner and you could waddle along. That was good. Egg and spoon was a little bit more difficult, especially if the amount of kids who burst into tears, wusses, because their egg fell off the spoon. And the 3-legged race, I mean, I was all up for. Trying to find somebody to do it with me was the problem, but I mean, that was good. And I've got medals. I did high jump, I did long jump, and I did 100 metres. I did the relay race. I did it in the swimming pool as well. I did backstroke, mainly because I can't swim on my stomach. Not funny. I kind of sink like somebody's tied a block round me, and I just go to backstroke. I'm great at. The only thing I can't do is go under the water when you hit the other end and then propel yourself backwards. So I have to physically turn round and then go. But it's okay. I mean, I look great in Speedos. Not now, admittedly. Caused an absolute riot last time I wore them down at Richmond swimming pool. But there you go, I've sort of based it on Russian weightlifters, because when the Russians go on holiday, they all wear Speedos. Big, fat blokes. They don't talk like that. They do it with a Russian accent. But they all wear Speedos. I don't know whether it's a Putin thing. Perhaps he likes people in Speedos. I've got no idea. He likes horse riding with his shirt off. I don't think that's necessary. I think it upsets horses. I don't think horses want somebody on the back there, with the sort of the sweat glistening, on their pectorals. Oh, sorry, dreaming away there. Went into another world. So anyway, what have they found in a piece of the Siberian Arctic? I mean, this you would not believe in a million years. They have found an Ice Age lion cub. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was some sort of joke. This, they say, is the best preserved Ice Age animal ever discovered. A frozen female cub. Even her whiskers are intact. You'll look at it and think that it was taken the other day. 28,000 years old. There's 2 fossilised cubs. They found them, I think, about 5 years ago. They're not believed to be from the same litter. The male cub, called Boris, believe it or not, dates back more than 43,000 years. The furs were well preserved. They had a long, thick fur undercoat that most likely helped them adapt to the cold climate. And the skeleton was preserved completely, while Boris's skeleton was very deformed because of pressure from the Earth's mass. And if you look at the picture, you'll look at it and go, you're not serious, 28,000 years old. That is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So they've put pictures up on the internet. Just put in Iron Age lion cub on the internet. You might not have the internet, in which case you're missing out. Go out today and treat yourself to the internet. My God, you can find out everything. You really can. Oh, Prince Andrew. I didn't really want to mention Prince Andrew, mainly because I think he's very boring and very dreary. And also I think he's very sort of superior. He thinks he's very superior. Obviously not the brightest penny in the box. But anyway, as you probably heard on the news, because it's been running and it'll be in all the papers, it's not in today. Some have got little bits of it, but it's probably going to run tomorrow. Because the lawsuit was filed yesterday afternoon in a federal court in Manhattan. And this is accusing Prince Andrew of sexual abuse, according to one of her lawyers. Now, I think that the lady in question, Virginia, had until yesterday to file this or leave it. Prince Andrew's representatives have said they had no comment on the latest developments. Now, this has been the problem all the time, because they've tried in America to get Prince Andrew to just... I mean, all they've asked him, it's not complicated. What was your relationship? And whether or not, you can help us with Mr. Epstein on some of the other things. Because Prince Andrew stayed at his house, he stayed on the island. The pilots printed off the list of the logs, the amount of time that Prince Andrew went over there. Why? I mean, I just don't understand in my own mind why you would not want to help the police out. I mean, would you not feel a little bit guilty that you weren't doing your best to help these women? And to help them come to terms with it. And yet, nothing at all. And I would have thought, especially when you got Sarah Ferguson spouting off again the other day, oh, I trust him 100%. But then why won't he just go and speak to the people in America and say, listen, this is when I first met him. I met him through this. We did this, we did this, we did this. I just stayed at his house. I didn't say anything. But instead, he's chosen to remain quiet, which is, not good. But in this statement, the lawsuit was brought under the Child Victims Act, and says, I didn't come to the decision lightly. But I remember the Prince Andrew interview on the television, and he says, I can categorically tell you it never happened. He's denied having any sexual contact or relationship with her, and Buckingham Palace have said the same thing. So has he spoken to them about it? We don't know. We don't know. We'll have to... Anyway, we'll wait and see. Ghislaine Maxwell faces trial in November. So we'll watch that one. Goodness only knows what's going to be happening that one. I mean, all to play for, as they say. One of Hollywood's most famous child stars has passed away at the age of 95. And Mars, the Mars bars, they brought out a gooey spread. So it's like Nutella kind of thing, only it's Mars. That sounds a little bit too sugary to me. I bought a Mars ice cream the other day. That was quite my favourite, a Bounty. Bounty ice cream. I love... Oh, turn your nose. You're such a snob, aren't you, with ice lollies and things. I love coconut. My mother used to make madeleines, which is they were little cake mixture, sort of like a little sponge thing, had little moulds, and then you put apricot jam, and then you rolled them in desiccated coconut, put half a cherry on the top. Woo! My mother was very good at cake making. Well, she had to be. There was nothing else to do. And so we had to but she made everything smaller than except the madeleines, which were about, what's that? About 4 inches. About 4 inches, which is quite adequate for most people. Quite big, And butterfly cake she made. So you make a little round cake, a little sponge cake in a thing, and then you cut out a bit in the middle, and then cut it in half, put some cream in, and you put the 2 bits in there. We call them butterfly cakes. And she also made cream slices. Cream horns were my favourite. Love cream horns. Seriously, she used to fill it with cream, and I'd bite the bottom off and suck it through like that. I tell you, it was an art form. When I did it, it was fantastic. But my mother was very funny about smoking. Really funny about smoking. Because she used to have 1 cigarette a year at Christmas, and she'd go like that, and then she'd put it out. So if ever I smoked at her place in Henley, the moment I'd finished and I put the cigarette out, she'd rush over, pick up the ashtray, take it to the kitchen, put it down, wipe it out, and put the ashtray back again. Whereas me, I had a little thing that was given to me in Austria, and it's a cigarette putter-outer. And it's a little glass thing that looks like a mushroom with a hole in the middle, and you put it in your ashtray, and then you put the cigarette in, so you don't need to push it out or anything like that, and it just extinguishes itself, and then you can throw them away. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I had a few in my ashtrays. I've still got some Versace ashtrays at home. I've not taken out the box because I don't smoke. Don't smoke anymore. Pfft, little goody two-shoes, here. Don't smoke anymore. Occasionally have a drink, and everything. But I think I'm being better, actually, with sort of the diet. Every so often I'll have a little treat. Like I might have fish and chips or something like that. Yeah. I was going to have a Mars bar this morning, little, but they're bite-sized, apparently, depending on how big your gob is. And I thought, should I have a Mars? And I thought, no, I won't have a Mars bar. But I did go home yesterday, and I did have some toast. And that was very exciting. And I went out to buy some kebab meat. Blooming kebab meat, honestly. It's only £2 for a huge packet. It's brilliant. I should bring it in tomorrow and give some to you. You'll like it. Oh, you'd eat it. You'd eat it. You'd eat it, definitely. The world's oldest boxer has quit the ring at 64. Aldi say they will create 2,000 new jobs before Christmas. And apparently a new TV boxing host called Maya Jama. She's apparently known, but not to me at all. She's going to be hosting a boxing programme. She doesn't know diddly squat about boxing. What's the point, love? I mean, seriously, aren't you taking money under false pretences? Who is it that they put on the red carpet once? It was some old has-been. And they put them on the red carpet, and we're all going, you just can't present, can you? It was I can't remember who it was. It was somebody ages ago, and they stuck them out there to do all the... No, it was a young person. It was sort of a young person. I remember thinking, no. If you can't do a job, you get found out very, very quickly. very, very quickly. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, this was an interesting one. A Latvian former factory employee has won a racism claim. She was told to speak English when she was at work. And so she won. She won. Now, I thought that there was a coffee shop where, again, the employees were told to speak English because it's here. I mean, I suppose, if I went to work in a coffee shop in Germany, I'd be expected to speak German, I would have thought. Because that's what most people would speak. But anyway, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen's back on changing rooms with leather trousers. I've got a pair of leather trousers at home. I daren't wear them. Seriously, you can't wear leather trousers now. Or jeans with rips in. I just look sad and old. So we don't do anything like that. But leather trousers on Lawrence Llewellyn. And he's going to wear them again on the programme. I don't think leather trousers are right on anybody. Dale used to have a pair. He used to wear them on the lottery. He used to say, "They're nice, aren't they, Steve?" And I used to go, "I can't tell him the truth. I really can't."
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, 10th of August. Frightening, isn't it? If you're celebrating a birthday today, many happy returns of the day. I might be the only person who's going to wish you a happy birthday coming up to 4 minutes past 5 in the morning, which is interesting. There's also a woman in the paper today. I love these stories, where my favourite was a woman some years ago who lost her sight as a child and it came back. Her sight came back and she said she noticed one morning that she thought she could see something and it became a bit blurry. And then, bearing in mind, she'd been blind since birth, so she didn't know colours. She had no idea about colours at all. And if you try and explain to somebody who is blind, imagine somebody says to you, "So what colour's the sky?" Well, in their world, it would be grey. They wouldn't... And you go, "Well, it's blue today." And you go, What's blue? Well, the colour of the ocean. What? Because it would all be grey. So this woman, all of a sudden, started getting her sight back. And she said the colours were so bright. She'd never seen anything like it. And there's a woman in the paper who lost her husband some 16 years ago, and she then went deaf. And she put it down to the fact that she was in shock. And anyway, she's regained her hearing. Her hearing has come back, and I thought, that's a nice story. That's a nice story. And I like happy stories like that. The happy stories in the paper today. The Queen pictured at her beloved Balmoral in the pink. She looks perfect. And if you've got a dry cough, I don't know what a dry cough is, but I don't think I have one, actually. But they say maybe you're exercising too much. So I do not have a dry cough, no chance. Imagine exercising too much. It's like being Dawn Neeson. I mean, this woman, I don't know where she gets her energy from. She seems to be up at 4, she's out doing things, and it just never stops. I think the other day, I'm sure I read that she turned down a gig on the television, so I think it was her mother's birthday or something like that. I might have got that wrong, Dawn. I apologise if I did. But I remember thinking that's about the only time that she's turned something down. She seems to have limitless energy. And somebody said to me once, when I had 2 jobs, when I had the Channel 5 job and I was doing LBC, when I eventually stopped doing the Channel 5 job, I remember thinking, what did I do? Because you get into a mindset, and once you're on a roll, you're on a roll. Ian Dale's the same. Ian Dale, I mean, at the moment he's on holiday, but he seems to be running and walking. I don't know why he's bothering. He's not exactly overweight, is he? Is he? I mean, is he overweight? I don't know. I've not seen him for ages and ages. What do you mean looking like that? Oh, does he think so? Oh, right. Because I think he's running. I don't know whether he's still doing it with my friend Michael. Because I think is he still doing that? Wow. Because he's another one who sort of, gets up at the crack of dawn and he'll, drive to the gig or whatever it happens to be, if it's a television thing, and then he'll come in, then he'll do something else. Then he's got about 300 podcasts running. I've only got 2. I feel as though I'm cheating everybody with Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, which is a little bit extra every day, and then the Steve Allen the full show. We take out the news, we take out the travel, we take out the adverts and stuff like that. So you get a nice rounded little programme, and it doesn't cost you anything to download it. You download the LBC app, free. You download the programmes and you get to keep them for all eternity. Regards Christmas. What will LBC be doing this year for the charity, says Rob? I don't know, actually. But, I mean, I'm not going to say because he's actually mentioned something here, and I've thought about that one as well. I'm just waiting for them to come back to me and say, this is what we'll be doing, because we've done the tote bags, we've done the glasses, and we've done the tea towels. What's it going to be this year? Steve Allen Speedo, says the producer, who's living in another world. And no subject. Just wanted to say thank you, Steve. This is from Tony. He says, I've just been released from prison for 2 years. He's been in for 2 years, he said, throughout the entire pandemic, and locked up. Due to lockup, I'd suffered extreme depression and at times had suicidal thoughts. And then I heard your show. Oh, Lord. Never helps, does it, Tony? He said, actually, I wasn't in a good place. He said, and I happened to stumble across your show on the radio, so I listened and I smiled for the first time in months. See, that's a good thing. If we can make people smile, he said, your personality on life and humour was and is infectious. He says, don't ever think what you do isn't important or making a difference. He said, you'd never know. He said, but you saved my life and helped me become a better person. It's... God, how do you respond to that, Tony? How do you respond to something like that? I get, as you know, if you've listened to the programme now for a little bit of time, you'll know how devoted the people are to this programme. People who will write in and go, thank God you're back. Thank goodness you're back. You know, we were worried about you. And you think it's very touching. It's very, very touching. And there's no answer to it. I don't know. The amount of people who've said to me, and I've met people before. I remember our PR department, years and years ago, they said, listen, there's a lady, her sister's written in, and she's got cancer and she's terminal, but her wish is to meet you. Is it possible that you can go down to the hospital where she is and meet her? So I said, absolutely, yeah. And they said, we'll get you. They always say the same thing to me. They always go, we'll get you a car. I don't know. This is their big thing at Global. Every time I do something, my boss would always say to me, I'll get you a car. And I go, no, I'm all right, honestly. On this particular occasion, I took the car and I went to the hospital and I met the sister. And she said, listen, she doesn't have a clue that you're here. She's never met you before. She's seen your picture. And we just thought it would be a nice thing. I said, no, absolutely. I said, how strong is she? Because, you know, if somebody's terminal, they have good days and they have bad days. And they said, she's a little bit weak, but she's okay. And so I went in to meet her. Well, you'd have thought she'd met God. It was seriously, it was so sweet. It was so sweet. And she said, I've listened to you for years. And I said, I know, I'm so sorry. I've been there for years. I feel like apologising every time. You know, when somebody says to me, I've listened to you, and I've got people who've been listening since more than 35 years, which, I mean, I never thought was possible. I was only planning on being in the business for a short while, and then I thought I'll move on to a huge radio station, which, of course, LBC has now become, and then I'll be driving a Rolls-Royce by the time I'm 21. Well, sod that for soldiers. That never happened. That never happened at all, but it sort of came a little bit later. And so I chatted away to her, and then her sister wrote to me about 4 months after that and said she passed away. She said, but she was still talking about the day she met Steve Allen. And I said, I have to live with myself every day. You can imagine, I wake up, drag myself out. Actually, the funny thing is I don't drag myself out of bed. I'm really quite good. The alarm goes off and I literally throw myself out of bed. I throw the duvet off. Teddy goes flying the other side of the room, so he's not talking to me. So there's another bad start to the day. And I'm sort of in the bathroom, and I'm quite bouncy. For some people are really bad in the morning, so perhaps that's why it works for me. Because somebody said to me, "You're sounding quite bouncy." I said, "Well, I am actually quite a bouncy person, especially in the morning. I mean, I don't get tired until I go home, and I might have a lie down for half an hour or an hour." And then I get up, and look in the mirror again, flex the old pecs. And get the old shaver out, the old Gillette Lady Shave, and then sort of go outside, get a bit of air, get something to eat, decide, water the basket. No, I do the baskets at night. So I set my alarm for 11 o'clock, 11:15, wake up generally a little bit before it, and then have a cup of tea, and then I'm outside with the hose over the baskets. Because you have to drench them until it, no, unless it's absolutely sopping wet, there is no point, is there? It's got to be as wet as you can get it. And then it drips through, and that's that. So I do that, and then I have another cup of tea. And this morning I had 3 cups of tea. And I've still not spent too much time in the toilet, which I was prone to doing. I had a dreadful situation back in December where I couldn't stop going to the toilet, but it was a bit of a slow process. In fact, so much so that it became a little bit difficult getting trains. Because on my route, I was saying to Joe the other day, on my route, they've taken the toilets away. Well, you try standing on the chair doing it out the window. It's not easy. The fines I was getting, it was wretched. And I had to start looking around thinking, and then, of course, if the train all of a sudden stopped and they say, we're being held at a red signal, and I'd be sitting there going, oh no, please not, please not. I had that before, actually. So what else do we get? We've got... the publicity-shy woman in America called Shallow by her half-brother. You'll have to work out these for yourself. And Kate Ferdinand, she's so desperate to be somebody as opposed to Ferdinand's wife. But, really, it's of no interest here. Another picture of you in a bikini really doesn't do it for anybody. They are introducing new trains soon with toilets on my route, are they? Oh, I tell you, I live in hope. I live in hope of a toilet there. And then you get there and, of course, it's blocked or something. And you think, oh, no. Yeah, out of service. Toilet out of service. Because my one at the moment, one of the trains I get, is just one long carriage. One long carriage. It just seems to go forever and a day. But I do like the trains. I do like them. And David, thank you. I'm with you on that one. And then somebody says leather trousers. I used to wear them back in the 80s. Still very naff, says Kim. When I think about it, nowadays I'd look like a sad old has-been. Well, more of a sad old bean. 20 weeks till Christmas. Is it? No, it's not 20 weeks till Christmas, is it? August, September, October, November, December. 4, 8, 6. Do you know, you might be right. 20 weeks to Christmas. Oh, my Lord. I'm not sure I can cope with that. 20 weeks to... Is that entirely possible? 137 days. Mind you, I just walked out to go and get myself a cup of tea a minute ago. And Henry, Henry from the Wong Key, that'll be his next job. He said, I would take you to the Wong Key, he said, but you wouldn't go, would you? I went, no, it's as simple as that. But he said to me, he said, I've lost weight, and I've lost a little bit. I haven't lost a huge amount. Matt, good morning. Says, great to hear you back. I know, gradually people are picking up on the fact that, yes, he's back. Sitting in the seat that was vacated for, God, what seems like an eternity as far as I was concerned. Was it 5 weeks? Oh, my Lord above, honestly. Really, I can't believe it. They found 52 rare coins. I'll tell you more about them in a minute. Tucked away in a cabinet for 50 years. They reckon they're worth £500,000. £500,000. Why is it that I don't have any elderly relatives who own a diamond mine in South Africa or something like that, and they go, De Beers want to buy it? What's on the coins? I don't know. I'm just giving you the bare... I'm doing the tease. The coins we found, they're worth £500,000. Don't push your luck, pal. Honestly. Oh, if you're going roaming in Europe and you're on Vodafone, they're going to charge you £1 a day. They're trying to recoup this money, like they really suffered during the pandemic. And what was the other? Oh yes, Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, way back many centuries ago, not long after the Bible began. Closed. Maggie says, Steve, you say you'd have thought she'd met God. She had. What about Groovy Gang socks for Christmas this year? No socks. Roger says, forget the roller. It's still one hell of an achievement to have gone from a W-Reg Mini to a Bentley. Yes, I suppose you're right. I never thought about it like that. So, for those people who've just woken up, hello. I thought Ollie would be in the gymnasium at this time, but I think he goes between 6 and 7 in the morning. I think that's the time he goes there. Slips into his little sort of gym outfit. It's sort of shorts over shorts over shorts, I think. Bless him. I don't know why he needs to go to the gym, actually. He's as thin as this. Seriously, there's nothing of him. Wish I was as thin as he was. Is he bulk? Oh, right, you can bulk up in the gym, can you? Oh, blimey. Do you think he's probably eating sort of posh food? Because I've seen in some of these weightlifting shops, because my godchildren and their mum and dad, in one of their barns, they put a gymnasium in. And they've got everything from weights and things like that. Yeah, probably eating kebab and mash. That was so nice. Yesterday I had kebab and baked beans. If I'd have thought about it, but I did have 4 pieces of toast when I got in yesterday morning, which was very nice. And then I sort of left it until much later in the day to decide what to... It's very difficult to decide what to eat. You know, that was the advantage of living at home. Absolutely the advantage when you didn't need to think about what was going to be for tea. My mother would just put it on the table. And it could be shepherd's pie or it could be fish fingers. I used to love fish fingers and chips. And if I won the lottery, I'd get a chef. Actually, yeah, I mean, I don't know, actually. I'll tell you what you would want. If you won the lottery, the one thing, apart from, as I say, buying the house, the car, the same as everybody else would do, I would love to have a PA. Somebody who would do everything. So in other words, you know, book the car in, the PA takes care of it. The MOT's due, the PA takes care of it. So it takes away all those things that you have to think about now. You know, I mean, it is actually Corey, my old producer. He is my PA, because we sort of correspond on a fairly regular basis, and he sort of sorts bits and pieces out for me. But that's you know, that was the way it worked, and it works very well, actually, for us. Well, I hope so, anyway, which is very good. Steve says, Paul in Romford, what date is your Christmas tree going up? I can't remember. I never put a date on it. I just decide... This year it's going to be a real tree. Last year it was this fake one with all the lights on, which I've now given to my godchildren. They were thrilled. Because now they've got all this room, these barns. You can fill them up with Christmas decorations. They're big barns. I mean, you could live in them. Definitely. So I've got no idea. Nick says, now you're back, life is beginning to look good again. You're going to tell us why you were away for 5 weeks? No. Absolutely not. Let's just say, I'm a lot better, thank you. A lot better. Steve, I'm delighted to hear your voice again. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're all watching that story, but because it's an interesting story, it's newsworthy, and I think the papers will be full of it tomorrow. This is the Prince Andrew story. And Sabrina says, I'm reading Kenneth Williams' diaries, and he talks about an interview he once had at LBC. Was that you? No, I don't think so. No, definitely not. He did come into LBC on numerous occasions. Very, very dapper man. Very, very dapper. Always in a grey suit. In fact, he seemed to like grey. I mean, you'd never see him in a pair of jeans. He didn't do that. Always had a collar and tie on. Never saw him with an open neck shirt or anything like that. But everybody bought the book. Because that Acid Drops you bought. Because that was the one that... sort of people used to go into the bookshops and surreptitiously turn to the back, go down the index and see if their names were there. If their names were there, they bought the book because you were never sure what he was going to say about you. It was never particularly complimentary. Will you be going to the West End production of the Channel 4 satire The Windsors, says Josh? I don't know. I might. I'm still waiting, as I say, for Joe Allen's to open again. I really am. Little Italy, I think, open. Tony Pelledri will sort of tell me about that one, and I think there's lots of LBC listeners go there. And I craved the other day a pizza. I've not had a pizza for ages and ages and ages, and I know it seems a very odd thing, but if you've not had something for a long time, you kind of want it, and then you have it, and you get over the shock of it. It's like KFC, isn't it? You know, I'll go for ages without having anything, and then all of a sudden I have a complete burnout on KFC. I have a big bucket of KFC. The other time I went in and bought 6 pieces, and they sort of were demolished in seconds. And then I felt all guilty about it. But a pizza I've not had for, a long time. When we played the Fairfield Halls in Croydon with the one-man show, that was lovely. And I ordered pizzas for the whole company. The whole company, honestly, there's about 20. So we ordered about 30 pizzas. When they turned up, we had pizzas, and I got pizzaed out. But I haven't had it for a long, long time. So perhaps today could be a pizza day. I might go out and buy a pizza, because we've got loads of pizza shops around Twickenham. No, I wouldn't have it delivered. I'd just go and collect it. I really fancy, I know it sounds really naff, ham and pineapple. Which is sort of, I mean, the Italians, look at me with sort of disgust. Because if you go to Italy, you won't find a pizza with ham and pineapple on it. In fact, they have completely different pizzas. What we have is the English version of it, which is not so exciting. Kay says, I missed you so much. Kay's in New Romney. I couldn't text in yesterday because I was working. And she says, every morning I tune in with my fingers crossed, and every morning I turn the radio off again. No! Never turn off. Always listen to other people. Everybody's different. And she says, I've been listening to your old podcast to get me through. And she says, over the last few months, it's made me realise how important you are to us original spikers. Yes, we have a very loyal audience to this programme, and don't think we're not grateful. Very grateful. That's why the Spike's there. The Spike. And I remember somebody saying to me, what the dickens is he on about? The Spike. What's that? And then somebody showed them, because it was on the internet, and it's quite good. It's not bad at all, actually. Not for this time of the morning, anyway. The revellers in Scotland are now going out every night. But they always did that, didn't they, in Scotland? And the funny thing is, when Henry said, I'll take you to the Wong Key, and I thought, over my dead body. And I thought, I think when you're younger, you go out for sort of nights out and you get a bit blathered and you have bevy. I mean, I used to do it when I was younger. I'd come up to London or I'd go out after work, and it was quite nice. And it was quite nice. I mean, Scotland had their Freedom Day yesterday. So people were going to nightclubs and they were doing all the things that they couldn't do. Because for some people, it's like a withdrawal symptom. I think Luke, who sort of became an honorary Groovy Gang member, he couldn't wait for his pub to open, and he lives next door to it. And so he had to book a table. And then I think Ben, who's the boyfriend of my goddaughter, Charlotte, he went out with his mates the other night. 50 quid in the pub it was. They booked the table, and that was as much as you could drink and eat for 50 quid, which I thought sounded, a bit like a bargain. Champagne, I think they were drinking beer and Prosecco and everything else. He said, but 50 quid, and you can drink and eat as much as you like. Which is not bad, is it? I mean, years ago I'd have done that. Now, the thought of it fills me with horror. If I'm going out with people, I go to a restaurant, and I'll sit down, because then you can just sort of, I couldn't stand up in a pub. You look around, they go, can you see a table free? And you go, oh, I really can't be bothered. I'll go and sit back in the car. Makes it so much easier. 26 minutes past 5. The only reason I tell you that is because I got into trouble the other day. Well, I didn't. I remonstrated with myself because I don't do time checks. I'm a bit Las Vegas. I'm a little bit, you can go there, but they don't want you to know you've been standing in front of the same fruit machine waiting for your 3 oranges to come up or 3 melons so you get the jackpot. And you could have been standing there 12 hours. Which is what they do in... If you've never been to Vegas, go. Adult Disney. You could just walk through... Have you been? Mike, you been? It's great, isn't it? I mean, it really is. It's just sort of like... We did the... what did we do? Did we do a roller coaster? Or we did the Stratosphere or something? Whatever it was, something shot us up a pole and then brought us back down again, which I thought was on the top of a hotel. And people were doing a jump out of a window, I think on the Stratosphere. And I remember looking out the window thinking, you are having a laugh. I felt quite physically ill. I can't bear to watch these free climbers who climb up the outside of buildings with their bare hands and no rope. No rope. Just imagine you get halfway up and you get an itch. What do you do? And I was watching one the other day, and I tell you what it was. Oh, sky jump at Stratosphere. You literally jump out of a window at the top. Then all of a sudden you realise that you're not connected to anything at the back. You look round and go, and the rope is where? Jane McDonald did something the other day. She's fab. She's such a good presenter. She's very, what I call a natural presenter. And she was doing Jane McDonald cruises. I thought it was a completely different programme, but it turned out she was on a ship. And they do the food thing and all the rest of it. And they ended up doing Canada on a cruise ship. And it looked fab. It really did look very good indeed. And she went to the Victoria Falls, and which was sort of one part of the trip, and they do a sky thing where you sit in a leather seat, and then you put your arms out, pretend you're flying, and you go all the way, and it looked brilliant. She said she was so frightened to start with, she went, I'll just get my thoughts together, and then she did it, and she went, that was absolutely fantastic. And I was tempted. I was a little bit tempted. I'm not good with heights. I get dizzy on a chair. I'm really not very good. I did a thing a short while ago. I had to take a picture of something, and I stood on a ladder, and they went, just turn around, you take the picture. I can't turn, I'm frozen. And so I had to hold the camera above my head and just take the picture. It was a rubbish picture, but it doesn't matter. Talking of food, says Roger, I've just had a craving. Well, Lovely for you to share that with me. Thank you very much indeed. For a double sausage and egg McMuffin. So I went out and got one. Well, this time, you can, because they open at 5, don't they? I bet the staff are thrilled. Ooh, what time are we opening this morning? 5. Imagine trying to cook a double sausage and egg McMuffin at 5 o'clock in the blooming morning. Terrible. Steve, I heard you way back on LBC, says Doug, when I was in my 20s. Thank you. He said, I'm 65 now. It's been a long journey. Yes, it has. Over 40 years. He said, didn't you invite listeners into the studio on a Saturday night for drinks and picky bits? No, I didn't. We invited... we used to have... It was my Saturday night out programme, and we would invite in restaurants in London. Big, top hotels would come in, bring ovens and everything else, and they would cook for me and my celebrity guests. And so we used to say to the celebrity guests, don't eat before you get there because food is being provided. And they would provide a 3-course meal with wine. I mean, it wasn't like doing a radio programme. It was basically like just getting a little bit tiddly. Don't get any idea. But sometimes we had to pour the celebrities out. They had to do the whole meal in an hour. A 3-course meal and clear everything away in an hour because we had another hour to do on the programme. And the celebrities loved it. We were getting all sorts of food. Well, the show was it was an entertainment programme. So we did everything to do with theatre, we'd have a quiz, but we did this Saturday night out where we invited in generally a couple of celebrities, and they would get to eat and drink for free, including one celebrity. And when we phoned up, she said, I won't tell you who she is, mainly because I can't remember her name at the moment, but she said to me, I always have disasters. And we said, why? She said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. I bet I don't get a meal. Blow me down. She arrives in, the restaurant phone up, we've had a fire in the kitchen, we've got to cancel. I couldn't believe it. I seriously couldn't believe it. I said, I'm so sorry, so we ordered pizza in for her. That's where I developed my love.
This is the story of that day you cleared out the garage. Classics with the best MC in the galaxy. Or the story of that workout when you lifted a weight off and harnessed the power of your emotions. Or the story of that long-haul flight, sat on the plains of the Namibian desert, soothed by the returning rains. From the Corrupt FM podcast to Darren Brown's Boot Camp for Emotion and Sleep Sound with Maya Jama. For the story you need right now, listen on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. Welcome along to 25 to 6. I know, just one of those people, thinking, should we go to the gym? No, let's have another piece of toast and go back to bed again. Very nice. Do I now can't remember what car I drive. I know what it is, I just can't remember what the I'm just looking at a picture of it, actually. It looked very shiny. I've got this thing about keeping cars shiny. It's, it's wait a minute. Of course, I can tell you what it is. I always keep forgetting these things. Somebody will say to me, "What car do you drive?" And I go, "I don't know." I put petrol in one end, and it seems to work. It seems to work. So wait a minute, because somebody just asked me a second ago, and I went, "Oh, I had to find a picture of it just in case." Oh, it's yes, it is. I think it's a flying spur. It's a flying spur, that's what it is. He says, desperately fumbling in the dark for it, trying to work out what it is. Or it could be the Continental GTC, I can't remember. Anyway, it goes from A to B, via C, D and E, if you sort of follow my sat-nav. Sorry? Yeah, looks like that. I quite like... I'm taken by the colours of cars. There's certain colours of cars I won't have anymore. Like, I wouldn't have a red car ever again if you paid me. Because I had a car once and it was red and it faded. In sunlight, the colour faded, and I was buying all this T-cut in red and everything else to try and put the colour back into it, which was a total waste of time. I've had green, blue, sky blue. The only colours I've not had I've never had a black car. Never had a black car at all. I've never had white either. I always think if you have a white car, it makes it look like you're on your way to a wedding. I didn't want people to think that. Donna from Peckham, Camberwell bus driver, says, very happy you're back. Thank you. I came back yesterday, actually. So tell all your friends, actually. And Shane in Sydney said, I've just had 2 Kit Kats and now feel sick. I should have just had 1. Shouldn't have had either. Not very good. Kevin, the restaurateur, says, we were one of the restaurants on a Saturday night. We served you ribs. Gee, I haven't had ribs for ages. I love spare ribs. Chinese spare ribs, my favourite. You know, where the meat just falls off the bone. Delicious. Sorry? Glazed? No, I don't know. They do them in Costco. You can buy 2 racks of ribs, and they're really. You can either buy them not cooked or buy them. Why you want to buy them uncooked? I can't imagine. I mean, I just want to sit in the car and eat them with a lot of sort of tissues and stuff like that. Doug says, yes, I remember who had the Sunday night show now, thank you. BB in New Southgate says you're bringing back such brilliant memories, which is true. And Steve, Lorraine is in queue. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm Roman Catholic and receive Holy Communion. Good luck for that. Listen, I never discuss religion on the programme. We don't do religion. Other programmes want to do religion. We never do it. People always argue about religion. So I always think, well, you worship a sort of a bottle. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me. Also, many of the UK's leading universities continuing with the online teaching in the autumn term, because today people are going to get their results, their A-level results. So all those months and weeks and everything else that you've sweated thinking, I wonder if I'm going to do very well, and then you sort of you get the results, you go, oh, it wasn't what I was waiting for. But do they arrive in the post, or do they do it by email now? Are they a bit more sophisticated? It's online, is it? Oh, right, yeah. Gone are the days where you'd sit there waiting for the postman to deliver, and then you discover they weren't being delivered. So online now, you get them. Oh, dear, I hope you get what you want. I don't know what you're supposed to get now. Do we still do A's and B's? Things like that. So obviously a C and a D wouldn't be particularly good, would it? Depends what you want to go into. So these are people with their A-levels who are waiting to go to uni, are they? And they need particular grades to get into university. And that's where the drinking starts. So the emails come through at 8 a.m. this morning, so an hour into Nick Ferrari's programme. Or you can go to the school to collect... Oh, why would you bother? Why would you... Sorry, would you like to get out of bed and get dressed, or would you just like to sit by the computer and wait till they come through at 8 o'clock? So clever, isn't it, now? You don't... I mean, we all rely on the computer for doing just about everything. Really. Steve, is Little Italy back open, says Donny. Yeah, they have been. I'm not sure what it is at the moment. No doubt we shall find out. Donny says scrambled egg or poached. Either. Or either. Doesn't make any difference to me. I bought a pan the other day for doing poached eggs, and I suddenly realised I'm not big into poached eggs. I don't mind them in a salad when they're cold and they're cut up, but I don't want anything that you sort of cut and... No, thank you very much indeed. Jane McDonald visited Victoria Falls in Canada. It was fabulous, wasn't it? You can go this... not Maid of the Mist, because that's the other one, isn't it? It's the Feast of St. Lawrence today, says Donny. Thank you. Will you be going? No, sadly not. Sadly not. I'm having not a lazy day today. Not a lazy day. Just one of those days. Try pepperoni with pineapple instead of ham. Oh, I've just got a thing about pineapple, but I can't remember if I'm allowed pineapple. There are various fruits that I can't have. Pineapple, I think, is one of them. I don't think it works for diabetes, and I can't have mango either. And I used to live... Small wonder I'm diabetic. I used to live on mango juice. Rubicon mango juice. That ice cold from the fridge. It's like milk. I had a craving for milk ages ago. The worst fruits for somebody with diabetic tendencies would be... These are the ones high in sugar. Watermelons. Dried dates. See, I've had dates before. I thought that they were good for me. Pineapples and overly ripe bananas. See, I mean, there are. I mean, a lot of sugar in fresh fruit is fructose, which is okay. So a medium apple, things. I mean, fruit juice. I haven't had fruit juice for ages. I used to love it. When you went on to a hotel or something like that, and they go, and for a starter, there'd be something on the lid, and it would go grapefruit juice, and they'd bring you a little glass with grapefruit juice, and that'd be your starter. And then you go on to the... I know, it seems a bit naff. I can't drink orange juice or grapefruit juice, or... I had it so sugar. I had a tomato juice the other day. That was quite nice. Do you know that's the most popular drink on aeroplanes? Bloody Mary. Poor soul, it's not her fault, is it? And Bloody Mary's most popular, and they're not sure whether it's the tomato juice or whether it's the vodka. Because I always, when I went out to pubs before I started imbibing, I used to have a tomato juice and a packet of crisps. I was quite happy. wet me whistle with a tomato juice. People used to look at it and go, oh, you're not drinking tomato juice. And I used to go, oh, I love tomato juice. It's very good for you. The Sun this morning, they're talking about the mystery of Holly no-show at Ant's wedding. And they think, now I thought she was filming. I thought she was filming something. The paper have come up with something different. They think her former agents might have been there and it could have been a bit awkward, so she didn't go. I thought she was above things like that. I thought so. Golden couple, Jason and Laura Kenny, becoming a knight and a dame to honour their record-breaking Olympic triumph. Oh. Government insiders say the cycling superstars are certainties for the accolades. Oh, they haven't got it yet. They're just making it up. They're just going, oh, they might. They might. Mr. Shah says, good morning, Steve. Good you're back. The sun is out too. Can't be a coincidence. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you. And Nigel, as I say, looking after my car, he said, good to hear you back yesterday. So that's good. I've got to phone him this morning. Booked the car in for its mott, which actually hopefully won't take too long. Noel Gallagher says the actor Matt Smith is his rowdiest celebrity pal, while Chris Martin prefers to eat seeds. Oh, right. Matt Smith is very cool as an actor. Bono, he can put a shift in. Matthew McConaughey is an actor. Luke Pritchard, Kook's frontman. Liam Gallagher, he's a charlatan. They don't get on, do they, the Gallagher brothers? It's a charlatan, I ask him. They're so funny, aren't they? Funny little people. Pages and pages on the alpaca. I mean, you go, seriously. And it really does look a little bit sad when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 people turn up at the farm. That's the best that they can manage. Out on the streets, marching towards Downing Street. Handful of people. 90,000 people have signed the petition, so they say. So they say, to save Geronimo, but I fear it is not to be. I fear it is not to be. Geronimo twice tested positive for TB after arriving in the UK from New Zealand. Helen said he'd been injected with a vaccine called tuberculin and as antibodies which produced false positives. So she fought a High Court battle which ended in a warrant for Geronimo to be killed. Maybe a bit dramatic, is it? Couldn't they just have put it nicely, like being put to sleep? Yes, I mean, but it's basically he's going to be shot. Okay, that's what they've said. I don't know how it's going to work. I really don't know. But apparently the campaign supported by people like Chris Packham and Joanna Lumley is set to press on with the government is set to press on with the execution. It's very dramatic, isn't it? The execution, honestly. It's like, I mean, but these people have said there's going to be a ring of steel at the farm. Well, 13 people ain't going to form very much of a ring of steel, I'm afraid. Because if the police go down there, and they've been down, I think, to have a look, they're obviously prepared for this. It might go horribly, horribly wrong. Tower Bridge is left wedged open. Is it closed now, Tower Bridge? Because we were advising people yesterday, don't go anywhere near the area because it'll be lots of congestion. Morning, Steve. I used to have a black Fiat Panda. My ex-friends used to call it a hearse for small people. Oh, they're quite good. I tell you what they were selling on the television the other day. They had a Messerschmitt. It's like a Bond bug kind of car. And it went for a huge price, even though it had no floor in it. The stuff I'm watching on television, I tell you, I'm an education in itself. I sit there, and then what do? I go and ruin it all by watching The Sound of Music with Julie Andrew and a load of kids, some of whom aren't even alive anymore. But I watch it. Oh, and the good news is Tower Bridge is back open. Opened again this morning at 2. And so it's okay, so you don't need to avoid it, because it just completely screws up the area. They only did it, they put it open to get a wooden ship through, and I've seen footage of them underneath. It's like a big brick-built thing, and it swings down. It's quite something, and you can do tours of Tower Bridge, that you can go up above it. We're very lucky in London, you know. We've got loads of things for tourists. If you're a new person to the area, we've got loads of stuff for you to see, and you can get some traditional British food as well, curry, kebabs, usual sort of things here, and we make cups of tea for you. And, you can't call it curry. Apparently that's now considered a sort of a racist slur, which is going to throw all the Indian restaurants into some confusion, having to get all the menus printed again. Food blogger, it's just one person, called for the word curry to be cancelled over claims it's rooted in British colonialism. Yeah, that's why all the chefs on the television call it curry. It's not all curry. They do other things, but if somebody says to you, this is a lamb boona curry, then you know what it is, don't you? If it's a pancake roll, it's a pancake roll. I mean, because you have Chinese curries. You have Thai curries. I like a Thai green curry and things like that. So what am I supposed to do? I'm not renaming it just because some silly blogger. Go away, stupid person. These people are so... Honestly, these people, why don't they just mind their own business? Stick your nose into somebody else's business. Ridiculous. Katie says, have you heard of the carnivore diet? It's supposed to be very good for diabetes. Actually, I'm not bad with my diabetes. I do go through phases. I do go through phases. And I have to tell you that sometimes my phase is not very good. But having spent time under doctors, well, not physically, obviously, I'm a bit ridiculous, I'm managing it an awful lot better. So I only inject once a day now, which is good. James Corden had to isolate for a week after somebody tested positive for COVID on the set of his sitcom Mammals, which is a shame. But as I say, also Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, which Anne went to see a short while ago. She said it's fabulous. And I love the show, as I say, Jacob. I also love Jesus Christ Superstar. I'd forgotten how good that one was as well, which was great. Paddy says, I used to live in Twickenham on the London Road. Well, bully for you. How nice. Got to live somewhere, haven't we, really? Got to live somewhere. Yeah, Little Italy, Frith Street, Soho, opposite Ronnie Scott's Jazz Club is open, says Antonio. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm gonna try and get there. I'm gonna find the right time to go there. I've also got to pop in and see Corey. I don't know how I'm going to manage all that. I might do it on the Friday, actually. I can go home, have a little rest, then pop back into London later on, then go round and see Tony. I'll have to let him know, actually. Also, the paper today, the stars wearing the bikini tops the wrong way round, and they've got various, let's just call them models, who are sort of attempting to wear a bikini bottom. I mean, to be honest with you, some of them just makes them look a bit cheap, I'm afraid. So, there are 7 ways to wear a swim top. Clemmy, the Sun's fashion editor, said this is absolute nonsense. I totally agree with her. I mean, have you seen some of the people on Love Island? Ugh. Honestly, absolutely awful. Twitter's under fire for failing to take down a sex video posted by TV has-been Stephen Bear. He was in Celebrity Big Brother. He tweeted footage of his girlfriend. I mean, to be honest with you, what's the matter with Twitter? Something the matter with them. These rare coins. Oh, you want to know about these rare coins? Here's the rare coin story. People hang on every word. 52 rare. They were tucked away in a cabinet for half a century. They were owned by a former mayor of Bradford, Horace Hurd, who was thought to have sold all the collection before he died. But the family found the batch of Tudor, Stuart and Commonwealth coins. Tudor! Amazing. The star lot is an Elizabeth I Ship Ryle Rose Noble coin struck in 1588. 1588! The year of the Spanish Armada. They're going to be auctioned through Spink and Sons. They do coins. Look at that. That is amazing. Aren't they fabulous, honestly? Forgotten in a cabinet. God, I bet he's kicking himself wherever he is. They're amazing, aren't they? Valued at £60,000, produced in honour of Catherine of Aragon. They weren't attractive in those days. That's the people as opposed to the coinage. But aren't they fantastic? See, I've never been into numismatism or anything like that. It just doesn't interest me, but I like looking at it. People used to be hanged, for what they called clipping coins, because coins were made of gold and they would clip them around to take the gold off. And if you were caught doing it, they hanged you. Loads of people were hanged for clipping coins because it was a way of making more money out of a coin. That's why all these coins, they're never sort of perfectly round, because somebody would have clipped little bits and pieces of this. And Mohammed says, how stupid is this about PC and curry? We call it curry at home. We've never thought it of racist. Well, listen, I'm taking your word for it. I've always called it curry. I couldn't care less what some food blogger said. Mamby-pambies. Mamby-pambies. So we're with you, actually, on that one, which is great. And Sam in Chester. I love the idea that there's people all over the country. I think this is fantastic. You want to come down here and have the weather we've been having recently? God, it's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. It really is a shame. I don't know what's the weather going to be like today. Do we get something? Because we were looking at Dubai yesterday and we discovered 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Today, 23 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. Makes it sound quite exotic, doesn't it, really? Makes it sound sort of, a gentle breeze. Perhaps I'll get the sun lounger out. And in Dubai, 44 degrees, sunny with a moderate breeze. I think I'd have to be sitting in a fridge to survive 44 degrees. And it's going to be like that all week. Oh, by the way, good news on next Tuesday, 17th, drops down to 41 degrees. As if that's going to make any difference. Can you imagine? 40. I mean, I don't know how people survive and stuff like that. I mean, I really don't. I feel ill thinking about it, which is not very good, is it? Here's this stupid breakfast. This is from a place. The creators at a petting zoo. The creators. I'm sorry, dear. Putting 5 sausages on a plate is not creative. That's just stupid. So it's got 15 rashers of bacon, 15 jumbo link sausages, 15 hash browns, 15 fried eggs, 15 slices of black pudding, 15 slices of toast, 15 fried bread with butter, which is a bit peculiar. Who has fried bread with butter? 15 portions of mushrooms, 15 portions of baked beans, 15 portions of tinned tomatoes, and it's 150 items, 17,000 calories. I mean, to be honest with you, they must be so desperate for publicity. It's just basically 15 breakfasts all shoved onto one plate. What a stupid place they are. How stupid do you have to be? What, this is for one person, is it? Thickos. Oh, struth, honestly. It looks disgusting. The sausages look rank. Absolute rank. And black pudding. Ugh. Disgusting. No mention of the mushrooms which they've shoved on there. And no mention of how many portions of... 15 portions of baked beans. It must be piddling little portions. And the bacon and everything else. I mean, honestly, it's just 15... it's for 15 people. But who'd want to share a breakfast with other people? Ugh, disgusting. But really stupid. Really, really stupid. There's a man who was caught upskirting. I didn't think we did this in this country. I know Japan, it's really particularly bad on the trains because they push too many people onto the trains. But this is Martin Stone, who's in the papers today. Martin Stone has been found guilty of upskirting a woman on a tube station escalator. And he was standing behind her. He was arrested outside Bank Station whilst leering at the footage, which showed that he'd followed her around. Well, I can tell you, he was on holiday. The next day, Highbury magistrates jailed him for 10 days for voyeurism. So within 24 hours, he was jailed. British Transport Police say upskirting is a sickening invasion of privacy. We have plainclothes officers conducting patrols like this every day. Only 10 days in prison. Should have been 10 years. 10 years. What a pervert. But there's also a fraudster who tricked 2 women out of more than £70,000 after meeting them on a dating app. I've lost track of dating apps. I've never heard of this one. This is called Plenty of Fish. And Trestian Green. There's a name and a half. Trestian Green. Have you ever done that name? But I've never heard of it. Embarked on relationships with the victims before asking them for various amounts in loans. He told them he'd invest it in companies and repay them with interest, but instead he spent the money. He got 11.5 grand from the first woman, 59,000 from the second. He comes from Milton Keynes. He admitted fraud and was jailed for 3 years. He's also got to pay £5,000 compensation. So he goes to prison for 3 years and some pervert upskirting a woman only goes to prison for 10 days. As I say, should have been 10 years, I think. Nikki Bell in Workington says, where'd you get your doner meat from? Well, you don't cook it. It's already cooked. It comes from Iceland and it's called doner meat. But it's mainly chicken, I've noticed. There's only about 5% lamb in it. I was a bit disappointed. But it tastes great. So it's frozen, because Iceland do frozen stuff. And then you just literally put it in a saucepan, just keep tossing it around a little while, and it just, once it's heated through, you eat it. So you can literally go out. It's called doner kebab meat. And you don't need to cook it. You just need to heat it up. You can shallow fry it, or I just put it in a saucepan and put a lid on. And it's produced using beef, lamb and poultry and then seasoned with their unique blend of spices. It tastes like doner kebab meat. You could put it in a pita bread with some salad or something like that. I mean, it's only £2 a pack. It's dirt cheap. How to cook it? You just need to heat from frozen. Well, I mean, quite clearly, you're not going to eat it frozen, are you? Unless you're mad as a broomstick, I'm afraid. Oven cooked from frozen. No, just put it in a saucepan and just, gently simmer, as they say. It's quite nice. You'll like it. And cheap and cheerful. It'll feed sort of a family of 4, I would have thought. Pretend you've sliced it off the doner kebab things. Should we take the news at 6? Yes.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Coming Up to 4 minutes past 6. It's Early Breakfast with Steve Allen, and it's the 10th of August. So there's a holiday maker here. I don't know. I'm a bit funny about spiders. I have to be honest, I might as well hold my hands up and say I'm a little bit scared. I remember seeing, I was sitting at home years and years ago when I lived in Staines, and just by the river. If you stood on the roof, you could see it. And I remember sitting there, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move, and it was a big spider, and it was running across my carpet, and I went, oh no. And what I used to do is I used to have a glass, and I put it over the top of them very, very quickly, slide a bit of paper underneath, take them outside and drop them in. It's like, if ever you find one in the bath, people go, oh, I'll turn the tap on and rinse it down the plug hole. No, what it does is it goes down the plug hole and goes up the overflow. So you know the bit that's above, just underneath the taps, it looks at you in the bath. That's what spiders do. They sit there, odd little things that they are. I mean, 8 legs, I ask you. And they sort of sit there and they peer. And so the same spider keeps reappearing. But I always used to put the piece of paper underneath and then go outside, and then you sort of have to put the paper down and then open the back door and then throw it outside. I've discovered recently snails. I have heard of them before, quite clearly. I did try one once. I ate one. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Horrible. I can't think of anything worse, actually. I saw there was a snake farm once. It was done on, it was like an Avengers programme. Well, it could have been the Avengers, actually. And it was somebody who'd been killed. They went in, and there's thousands of snails crawling up walls and everything. And he bred them, and there was something that happened. And anyway, they ended up killing him or something. It was one of those happy, cheerful programmes where you never understand the storyline. You just understand there's going to be bodies and people attacking people, and Emma Peel's going to throw somebody through a window. But in this case, it was snail farm. And we have snail farms in this country, where they basically breed snails for restaurants, and I did try one. I tried frog's legs as well. Same restaurant. I did a programme from a restaurant, and what do they taste like? I can't even begin to tell you. It's like oysters, a bit like sort of one of those things. You put it in your mouth, and you go, and they go, no, chew on it. No. As Les Dawson used to say, those frog's legs. He said, I wonder what they do with the rest of the frog. Is it doomed to spend the rest of its life on casters going round the kitchen and things like that? I don't know why they don't eat the rest of the frog. Perhaps it's only the legs that are appealing. Whatever it was, I didn't like it, and I didn't like snails either. But there again, nobody ever said I had to eat stuff like that. Other stories in the papers: Harry Styles appeared to have undergone a makeover. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. I think he's on holiday in Italy. He's had a month's holiday. He's a bit like Lorraine Kelly. She seems to go away for the whole summer, which is very interesting. Blues singer, my God, they finished ages ago. Duncan James has been cast as the lead in the panto Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, God, how the mighty have fallen. Jack and the Beanstalk with Duncan James. I mean, the sort of people who go to pantomimes won't have the faintest idea who he is. He's also put on a ton of weight. Have you seen the size of him now? I don't know what's happened. I suppose it's because we don't see people for ages. And a source said Duncan loves the dirty humour of panto. Jack and the Beanstalk, dear. Have you ever read the story? I'd advise you to read it first. He was one of the many celebrities who missed out on lucrative Christmas deals. He's at the Marlow Theatre in Canterbury. I wonder what picture they put on the poster. It can't be one of him recently. He's ballooned. Seriously, I thought it was Arj. He is the giant. He's playing the lead, so does that mean he'll be Jack? I mean, the size he is, he's never going to climb that beanstalk. There's going to be no chance. No chance at all. Also, what else have we got here? There isn't much sympathy for Liam Payne from Aston Marigold. Aston Marigold. He was in JLS. She'll be coming round the mountain when she... He was a kids singer, wasn't he? Yeah, there's pictures of him and everything else. After he told of his struggles during One Direction, Liam complained he felt trapped and said he was locked inside hotel rooms, and now Aston's weighed in and said, you're your own boss. It's not that you weren't allowed to do something. Oh, honestly. They're all moaning, aren't they? You know, just because it all finishes. You know, people go, oh, I mean, you know, the idea... I thought JLS were going to make a comeback, and then the reason they didn't sell records anymore, and if you don't sell records, there's no point, is there? Although I'm sure that they had... Other things. Duncan is starring alongside Jane McDonald in Jack and the Beans. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jane. They could have got you somebody better. Hope he doesn't sing. We've got a picture of him on the poster. They must have a picture of the poster at the Marlow Theatre. Let's have a look down. Oh, that's an ages-old picture. It finishes on the 1st of Feb. That's an ages-old picture. He don't look like that now. He really doesn't. That's an old one, isn't it? So what they do in a lot of these cases is, because of these theatre posters and they book people for pantomime way in advance, they superimpose heads. Because do you remember they made a horrible mistake on a pantomime once? They superimposed the head of a black actor but onto a white actor's body. So it looked ridiculous. And they suddenly realised their big mistake. But Duncan James holding an axe as Jack. So it's got to be so exciting. But we do love Jane McDonald. Big fan of hers. Big fan. A newly identified species of prehistoric beetle has been named in honour of Sir David Attenborough. The fossilised insect had limbs like frog's legs and lived in watery landscapes 49 million years ago in Colorado. So he gave permission for it to bear the scientific name, which is Pulchrido attenboroughi, which means Attenborough's beauty in Latin. Lovely. We didn't get very far in Latin at my school. Amoa massamat, amamus amatus amant, Puella, Stella, Rex, and that was about it. Rex was the king, Puella was a girl, and Stella was something else. Well, I can't remember what it was. Tom Hardy was collared by two police at Tesco for a selfie while the 43-year-old was filming a new Netflix film near the Story in Cardiff. They don't care, do they? They just come up and grab somebody. This is a story. Unfortunately, it's sort of next to a picture of Kate Ferdinand, who loves the publicity. Go away. Go away now and stay away. Not very interesting. Not very interesting. The former Towie star. She wasn't a Towie star at all. Definitely not. But here's a legal assistant, and who's called Leanne Livesey. She's been sacked from a law firm. Takes something to be sacked from a law firm which represented Jimmy Savile's victims for joking about his crimes on Facebook. I mean, obviously not the brightest penny in the world. Leanne Livesey also posted jokes about throwing boiling water over Muslim kids and about taking Class A drugs. I mean, she really is thick. Her appalled boss fired her as she felt she could no longer trust her. That would be an understatement. The post came to light as a suspicious Ms. Higgins, that's the boss, checked the Facebook account for evidence to back her assistant's claim she was going into hospital. But Miss Livesey sued Slater and Gordon in Manchester for unfair dismissal, claiming she was sacked days after revealing she was pregnant. The Employment Tribunal rejected her claims. Well, hope everybody else has made note of her. You don't want somebody like that anywhere near you, do you? Sarah Davis is going to be a contestant on Strictly. What do people want to be on Strictly for? I don't quite understand. I don't get it. I have seen it. It's just a lot of sort of nobodies prancing around in a bit of lycra and everything else. I mean, and this year's lot look as dreary as the other ones that we've had, which is not so exciting. Stacey Solomon has finished off her nursery at home. That'll be freebies. You can just tell, can't you? Anybody who's sort of in the public eye now, they always go, oh, thank you to so-and-so for my hair extensions and all this kind of stuff. And looking at it, you're telling me she's done that. Oh, she's landed a book deal. Oh, how marvellous. She's so talented. They've all got book deals. Everybody's got book deals, haven't they? Everybody's got book deals nowadays. You know, book deals to do this, book deals to do that. I tell you what looked really nice, actually. There's a recipe in one of the papers today in The Sun for Greek phyllo pie, which looks absolutely delicious. It really does look delicious. They say preparation time 10 to 15 minutes. For me, read a day. Cooking time 30 minutes. And you need, basically, frozen spinach, olive oil, onions, feta cheese, eggs, and a pack of phyllo pastry, because nobody makes their own phyllo pastry in this day and age. It's so much easier to go out and buy it and make little parcels. We did mincemeat parcels one year for Christmas and sort of put the mincemeat in and then just sort of did it. Or you can just buy them ready-made, get somebody else to do them. I mean, to be honest with you, I remember last year we were saying that mince pies, sorry to mention it so early in August, are so cheap, you can't make them for that price. You know, mince pies were doing, 2 boxes for £2 or something. And I remember thinking, by the time you've turned the oven on and why would you bother? Get somebody else to make the blooming things. I like the ones with booze in. Walkers do a mince pie with Glenfiddich whiskey in, which is very nice. How many mince pies are eaten each Christmas? 3 million in the UK? 800 million? No. That'll be people in Manchester. They eat a lot of mince pies, don't they? 800 million, 1 in 8, start eating them in October. Well, I don't see any problem with that at all, because I'll tell you what's really nice. Mince pies heated up with custard over the top. That is like, whoa, that's really good. 800 million mince pies. I bet they're making them already, actually. Having watched the airline programme about the food and discovering that most of it's made 12 hours before the plane even takes off, and they then sort of chill it down and they heat it up again. 800 million mince pies. Last year I brought in loads. I brought in absolutely loads and loads of all the different types that they make. Heston Blumenthal's ones, you know, you know what the best one was for, I think, nearly 2 years running? Iceland. Their luxury mince pies were the ones who had the most mincemeat in there, and it was really nice and good, because I remember Marks and Spencer's, very disappointing. They went lashings of brandy, and when you read down it was like 1% brandy. It's not lashings. Lashings is where you drench the things in brandy. Give them to your Auntie Enid. Not my Auntie Enid, because she can't drink anymore. Well, she has to have everything liquidised. It's ever since we took her teeth away, and it's sort of one of those things. But I mean, she used to love a mince pie, and we used to just pour brandy over the top of it. Morning, nice to have your company. Did you know, says Catherine, my late mum would make tray loads of mince pies. If not cooled for long enough, the filling was as hot as molten lava. She was originally from Manchester. It's the funny thing is, isn't it? We talk about mince pie. I'll get complaints. Somebody will write in at some point today going, he was talking about Christmas again. But it's only 20 weeks away. It's not that far. Dave says you cheer us up, and then Maz says Maz says listening to the radio without Steve Allen is like going to McDonald's and ordering salad. On this day, 1675, at 3:14 p.m, King Charles II and John Flamsteed lay the foundation stone of the Royal Observatory, Greenwich. Since the late 19th century, Greenwich has been the historic prime meridian of the world. I've been to Greenwich, it's lovely. You can do a lovely boat trip down the old Thames, and on one of the clippers, and you go all the way down to Greenwich. It's lovely, actually, because you get to a certain part of the Thames and it widens out, because it's quite huge, and it's all flats. Flats after flats after flats after... How people afford it, I've got no idea. The old docks as well, and the old, sort of huge Dockland buildings, which have got the things and the cranes and everything. It's really great. Then you get down to Greenwich, get off, go and have a wander about Greenwich, go and have a look at the hospital, have a look at the Painted Hall. Have you never been to the Painted Hall at Greenwich? Oh, fantastic. Obviously, you've been nowhere. So you go all the way on a clipper down to... What are you doing when you go to Greenwich? There, they've got the Painted Hall. That's where, I believe, Nelson's body was laid. That's where they took Nelson. He was laid down there in the... there you go, the old Royal Naval College, the Painted Hall. It's just been restored, I think. No, is it? Go down. Look at it. No, other way. That's it, look. I mean, look at it. But I believe that's where Nelson... What? What's the matter now? Yeah, that's in Greenwich. That's inside. It's known as Britain's Sistine Chapel. And it's beautiful. But that's where I think... it cost about £6,500 when it was first painted. God, if only you could get things like that now. But I'm sure that's where Nelson's body lay in state. And people... Oh, it was. See, I never forget these things. And you can do that. You go on the clipper, you buy a return ticket, and then you can get any boat back. It's brilliant. Go and have a pizza down. I've got obsession with pizza. What is the matter with me this morning? David Cameron, according to the front of the Mirror this morning, reportedly raked in about 7.2 million from Greensill Capital before the company went bust. He said not true. And Mars, this new gooey spread to tempt total chocoholics. It looks as though it's absolutely death on a plate as far as I'm concerned. It's so thick. I mean, it's like sort of basically... I tell you what is good, though. Mars Bar vodka. Have you ever had that? Oh, Mars Bar vodka. OK, this is how you do it. You get a bottle of vodka, pour a little out, OK, so you've got enough room, melt a Mars bar, in a saucepan, okay? Keep melting it slowly, 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 stirring it all the time, and then you pour the melted Mars bar into the bottle of vodka, okay? Put the lid back on, let it cool down, and then stick it in the freezer. It won't freeze because it's alcohol. When you take it out, just go, shake it, couple of slugs of that, it's alcoholic Mars bar. I can't begin to tell you. It's like drinking an alcoholic chocolate milkshake. It's fab. It's very nice indeed. It's a bit addictive. It's a bit addictive. Because my friend Graham, he thinks that all vodka should be in the freezer because it thickens up, apparently. I've never kept vodka in the freezer. It's never been around long enough. But you're supposed to put it in the freezer and that thickens it up and it goes a bit syrupy. But the Mars Bar vodka we did make, some friends of mine had a bar and we were running it and we made some Mars Bar vodka. Well, we didn't bother doing any work. We just sat around laughing, which was quite nice. The bar is gone. Doesn't exist. And Steve says, Simon, I think Nelson was kept under Berry Brothers in St James's for some time. Well, they've got cellars that run all the way to the palace, haven't they? I mean, I suppose they would have had, but he lay in state there. That's at the down in Greenwich, in the Painted Hall. That's where he lay in state. I mean, whether or not he was in the Berry Brothers cellars, I've got no idea. I can't think of any reason why he would be there. Wasn't Diana's body at St James's Palace? I'm pretty certain she was. That's where people went to sign the visitors' book. I'm pretty certain. Jan in... Wait a minute, the Chapel Royal... Yes, she was at St James's Palace. There you go, Tudor Palace. I've never been there. I'm not even sure if it's open. But Beatrice was christened there. Riveting. Steve says, Jan in Kent, this weekend we're having a family belated Christmas with games and mince pies and pigs in blankets. Christmas attire is mandatory. Oh, well, on this programme, every Christmas, we used to wear our Christmas jumpers, which was fab. Corey and Thomas used to enter into the spirit of it, and we would wear Christmas jumpers. It's quite nice, actually. We're doing it this year. Of course I did, absolutely. But yes, I did actually. But I had a coat to go with it. It was winter. And I didn't want to sort of sit there on the bus or the train with the Father Christmas on the front of my jumper. So I got one with lights on it. And I've got one at home which has got a fire on it. It's a little plastic thing, but it's illuminated. And so it's got a fire. So you've got a fire and a hearth. You can get all these jumpers at Christmas. Just go to Amazon. You'll find loads and loads of these Christmas. There's 137 days to go before we start singing Hark the Herald Angels. Mind you, I've started playing the carols in the car already. I quite like that. If I'm doing a journey in the car and I get to that certain stage, I think, no, it's now the time to listen to Christmas carols. And I sing along. I sing along with gusto. So, listen, Jan, have a great time, actually. Joe in Cornwall says, one pie you can enjoy a bit sooner than mince pies is pumpkin pie. I hate pumpkin pie. I have to tell you, it is the most awful, awful pie you could ever eat. The Americans love it because it goes with Thanksgiving, and it is absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Absolutely awful. And I tried to like it. I've got a very famous actress who signed a tin of pumpkin pie, whatever they call it. It was just ghastly, absolutely ghastly. Worst thing I've ever had, actually. But there you go. Days, people are obviously getting ready. This Mars Bar vodka sounds amazing, even at 6:30 in the morning. Oh, it's delicious. It's just like drinking a chocolate milkshake with a kick. You won't need many. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I had about 2 or 3 and I thought it was snowing. It was that good. It'd be quite... to be honest, I haven't made it for ages and ages, mainly because I don't drink vodka anymore. I used to drink vodka, and then I discovered Grey Goose, and that was quite nice. Then I discovered that these vodkas vary, and then my hairdresser, yes, I have a hairdresser, called Kasia, and she brought me some Polish vodka, nearly knocked my socks off. Seriously, but the best stuff I ever got was from Courtney, down on the front door here. He bought me some Jamaican rum. Well, I'm telling you, I had a cold, and I took a little sip of it. The cold vanished in seconds. This rum is like... I've never heard of anything like it. The proof of it. Oh, I could have stripped wallpaper with this stuff. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Shane in Sydney says it sounds nice, and... From Beverley, who says, my mother-in-law was the deputy commander of the Royal Naval College years ago. We had some wonderful dinners in the Painted Hall. Stunning building. See? Only the best people listen to this programme, which is great. And Joseph says, welcome back. He's in Bethlehem. No, he really is in Bethlehem. His name really is Joseph. I know it's a bit of an old cliché that, and is his girlfriend Mary? No. OK, but he is called Joseph and he is in Bethlehem. He says, welcome back. Thank you very much indeed. We'll take the news in a moment. Lovely picture of the Queen retreating gracefully. Do you know, it doesn't matter what she wears. She is at the age she is now, and she looks fine. I mean, it's been a difficult years for her. Very difficult. But again, that's what she's been brought up to do. And she's 90-something now. She's looking a little bit older. But they're all going to be joining her at Balmoral. I think even dreary old Fergie's going to be going up there as well. Of course, had Prince Philip been alive, she'd have been not allowed anywhere near the place. He hated her. Absolutely hated her. Didn't want that ghastly woman anywhere at all. What's getting worse and more frequent in the world now? They talk about climate change, so what is getting worse? Cyclones. Cyclones. Who was it? The producer was showing me a picture of a town in America which is completely vanished. Completely vanished, with explosions, and in California, gone. Nothing. The high street's the only thing that's sort of there. The rest of it is just completely flattened. And I was watching the other day a tsunami on the television, and it's amazing. Before we knew about tsunamis and the damage that they can cause, you watch it, and all you see, there were people standing on the beach, and they were sort of pointing out at sea, and there's a little tiny wave. I mean, seriously, it looked like nothing at all, and then it started moving closer and closer in, and then people suddenly realised that this may be a little bit more dangerous than they thought. So they ran to get onto higher ground, and then this thing hit the shore, and then it just flooded onto the land, onto the hotel grounds and everything else. You've never seen anything like it. And within a short space of time, these tsunamis just destroy everything. The ones they've had in Japan have been absolutely terrible. Expert on stars' potential. Normally this would be Jonathan Shalit. But this particular man, Nigel Curry, is an expert on stars' potential, and says our British gold medal winners could earn millions. Doing what? What, pantomime or something like that? You know, we can cycle very quickly. We might get a damehood and a knighthood. Knitting, yes. I mean, the trouble is, I don't begrudge anybody sort of getting... I think it's a bit daft giving somebody a knighthood just for cycling. I mean, for goodness sake, there's people cycle in London every day, take their life in their hands. At least when you're cycling at the Olympics, it's fairly safe. You just whiz around. Nobody gives them knighthoods and everything else. Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen has admitted he was reluctant to return to change rooms. Oh, somebody wrote to me about Duncan James and said he looks like David Guest, which is a bit bad. They said he's had some work done on his face and appears to have dyed his hair and everything. Oh, dear. The trouble is, if you are that person or any other person, you don't notice you're changing. Because you see yourself every day. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm gorgeous. I never think about, But Duncan James has, he's very smooth. He's very smooth. It's quite normal. I wanted something done a short while ago, but I told you, the woman looks after my bank account, said I'll close your accounts down if you have anything done. So I'm obviously too perfect.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Somebody says, if you're singing Christmas songs right now, you certainly have a problem. Ooh, little Mary, Mary, quite contrary, says it's nowhere near Christmas. Doesn't have to be anywhere near Christmas to sing Christmas songs. Doesn't have. It's 137 days away. Shouldn't be mentioned till after the 5th of November. Well, just to really wind you up, I'm going to mention it every day. Because you're one of those peculiars, aren't you? You don't actually have a picture of yourself, so he's put a picture up of a bear, which is slightly peculiar. You're not in the real world, are you? Definitely not. What have we got here? Oh, the season's fleecing is coming up. What do you think that's going to be? Season's fleecing, come on. Who actually gets fleeced the most times? Who do you think in this day and age? Well, motorists, I think, get fleeced all the time. Football fans. Because it's season ticket time. And here they go. The Affordable Season Ticket League. So some football fans, eagerly awaiting a full season of going to matches, face paying far more than others. So if you go, for example, to Leeds United, £349 is your season ticket. If you go to Chelsea, it's £600. If you want to go to Arsenal, £891. I mean, I ask you, honestly. I feel sorry for you know, for the football fans, because you basically get ripped off, and also because people want to buy the strip and they want to buy the things because the kids want to wear it, and they just sometimes they've changed. There was one particular football team who changed their strip about 3 times a year, and it's just a way of making money, isn't it? I mean, fans waiting to return to the stadiums to experience the game are just getting fleeced. I mean, admittedly, motorists get fleeced the worst, especially here in London. Especially here in London, honestly. Congestion charge here, can't afford to park here, put your car there. You can only park here for 2 hours. You know, what happens if you're going to the theatre? Oh, they don't care about that. They're not interested. They couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Rugby union legend Doddy Weir. Is that Doddy Weir? Have you ever heard of Doddy Weir? No, it's a rugby union legend. Has donated £500,000 to investigate potential treatment for motor neuron disease. Good Lord above. How much money's he got? I mean, he's somebody I've never even heard of, but he's a rugby union legend. And he's got. I thought they didn't make much money in the rugby side of it. Football makes a load of money, but I didn't think that in the rugby side. Obviously, they do. Mind you, I've seen the size of Twickenham Stadium, which is in Whitton, and that's quite nice, actually, if you like that kind of thing. I've never been. I've passed it 1,000,000 times, but yet never been inside it. No, never been for a concert. We've had a few concerts. Itchy nose. And we've had a few concerts there, and all the fans coming. The Rolling Stones played it, which was good. U2. Do you know, I never got U2. I never. I remember being here one day, and we were through the other side of this building. Doesn't help if you're listening in stereo, but anyway, over the other side of the building, and Bono walked through. And I knew it was Bono because he's not very tall, and he had these sort of orange glasses on, you know, like orange. I mean, it must be really peculiar to look at everything in the colour orange. And he walked through there. I think he owns a hotel in Dublin, doesn't he? I think he's got a hotel. You don't know? I'm sure he has, actually. I think he owns a hotel. But I just never got them. I listened to the album The Joshua Tree. Didn't mean a thing to me. So it only goes to prove there's obviously certain music that I take on. There you go, the Clarence. Is it the Clarence? Yes. A 4-star bought by Bono and lead guitarist The Edge. It's called The Edge. I mean, seriously, I ask you. What's his real name? Has The Edge got a proper name? Birthday? Oh, he's called David Howell Evans. Not surprised you changed it, love. What's your name? The Edge. Yeah, of course you are. Good. I love it when people do things like that. It always amuses me. Musician, singer, songwriter. Years active. That could be anything, isn't it? 1976 to... They're still going. They're not as old as the Rolling Stones, are they? Aren't the Rolling Stones about as old as they... Are they really? They're about 60. Bono and the lot, about 60. Because they're funny. They seem to have been around forever and a day. But they're mainly big in America, aren't they? I mean, I don't remember the last time apart from the stadium, I don't remember any other times. The world oldest professional boxer is hanging up his gloves. His name's Steve Ward. He's 64. He won a Veterans World title bout. Took less than 3 minutes to stop his opponent. Well, that was like some of the people that they dug up from old people's homes to fight old Frank Bruno, wasn't it? They go, and he's fighting so-and-so. You go, well, who's that? Oh, I don't know. They found him in a retirement home in Mexico or something. And Frank Bruno was fighting all these people. The only time they put him up against anybody, like Tyson, he was out in seconds. Poor old Frank Bruno staggered back. And all the fans had trekked all the way over there. I thought, he's well outclassed. Look at me talking about boxing. I can't believe it. Even I'm impressed. So. Oh, you'll love the page 3 girl today in the Daily Star. This is one for you boys out there. This is delicious Danny. Danny can't wear a bikini, so it's kind of just clinging on to her little boobies, which is very sweet. And she's looking fierce in a tiny animal print miniskirt. Ooh, what a career move. Get your roots done, darling. It really is amazing. Tamsin Outhwaite has sent emails. Oh, I can't tell you. It's a rude word. Can't tell it's a rude word. Well, put it this way. It's not a rude word. It's a word that I wouldn't mention at this time of the morning. I think it's a bit unnecessary. So I shall save it. And so the curry thing's in all the papers as well. That seems to run everywhere. And then all the people marching to save Geronimo. Not really enough of them, though. As I say, frankly, I've seen more people at the local nursery than I have here. And then, people holding up little handmade signs. Admit you're wrong. Well, they're not admitting they're wrong, and there's still the death sentence. It's... What can you do? And then you've got Justice for Geronimo. It's an alpaca, for God's sake. You know, I have a feeling this ain't going to end well. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling. I mean, I just don't like the wording by some of the journalists when they've said Geronimo the alpaca will be executed. They make it just sounds so awful. Why can't they say put to sleep? Or, you know, or sent to or something. I just don't like the idea. Will be executed. It's like, okay, tie the alpaca to the post. You know, I mean, I just don't like it. Doesn't sound nice. Doesn't sound nice. Who's going to be the new Doctor Who? Who cares? Who cares? Steve, I'm on holiday in York and found a Christmas shop with Christmas music playing, decorations. It was sunny outside, but it was like walking in a winter wonderland. I love stuff like that. I love Christmas shops. We found one in San Francisco, and it was on one of the piers there, and they had a Christmas shop. I was like a pig in heaven. I was so excited. I went in there and it was just... fantastic. So all the miserable people, we've only found one miserable person, sad and lonely, who didn't like Christmas. You know, you can't talk about it. It's too early. Never too early. Talk about it all the time. In fact, I'll be talking about it for the next 3 months. Get used to it. Get used to it. 8485. Oh, Steve. Oh, somebody's told me, so that's good. Doddy Weir is a long-term sufferer, and so his friends and family have raised that money, and his fans. So that's good. I wonder where a poor rugby league player was going to get £500,000 from. So that's good. So he's raised all the money, and which is fantastic. And apparently Alfie says he's got a documentary on Netflix. There you go. Check out on Netflix. Brilliant. Patrick says, have you seen Anything Goes at the Barbican? It's a fantastic production. Yes, my friend Paul Fear said you must go and see it, Steve. It really is fantastic. They've chucked everything, barring the kitchen sink, which is good. Sophie in not so sunny Brentwood in Essex. Love Brentwood. I used to live there. Westcott Road. That was us down the bottom there. And then they shoved in a motorway at the end of our road. Used to be, in my days, little boy, came back from Hong Kong, and there were fields all down there. And now it's all, they just shoved a motorway in at the bottom of our road. But it's still there. The house is still there. We just can't remember what number it was. Doesn't really help, does it? But it doesn't matter. So Sophie says, welcome back. All is now right with the world, which is good. Steve, how about Groovy Gang's slippers or a bathrobe, says Alison. A bathrobe? No, we couldn't send a bathrobe out. That'd be... Can you imagine? Forecasters last night warned of more floods, despite the Met Office insisting it's one of the driest summers ever. It was definitely hot, wasn't it? I remember it was very, very hot. But, you know, and here, can you imagine? I mean, here is the mentality of some people. A package containing 3 bullets and addressed to the Pope was intercepted by mail staff. Police were investigating the death threat, which was sent from France. I mean, this is somebody who's obviously sick, I should imagine. The handwritten address on the front said, the Pope, Vatican City, St. Peter's Square, Rome. A ring of steel will now be thrown around the pontiff, who is 84, because he's departing from the international airport on Thursday for a trip to Budapest. But that's how good the Mail people are. And another one, this is really peculiar. A man seen stealing a lamb from a farm and forcing it into his car is being hunted. The theft was spotted on Sunday at Manor Farm in Tattenhill in Staffordshire. A police spokesman said the man was seen bundling the lamb into a black Volvo and making off towards Burton. Some sick people out there, aren't there, really? Guess what's coming up for sale? Guess what is coming up for sale? It's only in America, and it's a gun. But this is I mean, how do they know these things? I've got no idea. Well, they do know it's a gun, but it's a gun that killed Billy the Kid. And bidding for the Colt single-action army revolver is set to spark its own firefight, given the early interest. The Lincoln County Sheriff, who was Pat Garrett, you remember, shot Billy the Kid in the chest after surprising him in a darkened bedroom in 1881. They reckon it's worth £1.5 million, which is, I mean, that's going to be almost a record, I think. The gun that killed Billy. But what do you do with it? You take it home and show your friends and go, guess what that is? That's the gun that killed Billy the Kid. I mean, I'd rather sort of, Billy the Kid's gun came up for auction as opposed to the gun that killed Billy the Kid. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. Oh, this is interesting. A Jurassic Park-style attraction with monster lizards is to go ahead. You know what these monster lizards are? This is Komodo dragons. Have you ever seen them? frightening. I'm going to sneeze again. Pathetic. I'm so sorry. But anyway, this is Indonesia's Komodo National Park. And they think that their home could be destroyed. I mean, some of these lizards grow to such immense sizes. They're really quite phenomenal. They think there are just 3,000 Komodos living in the wild, and that number has slowly been declining. But this project will go ahead on the island of Rinca. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I've seen them. They dribble and salivate and they do all sorts of ghastly things. And they do have places where you can go and see them. And they go, I think that the largest was something like, if memory serves, something like 366 pounds, I remember. And I remember thinking, that is huge. I mean, generally speaking, they're about 153, 154 or something like that. But they reach about 10.5 feet. Males grow larger and they're a lot bulkier. And I have seen them, but only on the television. I don't think I'd want to see them in real. Things like that frighten me. I'm not very good with stuff. You would only have to run towards me. And did you see that woman in the paper the other day? She was very lucky she escaped with her life. She was in a national park and she saw a bear with its cubs. So she decided to go and take a photograph of them. Little bit unwise. The mother, of course, as bears do, thought that this woman was after her cubs, so charged at her. This woman had to pick up her skirts and run because bears not only are very fast, they'll kill you. You know, and they do say, don't go anywhere near them if they've got cubs. I mean, you'd have to be... I think you're supposed to play dead, aren't you? Well, they say if a rhino charges at you, just stand there. Yeah, right, of course. Yeah, come on. Do you think the rhino's going to go, oh, don't worry, that's a person standing still. I won't go anywhere near it. Honestly, the stupidity of some people. Absolutely unbelievable. Daily Mail today, they've got... a picture of the Greek island of Evia, devastated with these fires. I mean, where have these fires started from? I haven't quite picked up enough on these fires, but I mean, absolutely terrible. COVID travel tests can cost 5 times more than the price of a return flight to Europe. Loads of pictures of our team coming back, which is good, and the alpaca story, which is running and running and running and running. Where it goes, I've got no idea. But the Chief Veterinary Officer, Christine Middlemiss, says, I know the devastation that TB can cause farmers, their communities and their animals. The tests used on Geronimo were developed for use on alpacas and are highly specific. So the experts have told them it's too dangerous. It cannot be allowed to live. No matter how much you love animals, it's like, you're probably doing it a favour, but, I mean, I don't, for some reason, I don't know why, I just see this thing as escalating, which is amazing. Steve, in 1960, Cyclone Carol, at 120 miles an hour, has its eye in the neighbouring islands in the Indian Ocean for an hour, which gave islanders a graceful break to prepare food and secure their homes. In America, they've got most of the houses in Florida come with storm windows. Dale had storm windows in the garage with all these things, and they've got brackets on the windows, and you slide the storm window in to protect in case of hurricane, and roofs with lightning conductors and stuff like that. Yeah, they're well prepared for it. Well prepared for it. It's like, what was that hotel I was looking at the other day? They appear to have built in, because hotels move in cyclones, but this one has got movability built in. It's like it's built on giant springs or something. No, just me again. Oh, well, there you go. You can't have everything, can you? Other stories. This is a whole family wiped out in a week. They shunned the vaccine. The brother died aged 40. The father was 73. The mother was 65. All went. And now the surviving son is saying, please get vaccinated. All 3 refused to get vaccinated. There is the danger, and I see people all the time, and I think, perhaps I should say, have you been vaccinated? They're going out to discotheques and nightclubs and stuff like that, and still hoping that people will get vaccinated. And some people just say, oh, no, it's all, I'm sick to death of hearing people making excuses as to why they don't want to be vaccinated. Take your life in your hands. Not a pleasant way to go, let me tell you. Vodafone is now the second mobile phone company to reintroduce roaming charges. New and upgrading customers will have to pay up to £2 a day to use their monthly allowance. That's the danger. Do you remember there was somebody who went abroad and they'd forgotten to tell their phoned Supply that they were going abroad, and they got hit with a horrendous bill because their son was playing games on the phone, and he was abroad, and they hadn't told them, and they came back to a bill of about £3,000. And they said, well, you're a bit thick, aren't you? Well, they didn't say that, but that's what they probably wanted to say. And they sort of said, well, no, the bill stands. Your son used it. You should have checked. It's no good going, oh, I didn't know. Because everybody knows. Everybody knows. Apparently, well, Tower Bridge, just in case you missed it earlier on, good news is it's open. Opened at 2 o'clock this morning. And we told you first. So you don't need to avoid the area, which is good news for everybody. Jeremy Vine telling people to flout the highway code. This is cyclists. He calls himself a keen rider. He filmed the group that he was a passenger in a car behind them, and it's cyclists, 4 abreast. 4 abreast. We get them round our way. Loads of them. The highway code states cyclists should never ride more than 2 abreast. Jeremy Vine obviously thinks he knows better. Unfortunately, pal, you don't. OK, don't tell people that. That's just being stupid. Really just being stupid. Foul-mouthed Love Island old baggage. This is Faye Winter. Accused of gaslighting. Have you ever heard of gaslighting? Gaslighting is a form of emotional manipulation. She didn't get her own way. Horrible piece of work. The foul language that emanates from her mouth. And she was picking on Teddy. You really are a nasty piece of work. Nasty piece of work. Also, child rapists are among those criminals due to be deported to Jamaica tomorrow, despite Labour politicians campaigning to keep them in Britain. The Home Office are attempting to fly out up to 50 Jamaican nationals, including a murderer and a paedophile who raped a girl under 16. A third was also convicted of raping a child. The fourth served a jail term for attempted murder, whilst a fifth was convicted of multiple rapes. Strangely, former Shadow Home Secretary Diane Abbott described the use of the flights as a racist dragnet. Please, Diane, please. Get your facts right, first of all. And believe it or not, Pixie Geldof, apparently the 30-year-old singer and model. I'm obviously thinking about the wrong person, actually. There's always a picture of Bob Geldof who looks like he's been dredged up from the Addams Family. Have you noticed that? Every time you see a picture of Bob Geldof, you think, you don't look well, dear, do you? You don't look well, and I should know. Saved by hay fever pills and cutting out cheese. This is Claire Richardson. It's not the Claire Richardson you know. This is another Claire. Oh, I've got to go. Honestly, where does the time go? It's ridiculous. Should we do it again tomorrow? I can be here at 4 if you're okay for that one. And I would very much like your company. But I must urge you to download the LBC app. I know I mention it every day, but for those people who are new to the system, it's a case of get it in as quick as possible. I've got my little bit extra podcast. Ricky could be coming back to EastEnders. Yeah, whatever. Duncan James, still calling himself a blues singer, only 20 years out of date. And the secrets to Will Young's success.